Good morning and welcome to this Vivian Richards Stadium here in sunlit Antigua for the start of the third day's play in this round 5 clash of the West Indies 4-day first-class championship between home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges. Just getting start for the day's play as the umpires arrive in the middle of the ground. They'll be followed by the two not-out batsmen for Leeward Islands in Mikhail Louis and Casey Carty. Just to bring you up to date after an interesting day's play yesterday on day 2 where some 15 wickets fell. Leeward Islands Hurricanes were bowled out for 425 after resuming on 367 for 5. 425 with 2 century makers, young Jewel Andrew and Justin Graves. And in reply, combined campuses and colleges were bundled out for 170. They closed their innings on 170 for 9 declared. The last man, Calvin Marcus, struck on the arm by O'Shane Thomas. And brilliant spell of bowling by West Indies premier fast bowler Alzari Joseph, picking up 6 wickets. So Leeward Islands batting second reached stumps last night on 94 for 1, with Mikhail Louis unbeaten on 34 and Casey Carty on 16, with a very commanding lead of some 349 runs. Expecting this morning that they will continue to look for quick runs, maybe looking for about another 100 or so to add to that lead, and then try and knock combined campuses and colleges over for a second time to take an outright win in this round 5 fixture. Beautiful weather once again here in Antigua and Barbuda this morning. We welcome you all to the coverage on Cricket 360. I am Terry Laraji, and it's my pleasure to introduce and say a very good morning to Denmore Roberts.
Hey, good morning to you, Terry, and good morning to all of our viewers all across the world, wherever they're watching this broadcast from. Leeward Islands has to come out this morning with purpose, with the notion that they have to come with a clear plan as to how they're going to approach the day's play. They can't just let the day's play meander along. They have to really play some good cricket.
Shema Holder from the Sir Andy Roberts end, starting proceedings this morning. Full pitch delivery kept out by Mikhail Louis.
Yesterday morning, the very first delivery produced a wicket for the CCC. Not so this morning, but I was saying the Leeward Island has to be clear in their mind as to how they're going to go about achieving this victory. They have to have a clear plan as to how they're going to accumulate their runs, how quickly they're going to, and then how they're going to approach the CCC when they come back out to bowl.
Shema Holder in again to Louis, and Louis playing defensively up on the offside. No run. Yes, very good point, Denmore. They must have a target in mind.
And do they then think about personal milestones? If somebody like Jeremiah Louis is approaching maybe 100, however he's not scoring quickly, do they allow him to get to that milestone, or anyone? Do they allow them to get to the milestone at the and reduce the amount of time that they have to try and out the CCC a second time? So all these little things have to come into play.
Holder again into Louis, and Louis is cutting that back with a point into the boundary. 4 runs. Good looking shot there by Louis to get him underway this morning. He moves on to 38. Leeward Islands 98 for 1, and the leaders past 350. It is now 353.
With the pace that Shema Holder is bowling, those are going to be nothing balls. That one just stood up there and asked to be hit. Louis had a lot of time. He waited for it, and then he was able to even get it back out of point enough to clear that field, because there was a man on the point boundary, but he was able to play it late enough to get it down to a wide third man and pick up that boundary.
Holder in again to Louis. This delivery wide down the leg side, taken by keeper Williams. No run. So you're talking about personal milestones, and so Denmore. So with a lead of 255 on first innings, would you have sent them back in?
Based on the body language that the Leeward Islands had yesterday afternoon, maybe I think it was the best thing for them to, go out and
hold it in again. That takes the outer portion of Louis' bat, but on the ground, past the gully fielder, and they take one.
Go out and bat again. The pitch wasn't offering anything for the spinners. We saw Raheem Cornwall, etc. They were ineffective. Daniel Durham, they were not very effective. Alzari Joseph did not seem to be in the right headspace at the time, even though he got 6 wickets. Something seemed to have been frustrating him. So there were these little things that were happening on the field. As much as many of us would have wanted to enforce the follow-on, all the parameters had to be in the right place.
Holder into Carty. Defending that out onto the onside to complete the over. So at the end of the first over,
there were 2.5 days left in the day's play. So the Leeward Islands would think that they have time, that they could build a big score, and then they would still have enough time to try and force an outright win. Because if they give the CCC even a day and a half to bat, they would think that would be enough time for them to be able to take all 10 wickets. So as much as people, the purists would love to have seen the follow-on enforced, maybe going back to bat is the right thing. And then with your opener in Jeremiah and Mikhail Louis, and like Casey Carty not getting many runs in the first innings, going back to bat again also gives them an opportunity to redeem themselves.
Yes, very true. And I think the spinners will be thinking that they might come into their own later today, and if it goes into the final day. So it's going to be Akeem Jordan to take up the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
I think the spinners are hoping that as the match goes on, the wear and tear on the pitch would be of such that it would give them a little bit of assistance. We saw yesterday that when Raheem Cornwall flighted the ball, it just went straight on. It was easy for the batters to attack him. Nothing really. We didn't see anything that bounced, turned, anything that did anything untoward. However, when we were watching yesterday afternoon, we saw 1 or 2 from the faster bowlers starting to keep low, etc. So
Jordan takes the edge and picks Louis up. Good catch low down at first slip by Kieran Powell. Louis is gone.
And this is what some of the listeners were talking about yesterday, is that when Louis is getting deliveries that he has to play, has to drive outside the line of the off stump, he is not getting his left foot close enough to the ball. He tends to drive away from his body, drive loosely. And again, that was not necessarily a good delivery. It was there, a half-volley type delivery. But because he didn't get himself in the right position, he just offered up a pretty straightforward catch to the slip. It went low down, but it went straight to the man at slip. And that's probably what the listeners were. There was one texter on our YouTube channel that is insisting that Louis is not very good on the offside when he's playing those deliveries on the offside. So maybe that is a weakness that Louis has to look at and try to fix if his career is going to be very long.
So Louis goes for 39. Leeward Islands lose their second wicket, 99-2. The lead is 354, and it brings Karima Gore to the crease. Yes, and unfortunately from a West Indies point of view, Denmore, he's not the only one that struggles on or about the off stump. Captain Craig Brathwaite also has struggled with that, as Jordan is into Gore, left alone, through to the keeper, no run.
And that is the reason why, maybe, too, that we don't score enough ones and twos, because they're not playing conventional. So they're standing on their back foot, hardly moving that front foot, looking to try and force boundaries. Because if they were pushing that left leg out, getting close to the ball, they would be able to maneuver the ball into the space, play conventional, and look to pick up ones and twos. So we had 56 plus overs in the first innings that were just dot balls. Far too many dot balls for a four-day match. 56 out of 90 is literally more than half of the overs that you didn't score off of. And so that is something maybe the coaches and the team has to look at as well.
Jordan into Gore. Full pitch delivery, stroke beautifully through the cover region by Gore. 4 runs.
Now you see the difference there. Gore got his left foot out close to that one, and he was able to execute that shot all along the ground beautifully. And that is the difference. Louis, on the other hand, his foot just took almost like a little half stride.
And went straight down the pitch.
Straight, you understand? So his bat went at the ball and not his whole weight, his body. So the difference there in that stroke.
Jordan in again to Gore. And this one's left alone outside off stump. So Gore's on 4. The 100 is up for the Leeward Islands. 103 for 2. They lead by 358. Yeah.
Again, they wouldn't want to have a major collapse today like they did yesterday.
Yep.
They're hoping that the plan can work, that they score quick runs, but they do so in a responsible manner this morning without the batsmen coming out and getting carried away and giving away their hand.
2 slips in the gully weight as Jordan is into Gore, and Gore once again shoulders arms. 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and fine leg.
You can't have your top opening batsman that is vulnerable to fast bowlers, especially outside the line of the off stump. That means you're always going to be in trouble. So Louis, if he's going to continue as the top opening batsman in the Caribbean, he has to work on that.
Jordan into Gore, and Gore's defending it back up the pitch to complete the over. So a successful over there for Hakeem Jordan and the combined campuses and colleges, getting the wicket of Mikhail Louis. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 103 for 2. Carty is on 16, Gore is on 4, and the lead is 358.
358, a healthy lead, but the Leeward Islands would have lost an early wicket this morning. I think an unnecessary wicket at this stage. Was a nothing ball from Hakeem Jordan, almost a warm-up ball, a limbered up ball, just pitching it up outside the line of the off stump, and way too easily, far too easily. Louis just got his edge knocked off. As a top opening batsman, that is not a good sight to see. You would want your opening batsmen and the men at the top of the order to be tighter than that. And Louis was very loose outside that line of the off stump, and just I believe threw his wicket away.
Yes, well, what do they say about top order batsmen, especially opening batsmen? They need to know where their off stump is. He got it cartwheeled in the first innings by Shamar Holder, a total misjudgment where he didn't play a stroke. And now this one, as you say, first up from Jordan. In comes Holder, and that's hooked down to fine leg. Fielder takes it on the bounce. Carty gets a single. Moves on to 17, 104 for 2.
Again, a delivery like that, he's just ballooned up at Carty. If you're not going to be in control, maybe the best thing to do is just duck under it, allow it to go by. He went into a hook shot. He was not in control, and luckily, he didn't time it enough that it carried to that man down that fine leg. But not a confident stroke from Carty first up.
Holder into Gore. And Gore is clipping this into the mid-wicket area. Can't beat the field, no run. Yes, another important innings for Casey Carty. He needs runs. Of course, was replaced in the West Indies 11 in Pakistan by Amir Jungle. Holder again runs towards us into Gore on this one down the leg side.
And he has to understand that there are several persons in the Caribbean that are hoping to displace him and maybe displace him permanently. So he has to get himself back into the frame and into the mind of the scouts. So he's going to need performance. Not just the runs, but he has to look good, has to look assured when he's making these runs as well.
Holder once again into Gore. That cramps him for room. Keeps it out though. Yes, and talking about Django, he made 56 against Barbados Pride, who were very disappointing. Denmark, beaten inside 2 days by an innings and 56 runs by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They would not have expected that.
No, not at all, especially in a team where they would have strengthened their team. Jason Holder and Shea Hope would have come in and Ruston Chase. They would have been expecting to have a better performance. However, it doesn't. Names on paper does not always result in performance. And so the Trinidadians have been inspired this season. They have, first of all, batted well, and then Jaden Seals, who continues to improve over, and Kevlin Anderson in the first innings, and others were able to keep the pressure on the Barbados team. Good win for Trinidad and Tobago.
Holder in again to Gore, and this one wide of the off stump, left alone by Gore to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 104 for 2. Carty is on 17, Gore is on 4, and the lead is 359.
Yeah, a decent over from Shamar Holder. Nothing really that troubled the batsmen too much. Just that first delivery that ballooned up at Casey Carty that he almost got a wicket with, because Katie went into a hook shot that didn't come off, that took him up on the gloves and ballooned down to the final region. So it's a good start for CCC this morning.
Jordan to continue, and this one loose shot again by Carty, looking for the drive, almost takes the edge.
Again, look at where the foot was coming, straight down the pitch, and then the bat driving away from the body. Again, if that foot was going towards the ball, he would have been more balanced and maybe would have been able to execute the stroke a lot better. And we're also seeing him off balance just now, his hand coming off the bat simply because he was not getting close enough.
Jordan in again to Carty, and this one covering up, defending that into the cover region, no run. Always got a plan for Carty though, 2 slips, 2 gullies. Deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg.
Carty tends to play the ball in that direction there where they have those 2 gullies. And just based on the shot that we saw the first up in the first ball of the over, because he tends to drive away from his body. So they know that is his tendency, and so they've set a trap for him.
Jordan into Carty, and that one beats him. Good delivery that by Akeem Jordan. No footwork again though by Carty. He remains on 17. You're talking about Anderson Phillip in that win for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I was watching him last week against the West Indies Academy, and he seems to be improving all the time. The head still falls away, so he still bowls the odd loose delivery or bad ball, but in general, he's improving all the time. This one's played down into the gully area, no run. course, he's played a test match for West Indies, but unfortunately for him, injuries prevented him from playing anymore. Sprinkling of spectators again this morning. Denmore forgot to bring the children with him from his school. As Jordan into Carty and his
Children are enjoying sports day today.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
So they're having the inter-house sports today. Today is athletics day. Yesterday was team sports day. So today they're doing the track and field.
Excellent.
But I do agree that effort. But somebody called me 2 nights ago to indicate that they were driving by the airport and they noticed that there was a cricket match there.
Jordan into Carty, and Carty again loose outside that off stump. Doesn't take the edge though. Jordan hangs his head in disbelief. Over comes to an end. 104 for 2 the Leewards. Carty remains on 17. Gore is on 4, and the lead 359.
Yeah, 359. The lead again. Carty, left leg coming straight down the pitch. His bat is driving away from his body. Again, just luckily did not take the outer edge. But he has to quickly fix that, or he's going to find himself back in the pavilion pretty soon. I was saying that the person called me to say that they saw cricket up at Coolidge,
yeah.
and they wanted to know if that's where I was commentating.
And that's the problem. No one ever knows there's matches on. Driven firmly by Gore. First ball of Holder's new over, but straight to mid-off. No run.
I then had to inform them, that there are actually 2 matches being played in Antigua. And the person was indicating to me that they were very much unaware that any cricket at all was being played in Antigua and Barbuda. And maybe that is what needs, maybe a little bit more effort needs to be put into the marketing, and that could bring out a few more persons to watch these games.
Holder into Gore. Gore is caressing that backward of points. Fielder on the boundary. Dives, but dives in vain. Into the boundary for 4. Gore's second boundary, moves on to 8. Leeward Islands 108 for 2.
A bad delivery and dealt with. It was wide of the off stump. Gore got close to it. Played with an angled bat. Got it past that man at that a deep gully, or you would say a short point. I'm not sure. More sort of a deep gully, but he was able to clear him. And then there was that fielder at point on the boundary. He had to run around but couldn't get close. He had a despairing dive, but the ball still beat him into the boundary. So good start for Kareem Gore. He's looked good since he has come in. He's had a measured approach between putting away the bad deliveries and having a solid defensive base.
Holder strengthens the offside field, brings in a short extra cover and cover. As he's into Gore again, and that one turned nicely off the hip by Gore. Down towards fine leg for a comfortable single. Leg by, in fact. So 109 for 2.
All that bringing changing the field, making it a packed offside field, and then strain down the leg side. Maybe just a little bit of lack of discipline there on his part.
Coming into Carty now. Very wide down the leg side, well taken by keeper Williams.
And again, when the captain agrees with you, when you ask the captain for a field change and the captain gives you the field change, you have to back it up by bowling to your field. And on that occasion, those last 2 deliveries, we saw he brought the man over from the leg side from that mid-wicket position into a short extra cover, and then he fired it down the leg side, the last 2 deliveries. So Shamar Holder not necessarily backing up his captain.
Holder in again to Carty, and that's right up in the block hole. Dug out by Carty. for Carty. He's got 2 slips of gully, deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and fine leg.
There are probably those folks who might be saying that these guys are too harsh on some of these batters.
Holder in again to Carty. That peels off the inner portion of the bat. Down to fine leg. Carty will take a fortuitous single. Moves on to 18. Leeward Islands 110 for 2 at the end of that Shamar Holder over. And the lead has gone up to 365.
So my take is that this level is the level before the international level. And when you get to the international level where people are going to work you out, when I say work you out, they're going to watch your video. They're going to go back to footage that you would have played in this same tournament. They're going to go back to these same YouTube videos that we're streaming now. And they're going to analyze. They're going to put Carty and Gore and Louis into the software, and they're going to look for all their flaws and so on.
Jordan starts a new over into Carty. Carty strokes that firmly but straight to cover.
So you can't be that blatant in terms of demonstrating or showing the weaknesses in your technique. I think you have to put more effort in at this level to correct those little inaccuracies that you have in your technique, or little faults we should say, and make sure that when your technique is solid, so that when you get stepped up to the next level that you can survive.
Jordan in again to Carty, and this one peels off the edge. A couple of bounces in front of a diving second gully. Knocks it down, no run.
Not just survive, but prosper. You want to be able to prosper at that level.
Yes, very true. And you need to realize that you're a professional. You're a professional cricketer. That's your job. To put in the hard yards in between matches, as Jordan let go by Carty, and always looking to improve, always looking to be the absolute best you can be. I had an interesting conversation last night with Ramesh Subasinghe, the West Indies Academy head coach, and he spent a lot of time in New Zealand with their academy and various teams. He was actually based in New Zealand before he took up the role here. Jordan into Carty, another full delivery. They take a quick single to mid-off. Carty moves on to 19. The score 111 for 2. And
speaking of overseas, there are some folks who are suggesting that Carty, Louis, Athanase, etc. needs to be sent to Australia or somewhere into an academy to sort out some of the issues that they're having with their technique. Also want to just say good morning to Bad News Lewis, who is listening to us in New York and watching the stream. Nice to know that you're on the stream of Bad News, and nice that you're keeping track of the cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. Former Antigua cricketer Neil Bad News Lewis.
Absolutely. Good morning, Neil. My best friend over there. He moved to the States when I moved here. Wasn't best of timing, but great to know that you're listening. He always keeps up to date with
and he was a fierce competitor.
Everything. He was
a fierce competitor.
He was.
Played
and
hard cricket. I like that about him.
And should have got the opportunity, I believe, to play for Leewards, but that's another story.
You're entering into politics now?
No, not at all. Non-political, non-violent anymore.
Because Neil will tell you that that's political. Why he did not get to the next level.
For sure.
But Kareem Gore continues to look good out there. Carty's fighting as the Leeward Islands move on to 112.
12, yeah, 112 for 2.
I think that they're still on target, maybe with what they would have planned overnight, get some runs in the morning session, bat maybe 2 hours this morning, see how many runs they can be able to get, how close they can get to that 500 mark, and then look to put the CCC back in. I think they're leading by what, 250 overnight. In general, if they get somewhere in the region of 450, maybe even 500, I think that would be enough for them to really have a go at the CCC.
So Holder will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowled 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 30. He's into Gore now. Bouncer avoided by Gore.
Holder and Hakeem Jordan will have to do a lot of the work because of the quality of the other bowlers that are here for the CCC. The first and second change bowlers have not necessarily been of high quality. They've been part-time at best, and then, as we've said, the pitch does not seem to be offering anything for Joe Kim and others, the spinners. So it's going to be a lot of work for Jordan and Holder.
Holder into Gore. Gore is turning this into the onside. Goes straight back down the pitch to Holder. Just to finish on what the West Indies head coach was saying, comparison to what he saw, what he dealt with in New Zealand, he's saying that the young West Indies boys, they got more talent, they're more athletic, but New Zealand youngsters have the better work ethic. Holder into Gore, and that one comes back in a little from outside off stump. Gore shoulders arms, no run. 112 for 2. Gore is on 9. Carty 19. The lead 367. Two slips a gully, deep backward points. Cover. Extra cover mid-off on the offside for Gore, and this one wide again by Holder. Just hasn't found his rhythm this morning.
A lot of times the work ethic has to start from early, from the early days in your club, where your club has to ensure that they have a policy that cultivates good habits from early, and not wait until you get to the international level to then try and pretend with the work ethic. So the work ethic.
Very wide. This one by Holder, almost could have been a wide, nearly off the pitch.
I saw one like that called wide yesterday from O'Shane Thomas. But I'm just saying that the talent is one thing, but the work ethic has to be encouraged from early. Somebody like a Kareem Gore, if you've ever seen him train, Kareem Gore does not need other people to train. He goes and trains by himself. I saw when he was a part of the USA setup, they gave him a program, and every day.
Holder into a Gore. This one.
Every day bar none. He was with the program, with the exercises. He set up his cone, he set up his course. He did the things that his coaches and physios would have sent to him. Intrinsic motivation. He was motivated because he wanted to become a good cricketer. And so a lot of the times what happens is that, especially with the talented people, they don't tend to work very hard because it comes very natural to them. And so the whole idea of working hard, because the talent is only 10%. 90% of it has to come from the work that you put in.
Most definitely, and what you're describing about Kareem Gore is what you hope, or what should happen with all of them, from youth level, as you say, right through. With that strong work ethic. Quick single taken by Carty, the first ball of Jordan's new over. He moves on to 20, 113 for 2. The lead is 368.
Youngsters have to understand that when you turn up to train, whether or not the coach or the physio is there to start the warm-up, it is an opportunity for you to start and get going. There's so many things, and with the modern day, when you have bowling machine, when you have cones, when you have all these things that you can set up a course and do your own thing, there is no need for you to wait on the coach. And there are even programs that you can pull up a YouTube video, a YouTube video that shows your workout. Or, you know,
right.
especially if you're working on a specific skill or a specific, you know, type of fitness or something. You can always do something on your own, but you have to be motivated to do it. So a lot of it, it has to be taught from early. It has to be put into the minds of the people from early. It's like studying for school. You don't have to wait on your parents to tell you to study. You have to recognize what the objective is and get it done.
Jordan, straight driven by Gore, can't beat mid-off. Score remains on 113 for 2. But you're exactly right though, Denmore, and importance there is motivation. You need to be able to motivate yourself. This is your career. This is a career that you've chosen. You're supposedly doing something that you love. So you put that passion and motivation into it.
It's even more important now with the franchise system because you're being paid daily to do this.
Jordan into Gore. He lets that go through to the keeper.
As compared to in the days of the likes of Ambrose and Richards and Benjamins and all the others and across the Caribbean, a lot of them had day jobs that they had to go to and then go and practice as a part-time effort. Nowadays, especially with the franchise system, this is the cricketer's job. So we should not have excuses as to why somebody can't work on a certain deficiency in their technique.
Jordan in again, wide of the off stump, left alone by Gore.
Because somebody like a Jeremiah Louis, all he needs is another person and the bowling machine to sort out his outside the off stump issue. If he thinks that it's
Mikhail Louis, yeah.
Go on the bowling machine and set it and have them throw down 150 balls outside the off stump and work on getting your left leg close to as many of them as possible. That kind of thing. You don't have to wait for, you know, practice to be called.
Jordan again, too wide outside the off stump to trouble Gore. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 113 for 2. Carty is on 20. Gore is on 9.
Yeah, the game just continues to go along. The Leeward Islands not scoring very quickly now as the CCC bowlers are literally bowling a little bit more defensively now. They're not giving the batsmen as many opportunities to play attacking shot. They've pulled back the length a little bit. They've been bowling a little wider outside that line of the off stump, trying to entice the Leeward Islands batters into making a mistake. I think what has to happen with Carty and Gore, they have to just continue to just wait until the bad balls come, make sure that they capitalize on the few bad balls that they're going to get at this stage, and continue to keep the goal in mind. What is that the team would have discussed overnight, and make sure that they are on target.
Lead now is 368. Shema Holder will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Be bowling to Casey Carty, and in he comes now to Carty. Bang on target, that delivery, defended back up the pitch by Carty. 2 slips a gully, deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and fine leg for Carty.
It's always good when we have the engagement with the fans, and the fans are already asking questions. I'll leave this question for Iwoots Martin when he comes later on. Somebody saying that if the West Indies have an issue, if the Australia test, if Shamar Joseph has fitness concern, who is going to support Seals, Roach and Alzari?
Peel for caught behind, not out, says the umpire.
who is going to be that next seam bowler. I will leave that up to Iroots Martin. I see him smile there, and he's smiling and saying Jason Holder got some wickets in that match against Trinidad. So he could be one. I see somebody indicating it could be Marquino Minley. Somebody says Phillips. So options about one of these two. Would argue that they could be in the mix as well.
Definitely.
Hakeem Jordan or even Shamar Holder, and they bowled well, both of them in this game here. Shamar Holder especially, he's bowled pretty well.
Shamar Holder in again to Carty, and Carty is turning this into mid-wicket. Can't beat the field, no run. Yeah, I'm not quite sure though, Jason Holder, I'm not quite sure that there's room enough in the team for both Graves and Holder.
Interesting. You now have some haters in Barbados.
Holder into Carty, and Carty is slashing his great catch in gully. That went like a bullet. He dived, he took it low down. Excellent catch. Carty has gone for 20. Leeward Islands lose their third wicket. 113 for 3 with the lead, 368.
Same reason why they had the two gullies there for Carty, because that same type of delivery that he gets wide of the off stump, that he doesn't move his feet towards the ball, he just stands there and slash at it. And this time it carried to the right of the fielder at gully, who did an outstanding job in diving and taking a good catch. Maybe we could just have a look at it again to see the technique of Carty there. It was a wide delivery. Just look at it there, you see? Check that foot right there.
Straight down
leg
the
comes
pitch.
straight down the pitch, and he's just driving away from his body. And the CCC knew that, because when Hakeem Jordan was bowling to him from this end, they had two gullies in, pretty close to each other, for that very same drive away from his body. And I said earlier in the broadcast that they were setting him up. They were setting him up for that. For the last few overs, they've been having the ball come back into him, cramping him up, not giving him any room. And maybe he started to feel in his mind that there was nothing. And then one comes just a little bit wider. His eyes got lit up, and he went back into his old ways, driving away from his body, and a really good catch taken in that gully region.
Yes, excellent catch. We've seen some good catches taken in this match. So the Leewards lose their third wicket on 113. As I say, the lead is 368. It brings Justin Graves out to the middle, century maker from the first innings. And he said maybe the Bayesians wouldn't be happy with what I said with whether Holder and Graves can stay in, but Bayesian, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. But, he's now a Leeward Islander. And based on his performance, we've taken him. So he might have the Bajan accent, but he's definitely from the Leeward Islands. And we're actively working on his St. Kitts accent. But he is a good player. And like I said yesterday in the broadcast, I think that presently I would have him slightly ahead of Jason Holder, just based on the way that he's batted.
Yeah, most certainly. And we're talking about work ethic. He's definitely one that's got a strong work ethic. Holder into Graves, and that one is left alone just outside off stump.
Viewers now will have to have a slight look at their plan as to what is it that they think that they're comfortable with. They have a lead now of 367.
368, yeah.
368, and so but they're losing wickets. They've lost 2 wickets already for the morning, and so they have to figure out if is 400 going to be enough for us to really and truly defend? Do we want a lot more? How do we approach it from here?
Holder into Graves. Graves is forward in defence. Knocks it back to the bowler. No run.
One of the good things about Graves' approach when he comes to the crease pretty early is that he loves to get himself in. He tends to take a few deliveries to, get his eye in, get his defensive game on before he starts to try and accelerate the scoring or anything. And does not appear as if he's going to change his approach here.
There's a bit confusion there whether Holder had one more delivery left, like the scoreboard says, but the umpires have said no. The over has been called, so at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 113 for 3. Graves is yet to score. Gore is on 9. The leader's 368. Yeah, you almost say like old-fashioned type cricketer. If you're looking at the modern era, Denmore, that as you say, he takes his time, which is the way it should be, really, especially when you're playing first-class cricket, Test cricket. You take your time, get yourself in, and then go from there. Jordan to take up. Continue the attack, I should say. Full pitch delivery, driven straight to mid-off by Gore.
Don't want to give it away. Gore get a full toss and almost hit it to that man at mid-off. Has to be careful. I was smiling at the end of that last over because after the delivery was bowled, Gore called the over. He walked down to speak to his partner, and the umpire called him back as to say, well, there's one ball left.
Jordan into Gore. Bit of swing there, very wide off stump.
Then everybody looked at each other.
Yeah.
Somebody spoke into somebody's ear, and then they switched over. So,
yeah,
awareness. Kareem Gore probably is counting the deliveries. So good awareness by him.
Yeah, because the scoreboard had it as 5 deliveries.
Scoreboard probably looked off for a short while.
Jordan in again to Gore. And again, Gore is leaving that one alone. 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and fine leg for Gore. Kim Jordan is into his 13th over. 2 maidens, 2 for 38. Shamar Holder's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Jordan in again. And again, straight through to the keeper. Gore has nothing to do with that. So if they have got a target in mind, they started the day 349 ahead at Leeward Islands. They've only added some 19 runs so far this morning in the first 45 minutes of play. That one defended into the offside. They take a quick single. Gore moves on to 10, 114 for 3. So if they were looking at 450, then CCC are doing the right thing, are trying to buy themselves a bit of time and not just hanging the ball outside off stump.
The CCC has decided that they're going to bowl a couple of overs to the keeper. I remember a coach saying that to some fast bowlers one time, sometimes in a match, just to buy yourself some time or even to settle things down, you need to bowl a couple of overs to the keeper, just a little wider outside the line of the off stump, not wide enough to be called wide, but just so that the batsmen are not scoring and getting away, from you.
Jordan into Graves, and Graves is beaten with a good delivery. doesn't find the edge to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 114 for 3. Graves remains on 0. Karima Gore is on 10 and the lead is 369.
It's a very good delivery to end the over there from Hakeem Jordan. That one angled back into Graves, drew him forward into a defensive shot and then just shaped away from the bat, very close to the outside edge. But I would suggest that he was beaten all ends up by that one. That was an excellent delivery.
So Shamar Holder will continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He'll be bowling to Gore as he runs towards us now. 2 slips and a gully weight. And this one is Chapin. Gore maybe height though. Good delivery though by Shamar Holder.
Karim Gore has to be careful. Probably, just moving a little bit too much as well. That one jagged back a whole lot from Shamar Holder and was rising, so might have been even going over as well. But Karim Gore, if you notice, he was trapped with both feet on the crease for that occasion. He has to still look to try and get forward. If he doesn't get fully forward because of the length that Holder is bowling.
Holder into Gore and was defending into the mid-wicket region, no run.
If he's not able to get a bigger stride in as he wants because of the length that Holder is bowling, like he did on that occasion, he just needs to at least get a half stride in so that he can cover that delivery that is cutting back at him and he's not getting caught in front of the stumps. Because sometimes when you get hit like that with both feet on the crease in front of the stumps, you put doubt in the umpire's mind.
Holder into Gore on this one. Let's go through to the keeper. So combined campuses and colleges continue to restrict the scoring of the Leeward Islands. They picked up the 2 wickets this morning. It's all about time for them, I believe. I can't see them chasing 400 plus in their second innings. So the longer they can keep the Leewards out there, the better opportunity they'll have. Or at least draw in the match. Quick single there to the mid-wicket region. Gore goes on to 11. Leeward Islands 115 for 3.
I think the Leeward Islands will do an assessment at lunchtime. I think they just have to be patient because these two can't. I don't think these two are going to bowl for the entire hour.
Well,
for the entire 2 hours.
No, definitely not.
They might
maybe for the
bowl
hour.
for the first hour.
Yeah.
But then they have to wait until those second change bowlers come on and then look
Take
to capitalize
advantage,
from there. So just see off these two and then reassess after.
Holder into Graves, and Graves playing that down to a deep backward point, and he's coming back for 2. He's halfway up the crease, up the pitch I should say, but gets back home. So a bit of a lack of communication there. Gore did not move. It was a comfortable single.
That was never 2 because that ball was going straight to the man on deep on the point boundary. And I'm not sure what ran into Graves' mind just now as he was rushing back for 2. That was never 2. Good decision by Karim Gore to send him back.
Most definitely. I think what happened there was Graves turned blind. But anyway, he survives. Holder into Gore, and Gore hits that straight back to the bowler. Ricochets off him. It was a drop chance, I believe, but a very sharp chance. He was more or less taking evasive action. Gore picks up a single.
Or maybe that one was a bum ball. You can see.
From Holder's reaction, looked like a chance. No, it was a bump ball.
Yeah, straight into the pitch.
Nearly took his head off, so luckily he got his head out the way. 117 for 3. Gore moves on to 12. Graves is on 4 at the end of that Shamar Holder over. and the lead is 372. So Jordan will continue. As the sun here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium just goes behind the scattering of clouds. Had great weather though during this match. Jordan into Gore. Gore is driving well past the short extra cover fielder. Mid-off comes around and restricts the scoring to 1. He moves on to 13, 118 for 3. The lead, 373. So we approach the first hour of play here on day 3. Two slips of gully, deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg for Justin Graves as he waits for Gore, and again chips it into the mid-wicket area, just falling over slightly, but this time, unlike the first innings, finds the gap. Jordan hands on head, he picks up 2. Graves moves to 3, 120 for 3.
Similar to the way that he got out in the first innings, chipping that ball in the air in that mid-wicket region. That seems to be a weakness of his, especially early in his innings when he's not settled. Tends to be falling over towards the offside when he plays that undrive stroke and hits the ball in the air towards that mid-wicket region. So they've made an adjustment. They've brought that mid-on up a little bit. And now they almost have 2 men, maybe 10 feet apart.
Jordan into Graves, and Graves is trapped in front, not out, says the umpire. He only got half a stride in there. Very close decision.
Again, trying to play that on drive when he seems to be falling over. Has to be very careful.
We could, can we look at that one again, Jace? Our technician just a little busy at the moment. Jordan into Graves. That one wide of the off stump. Graves has nothing to do with that one. It looked pretty close. We're basically right behind the umpire here.
Again, I think maybe it's the movement of the ball. The ball is ducking back, maybe duck back a little bit more because he, as we saw, he was trying to play an undrive to that one.
Jordan in again to Graves, and Graves is slashing straight to second slip, who knocks it up, takes it on the second attempt, and Graves is gone. Short innings for the century maker from the first innings. He's gone for 3. Leeward Islands lose their 4th and their 3rd for the morning. They're 120 for 4, the lead 375.
Again, driving away from the body, not getting close enough to that one, but going through and going hard at it. It flew to the man at second slip, who took a good catch because it was a sharp. He knocked it up and then took it. But again, Graves guilty of what we saw from Carty and the others, driving away from his body, not getting his left leg out to that one, but going through with the drive. And so the CCC has had a dream morning.
Yes, excellent morning for the combined campuses and colleges. I think that was Captain Jeremiah there at second slip. Came quickly to him, so he just simply knocked it up and then took it on the way down. So Graves has gone for 3. Leeward Islands have lost their 3rd wicket for the morning, for the addition of just 26 runs. The overall lead is 375. And looks like the umpires have called for the first water break of the morning. So at the end of the first hour, Akeem Jordan has picked up his 3rd wicket. He's bowled 13.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 42. Karima Gore is not out on 13. Leeward Islands 120 for 4. Overall lead of 375. We'll take a few minute break here on Cricket 360 and then return with your live ball-by-ball action.
And we're back at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've lost 3 wickets this morning. They've lost the wicket of Michael Louis, was caught foul off Jordan for 39. This is a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, called wide by the umpire as well as Joel Andrew. Seems to be the batsman who has come out. Yes, is it? Yes, Joel Andrew has come out to join Karima Gore at the crease. We also had Casey Carty, caught Jordan off holder for 20. And Justin Graves, who's the century maker in the first innings, was caught Corbin off Jordan for 3. Here is a delivery to Joel Andrew outside the line of the off stump into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run. So 121 for 4. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes not going as they probably would have thought about it overnight. They have a lead though of 375 runs with 6 wickets remaining. As I say, good morning to Anthony Martin, I-Roots, we call him here in Antigua and Barbuda, who has come alongside me, former West Indies ODI player. I-Roots, how are we doing?
Hey, morning Denmore, and morning to our listeners. I'm doing fine.
The Leeward Islands lost 3 wickets. What has happened?
Well, I think they would have lost their way a little bit, from what they would have planned, so things didn't go according to plan, so now they have to rethink again.
Karima Gore was getting this one off the hips. Wants a second run, and he's coming back and gets it. The throw, a left-handed throw coming from the fielder down at that final position. So they're back for 2 runs. 123 for 4.
I think maybe yesterday when the game was finished, they would have had a talk and, maybe looking for a quick, 4:15 the lead, maybe just prior to lunch or round about lunch and have a burst after lunch. But, things didn't go according to plan. Nice line there from Holder outside the off stump.
Yeah, Holder has been very steady this morning, trying to bowl that off stump line, and he gets the odd one to drag back at the right-handed batsman. And Leeward Islands batting predominantly right-handed batters, so it's not a lineup that you're going to get a left-hander coming in that is going to offset the bowlers, so they can pretty much remain steady. Here's Holder in, and again one down the leg side. Gore flicks at it, doesn't make contact, the ball going through to the wicket keeper, no run.
Yes, well, he had a good first inning. He bowled well the first inning, and I'm seeing him following it up here again. He's not amongst the wickets like he would have in the first inning.
Yeah, he has 1 wicket so far. Akeem Jordan 3. Akeem Jordan has been the more successful of the two bowlers, but that has not taken away anything from the way that Shamar Holder has bowled in this innings. Holder getting the wicket of Carty. I think he set up Carty, where he had some deliveries that were just about the off stump, had the ball cutting back, cramping up Carty, and then he pitched one up a little wider outside the off stump. Carty's eyes lit up, played away from his body, and was caught in that gully region. I think it was good bowling on the part of Shamar Holder and good awareness as well. Here is he in, again, down the leg side. Kareem Gore flicks at it, or is that Joel Andrew? Joel Andrew flicks at that one, misses it. The ball goes into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yes, and that particular delivery that you spoke about, that Carty got out, it was a little wider and it was a little fuller as well. So that's why Carty I lit up, because he realized this one is a little bit fuller than the previous deliveries. So I'm going to score now.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't giving him anything for a couple of overs, maybe 2 or 3 overs. Carty was there, hadn't scored any runs, and he's been getting those short of a length deliveries that were cutting back at him, and then after 3-4 overs, you see one wide and full outside the line of the off stump. His eyes lit up and he fell right into the trap. End of the over by Shamar Holder. At the end of it, 124 for 4, the Leeward Islands. Joel Andrew is yet to get off the mark, and Kareem Gore, he is there. He is not out on 16. So that's the situation here for the Leeward Islands so far. Here is Gore driving one up on the onside. He's going to get run. So he might not have the legs to carry to the boundary, but they come back for 2. But a poor bit of fielding looks to be, is that Paris? The fielder just bending down and not picking it up and allowing the ball to roll over. Marcus. With a pretty poor effort, because the ball was just slowing up, heading towards the boundary. Thought that you would have just pulled it back, and Kareem Gore maybe had already settled for 2 or 3, but gets a boundary in the end. A little bit more effort would be needed by Marcus from his captain, especially a morning where they have the Leeward Islands in a spot of bother.
Exactly. Every runs that you can save, would be very important.
One less that you have to make in your eventual run chase, short of a length delivery. And these two have had a very long spell. They've bowled in tandem for the first hour, gone past the first hour now, And so these two have had a good spell, and they've done well for their captain. They've been able to restrict the Leeward Islands scoring, and they've also gotten 3 wickets.
I think both are, relatively fit. You understand? Because they would have done it twice yesterday.
They're young, fit bowlers. They're showing it because they're still bowling with pretty decent pace. And what I've liked about Hakeem Jordan especially is that he has been very consistent. He's been bowling one side of the wicket. Here is this one hit in the air, but it's going to clear the infield. It drops, and the fielder is able to pick it up. But again, Gore just driving, but not timing it. He was probably looking to hit that somewhere over the mid-wicket region. The ball maybe hit a little bit higher up on the bat, went up into the air. He looks as if he's disgusted with himself, but it fell safely, so he needs to get back into a clear headspace because he's still there. Here is he facing up now to Hakeem Jordan. Leaves one outside the line of the off stump, and there's no run. If you look at the field for Hakeem Jordan, 2 slips a gully. He has a man on the deep backward point boundary, but then he has a extra cover mid-off and mid-on, and a man at long leg. Those are the only 2 on the onside, which means that he's trusting himself to bowl that off stump line.
Yes, correct. But what I think could happen, I think he could bring the man square on the boundary on the offside. I think he could bring him in a little bit.
Wide outside the line of the off stump, called wide by the umpire. That was very wide. And one outside the popping crease line, heading to a second slip. So called wide by the umpire.
Gore is not that big cutter. You understand? He's not that big cut shot batsman. So you can bring that man in, and even if you give him the cut shot, maybe he might just hit him directly to the man there because he's not that kind of player.
Gore faces up. Here is a delivery that is angled into him. He comes down quickly, plays it up to the mid-on region, and there is no run. Brings up the end of another over. 131 for 4. 131 for 4. So the lead is 386 runs, and the Leeward Islands, they still have 6 wickets remaining. Joel Andrew is yet to score. Kareem Gore, he's there. He is on 22. So the Leeward Islands would bat up until lunch and then assess whether or not they have enough runs on the board to put the CCC back in and win this game, or whether or not they think they need a little bit more.
Yes, because remember the track is not bad. The track is a very good batting track.
It's
still,
a good batting track.
And you have to be careful if you want to win the game. The game can be drawn if you, as the leading team, takes too much time out of the game.
So that's what I'm saying. They're going to have to assess time. They're going to have to assess runs. They're going to have to look at it. Is it going to be is the runs teasing that the CCC is going to try and go after it, or are they going to come out in a defensive mode and just look to block? One down the leg side again. Joel Andrew flicking at it, not making contact, no run.
Well, even if they decide to come out and block, you need that time so you can work them over, because time would be very, very important in this game.
Two of the important men for the Leeward Islands. Looks as if it's the head coach and assistant coach taking a little walk around. Not certain if Wilden Cornwall is going to stay too long in that sun. If you're in Antigua, Antiguans would laugh hearing me say that. Wilden Cornwall being in the sun, but they're now veered off of their little walk. Maybe they're going to just have a look at it from the other end of the field. as the Leeward Islands. They are 131 for 4. And this is Shamar Holder. He's in. And Joel Andrews driving very close to the off stump. That one just missed the off stump going through to the wicket keeper. Just lifting his head and driving at that one was Joel Andrew. Karima Gore just seeing something, calling him down, just having a look. Joel Andrew has not looked himself since he has come out this morning. He's sort of look a little bit sedate, almost trying to force the issue.
He has a very loose shot there from Andrew. But it was equally a good delivery as well. You know, it was a tempting delivery, and he's lucky to still be batting.
Very much so. That one just shaved the off stump. Here is he getting one that is down the leg side, just flicks it away, gets enough bat onto it, and it comes down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, so Joel Andrew opening his account there with that one on the pads, just working it off nicely, and getting his tally going.
Up and running. Yeah, he would have to just get himself in. He has about 45 minutes or so to bat before the luncheon interval. And I don't want to believe that these two bowlers are going to bowl from 10 a.m. until midday, the first 2 hours. So very soon, here is he getting one that he's driving beautifully through extra cover for 4. That was a glorious shot. It was up to him, gave him the room, and with a really quick bat, he drove that one past that man at short extra cover, and that raced into the extra cover boundary. That's 4.
Yes, a half volley outside the off stump and beautifully executed drive. Nice shot.
And I was saying that very soon you're going to see a bowling change, and maybe an opportunity will come when you will have lesser bowlers with more opportunity to score. So you just have to survive this little period where Shema Holder and Hakeem Jordan, they're not giving you too many loose deliveries. But here is Holder in, and Andrew gets one that he's dropping it on the inside, will get an easy single called through by Karima Gore, as this one fielder on that onside, he was up at the mid-on position, and 1 run brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, the score has moved on to 140 for 4.
Well, Shamar Holder and Jordan, you know, very, very long spell, and you just spoke about it. So the change is happening now with Marcus being introduced. First time for the morning. So they're probably looking to take more wickets to keep the Leeward Islands on the back foot. For the morning session, not for the game, because the Leeward Islands are in charge, you know, fully in charge of the game. But it's from here on what the decision is. It's almost 400 runs. I think they would just bat until lunch and just say, okay, what we get at lunch, we will use that going forward. I think that would be the final plan.
Certainly. We will see what the final plan is. The currently the lead right now is 395 runs. 395. So they're approaching that 400. And you would feel that if with about 35 minutes or so left before lunch, the Leeward Islands could get maybe another 30 runs or so, which would take them up to about 430 in the lead, and that should be enough.
I think so. I think that's enough. 430.
Calvin Marcus's first delivery is pulled away into the mid-wicket region for 4.
Not for 4.
Not for 4. I thought it was 4, but the ball slowed up as it was heading towards the boundary. That man at backward square able to come around, and the batsmen are able to come back. Was it for 3 or was it 2?
2.
Looks as if they got 2 runs. So 142 for 4. It's caused the field change. That man has come over into the onside. Here's Marcus. in to bowl to Joel Andrew. And Andrew is pulling this one in the air over the mid-wicket region. This time it bounces into the fence, and that's 4. Not as convincing as the other shot. Probably top-edged it a little bit. But he got enough bat onto it, and it was away from the fielder. And it just had about 2 or 3 bounces into the boundary for 4.
Yes, not a bad idea there from Marcus. But what I think happened there, then more. Shaman Holder, who is on the boundary, he should have been a bit squarer because Marcus is slow. You understand? So Joel would hit the ball probably square or in front of square.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to be hooking Marcus. More of a pull shot. Marcus is in, and this delivery, he's driving loosely outside the line of the off stump. It goes down to a deep point on the boundary. They come through for a single. Again, just driving away from his body. Not necessarily moving his feet, but the ball peeled off the outer edge, away from any fielder, and went down to deep point on the boundary.
And this is what I was telling you about the field with the point on the boundary. You saw that ball traveling in the air quite a long way. You understand?
So you were talking about bringing him up. Yep.
And remember, Joel is a new batsman.
New batsman, correct. Here is Marcus in,
Gore.
and Gore is gone. Outside the line of the off stump, and again, playing away from his body, the ball took the thick outer edge, carried to that man at that gully position, and Kareem Gore goes, caught off the bowling of Marcus, and the Leeward Islands, they've lost their 5th wicket. It's now 147 for 5.
Not the best of shot there from Kareem Gore. Poor shot there from Kareem Gore, as a set batsman, 22. That's a very bad shot. Wide outside the off stump, and just threw his bat at it. Feet never really, was never really close to the pitch of the delivery. And Marcus, the delivery before the wicket was a good delivery as well, and it went in the air in the same direction.
Same direction. You are correct.
Yes.
So, Go on this occasion, not getting his left leg out to the ball. The left leg pointed, if you look at it, the left leg pointing down the track just a half step and playing away from his body, and the outer edge found, carrying it down to that man at that gully position, and he was out. Caught for 22, 147 for 4. So 402, the lead with 5 wickets remaining. So, Leeward Islands, they've sent in Jamal Hamilton, and overnight somebody was saying to me that Jamal Hamilton picked up a niggle in the last game, hence the reason why Joel Andrew is doing wicket-keeping duties. And I heard the former West Indies youth opening batsman Zoral Bartley this morning on radio, indicating that he's not necessarily a big fan of Joel Andrew as a wicket-keeper batsman. He thinks that he's a genuine batter. Here is Marcus. The first delivery stayed away into the offside field. Hamilton gets off the mark right away. So, one more run.
Well, for me, okay, if Mr. Bartley thinks that, then Joel needs to bat higher than 7 and than 6, if you get what I'm saying. Because if you're a genuine batsman, then I think you should be somewhere between the 4-5-ish. You understand?
But I will continue and tell you some more of his thoughts. But here is Andrew getting a full pitch delivery, and he's driving in that same direction where Iwus has been calling for that point fielder to be brought in. They get an easy single as it goes to the man down on the point boundary. To end the over, at the end of it, the total is 149 for 5. 149 for 5. The lead is now 404.
Yes, I think the CCC captain just missing a little trick there. Just missing a little trick, because both batsmen are relatively new to the crease, even though Joel Andrew has 17. He scored those in very quick time. He took just a few balls to get to 17. So he's still relatively new at the crease. So you could be a little bit tighter on him. You could be a little bit tighter, put some pressure back now on the Leeward Islands because you're taking wickets as well.
But I really think that Jeremiah is thinking about the whole idea of not wanting the runs to run away too quickly. I think he too is thinking time that if we can starve the Leeward Islands of some runs, not letting them get to the target that they want quickly.
Yes, Joe.
Here we have as Joachim has come on. His first delivery is played defensively. There's no run. Just back to Zoel Bartley, he was saying that Joel Andrew should come in at 6 because he's young. Andrew sweeping and not out. He was looking to play the sweep shot there to Joachim. The ball balloons off the pad. Let's see if he had a little bit of bat in it. Or probably just pitching outside leg stump.
Just a touch, but I think it was just a bit too full for that shot.
Here's Joachim in to Andrew, and Andrew just pushes this one out into the offside field, and they'll get 2 as they're going to get an overthrow. As there was a plug at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Joel Andrew was quickly down. The ball didn't hit, and Joachim wasn't backing up, so they're able to come back for a second run. So the 150 has come up for the Leeward Islands. 151 it is for 5. Andrew is driving back past the bowler over the long on region for 4.
That was more like a cuff shot, like a cuff.
Right up to him and played it almost flat batted and straight back over the top of the bowler. One bounce into the fence at that long on region, and he's able to pick up 4 runs. Joachim is in once more. And he's back and cutting this one, but straight to the fielder, who is deep at cover. Or we can even say short, deep in that extra cover position. No run. Here we see this time trying to beat that fielder. Once again, the ball gets a nice bounce for the fielder, just allowing him to knock it down in that cover region, and there is no run. End of the over. 155 for 5, the Leeward Islands.
Yes, with those 2 final deliveries there from that over. Pulled down shot by Joachim and banged away in the offside. I think he was going for too much power. That's why he didn't find the gap. He was trying to hit them really hard, and he found the fielder on both occasions. But he's looking pretty comfortable and pretty attacking, young Joel Andrew. He's looking good.
Started a little sedately, but has found his flow. He's quickly gone on to
23.
Hamilton, who is on strike, he's on 1. And Hamilton is driving, almost walking into the shot. And the ball going out to the extra cover region, no run.
It was there to be driven, but because of no solid base, he could not deal with that delivery the way it should have been dealt with.
Marcus outside the line of the off stump, just again playing away from the body is Jamal Hamilton. A belated appeal from the wicket keeper and co. Marcus had already turned and walked back to his mark, was not necessarily interested.
Wild shot there from Hamilton. I could see the man in that position now for Hamilton, because he's good on the cut. Hamilton is good on the cut shot.
Here is Jamal Hamilton cutting this one down to that man on the point boundary. Gets a single. There is no run. Gets a single, just one more to the total. Correction, 156 for 5. Remember when Hamilton was young and just came into the cricket leagues as a youngster, opening the batting. You set 2 men in that cut point and he still beats them. He was almost, people used to call him Cutty Ranks. Here we watch as Joel Andrew is pulling this one over the mid-wicket region and he's going to get 6. Short delivery from Calvin and Joel Andrew was onto that like a flash and hammered it over the mid-wicket region into the direction of the scoreboard and he picked up 6 runs. Beautiful shot indeed.
Yes, quick on the back foot there is Andrew. You know, and he was expecting it as well because he would have done that in the previous over and he put out the extra man on the onside. So he was expecting it at some point during the over.
He's on to 29, Joel Andrew. 152 for 5. 162 for 5, correction. Here is Marcus driven beautifully, but the man down at that deep backward point position comes around and limits them to just a single. Not very good running that by Jamal Hamilton. He almost just trotted down. Maybe he thought that one was going to the boundary. Didn't see, maybe he misread that man out on the boundary there. And what should have really been a comfortable 2, they got just a single.
He should have been, but Hamilton was in no position at that time. You know, he was lagging behind. No position to run to. Good delivery from Marcus. Just pushing out to the middle fielder by Hamilton. Another over has been completed by Marcus. 5 overs, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Pretty expensive.
Yeah, and that is what we were saying earlier, that Marcus is going to have to come, and that is going to be the opportunity for the Leeward Islands to find an opportunity to score, especially when Hakeem Jordan and Shema Holder were in tandem. You know that they were keeping down the runs, and we were saying here that the Leeward Islands just needed to wait because we didn't think that they were going to bowl for the entire morning, and you're going to get opportunities, especially when Joachim comes on and even when Marcus is bowling. Joel Andrew gets a delivery from Joachim. Again, he was almost giving himself room and then just decided to just play it with the bat out into the offside field, and there's no run. The scoreboard looks a lot better now, Iwoods, that I have my eyes on.
What I've noticed also with the Leeward Islands for the season, just starve them a little bit.
Here's an opportunity for the batters to probably look to get 3 runs. Coming back quickly is Jamal Hamilton, and that maybe had that been a better throw. It could have been a little tighter, but he's able to rush back for the 3rd. Joel Andrew was sweeping, didn't really make good contact. The ball just ballooned away from the bat, but it came down into a backward square position. That man who is out at mid-wicket did a lot of good work because he had to run quite a distance, maybe 60, 70 meters in order to get to that one. The batsmen were able to get back for 3. 166 for 5.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Hamilton gets a good delivery. He's just playing defensively, not really moving his feet. These Leeward Island batsmen just seem not to be very light on their feet. keeps staying stationary. Here we see cutting one again, just on the back foot and cutting it out to the deep cover on the boundary. There is a single, 167 for 5, and the lead is now 422 runs. Andrew hitting this one, but almost as if he's playing hit to me with that fielder there in that extra cover region. The third time he's finding him. Here is he again sweeping. This time he should get a boundary. That man at that mid-wicket region will not be able to get around, only to retrieve, and 4 runs to Joel Andrew. He is quickly on to 37 and the total on to 171 for 5.
It's a badly lined delivery there by Joe Kim. Badly lined and, nicely played by Joel Andrew. And Joel Andrew going, good guns. 37 in quick time.
37 in quick time. And maybe this is an advertisement for the fans who back Joel Andrew. When he's playing, you need to comp, because you get to see exciting batting. Batting that we've probably not seen in a long time. That's probably an incentive to come out. However, these games are now starting midweek on a Wednesday. A lot of folks are going to argue that midweek Wednesday until Saturday they're working. So it might not be as appetizing for fans to come out. But I still maintain that we could have a few more seniors, a few more of those persons who are retired, who are home, who used to watch cricket, who have nothing to do. It could be an outing for them. This is Marcus in, and jumping back and playing this one is Hamilton, and there's no run. 171 for 5, 426. So they have 1 run more than they made in the first innings. Is that enough?
I think that's enough. Well, that's my belief, because I don't see them going back into bat after lunch. I just don't see it.
Here is Calvin Marcus, and this one is cut away by Hamilton, but straight to that man down on the deep point boundary, who has a very strong throw, a young person with a strong arm. The ball came back at the non-striker's end in a flash, and they are able to walk through for a single. So still 2 slips in place for the CCC. This morning, they have been able to get some wickets. Here is Andrew playing a loose shot outside the line of the off stump. They're going to get a single.
Leg bye.
Maybe just a bye, a bye. As the wicket keeper didn't take that one, but just bounced down after going past Joel Andrew. Almost a shot in anger by him. So this morning, Michael Louis, Casey Carty, Kareem Gore and Justin Graves have all perished. Louis perished for 39, Carty 20, Graves 3 and Gore 22. The Leeward Islands losing 4 wickets this morning. Here is Marcus in, and driving back along the pitch is Jamal Hamilton. The bowler knocks it down and there is no run. Still 173 for 5, 428 runs. They lead, 5 wickets in hand. I wonder what our fans online think that a reasonable score would be. Certainly Terry and Iwoods. Here is we just playing one into the offside field. Good cricket, this, by the Leeward Islands, just dropping it and taking off and getting an easy single to end the over. At the end of it, 174 for 5. Hamilton is on 5 and Joel Andrew on 37.
Yes, a good going from Joel Andrew. I think he may want to chalk up a half century before lunch. 37 is what? 13
away, yeah.
So why not probably give it a try? Because as I said before, I don't see them going back out to bat after lunch, So I think you want to try and chalk up that half century to his name.
Here we watch as Joachim's first delivery is hit away by Hamilton, Jamal Hamilton, and he gets a single. Good day to the folks over there in Anguilla. Recently had an election. Andrew again hits this one out into the deep just for another run. So the runs are coming pretty easily off Joachim's bowling. Not necessarily had a good game in Joachim. He's been pretty easy to handle for the batters. Here is Hamilton swinging and missing one. The wicketkeeper belatedly just asking a question, but Hamilton just saw that one. He lifted his head and had an almighty go at it, missed it. Here is Joachim once more. Hamilton is going to pull this one around. It's going to be lots of work for that man from mid-wicket. The ball is slowing up, so he's going to get there. Hamilton is able to come back for a third run. Joel Andrew was up and down very quickly like an athlete. And 3 more runs to the Leeward Islands. 179 it is now for 5. Joel Andrew, who is on 38, comes into strike. I was saying that in Anguilla, they had a recent election. Here is Andrew sweeping for 4. Just coming across and executing the sweep shot very well. That ball went quickly into the square leg region, and that's 4 more runs to him. He's into the 40s. He's on to 42, and the total on to 183 for 5. And Cardigan Connor, you remember him? He was elected to the Angolan House of Assembly. So he's now an MP, as they would say, in Anguilla. And understand that, and I could be corrected, don't quote me on this, he might be the deputy premier. Don't quote me, but they've also elected their first female premier over there in Anguilla. So a lady's running things over there. And Anguilla is a very nice place. I've been there a couple of times and I've enjoyed it both times that I've been there.
Yes, I remember Cardigan Connor from youth cricket,
Yes.
youth days.
Yes, of course. Cardigan Connor. And good morning to him and good morning to the folks over there in Anguilla. Good morning to Bernard. Bernard Watley over there. And Patsy Watley, Kenneth Benjamin's sister, who is the wife of Bernard. She now lives in Anguilla. And I also say good morning to Mrs. Peters, who has taken up a post in education over there in Anguilla as well. The end of the over has come up 184 for 5. Jamal Hamilton, who is from Anguilla, that's why we're talking about it. He's on 9. And Joel Andrew from Antigua, they say via Guyana, is on 43. So Leeward Islands 184 for 5 with a lead of 439 runs.
Yes, Joel Andrew on strike again, and he's 7 runs shy of his half century. Yes, another good look here for him, just following up his 122 runs in the first inning, and to follow it up with a half century, that would be a very good look for the youngster.
Very good look. Here is he facing up to Calvin Marcus, and he gets a heavy ball that he was looking to force away. One hand came off the bat. And of course, Jamal Hamilton, the old veteran who's been around for quite a while. Jamal Hamilton, goes down and speaks to him in his Anguillan accent. And says something to Joel Andrew just to keep him grounded. Saying to him, get to that half century, don't get carried away. Just stay batting, keep going. Here is Marcus. And he's slashing this one away out to backward of point for 4. So just a little bit of width, and he was quickly onto it, and he slapped that one away. And even though that man was on the boundary at point, the ball went 10 meters away from him, and it went so quickly he just went to retrieve. And 4 more runs to Joel Andrew. He's on to 47, and the total on to 188 for 5. 188 for 5, and a few spectators who have gathered here. In the usual section today, they might have been hearing us yesterday, because yesterday they left Hugh C and 3 others stranded. Now they're all there today, all 8 of them. And it looked as if they had a friend, because I'm counting 9. Here is Calvin Marcus as Joel Andrew just draws away at that last moment. Something just bothering him. He's just not quite ready. And so they are over there, and we say good morning to them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, yes. Right there. And then they have 2 other visitors down at the bottom, and then a few more spectators scattered about. I'm just trying to look to see if Joel's mom is in attendance today. She normally does not miss his innings. One of his biggest supporters. Here we watch as Calvin Marcus with other ideas. He's in. And this one is punched back down the track. Marcus knocks it down with his right hand and no run. So, with a few minutes left before the luncheon interval, maybe 15 minutes or so to go, 16 minutes by my watch. Leeward Islands would want Joel Andrew to get to that half century and probably get to that 450 psychological mark in terms of the lead. Here is a delivery that is driven up on the onside. They come through for a single, as the ball was just going to the left of the tumbling fielder at that mid-on position, and Joel Andrew gets a run.
The single looked a bit tight to me just a while ago, but they eventually got it safely because the fielder went tumbling down.
Yeah, the fielder seems to be Jeremiah, who is there, the captain. Here is this one, edging down, and good stop by the wicket keeper. He's done some good work at times, the little diminutive wicket keeper behind the stumps for the CCC.
Yes, he would have done well so far.
Daniel Williams.
For the game. Yes, he would have done well.
188. As it flashes over, it says 189 for 5. 444 lead. Here we watch, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump, is Jamal Hamilton. Was just hanging the bat at that one, maybe just pulling it out of the way at last minute, the ball going into the gloves of Daniel, of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. End of the over, 189 it is for 5.
Yes, a good final delivery there from Marcus, and in order to create pressure, you understand, you need a lot of deliveries like that. You need them to be consistently in those sort of areas, for a very long time. That's where you would create pressure. And, pressure brings wickets as well.
It does. And this morning, some of the pressure was applied, meaning that they had starved the Leeward Islands of scoring freely. Here is Paris, who is coming to the attack, and he's bowling to Joel Andrew. Andrew is on 48. So Joel Andrew on 48 of 33 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. Here is he getting his 49th run as he just on the back foot and just tugs this one up to long on. Shakir Paris bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Joel Andrew. So maybe just looking to tuck the batsmen up, not giving them any room. That's probably just the idea of Shakir Paris, just to bowl in a containing manner. Here is he in to Hamilton, and Hamilton drops one on the onside, gets an easy single. Good cricket this by Hamilton and by the Leeward Islands, just picking up the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 191 for 5, 446. As Andrew gets a half century with that drive, he just drives it up on the onside and picks up his 50th run. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, 50 for
Half
Joel
century.
Andrew. So another half century for Joel Andrew. The young man is gotten to 50 runs of 36 deliveries. He's had 7 fours and 1 6. Well played.
Yes, a well played day by young Andrew, and to back up his century, is another half century. Well played, youngster.
Here is he just turning one on the onside. He's going to get one. He wants 2. Rushes back, and it's a tight one for Hamilton. Hamilton gets back there in the end. Had to put on his afterburners, and he got there in the end. So Hamilton rushing back for the 2 runs. So 2 more to the Leeward Islands total, 194 for 5. So they really and truly totally in command right now. So with the
And that was
lead,
some good feeling there, Denmore, from the fielder, backward of square there. I think it's Evelyn.
Yeah, he had to
I
do a
think so.
lot of
Good-
work
good
coming
feeling.
into that final leg
Beautiful.
region, and he picked up cleanly.
And very good throw as well.
Fired right alongside the stumps. So
Nice.
really good cricket all around. Jama Hamilton again, just looking to turn this one down the onside. Didn't make contact. The ball is on the ground, but ends the over. At the end of it, Leeward Islands, they're 194 for 5. Joel Andrew is on 50, and Jama Hamilton is on 12. Another half century for the youngster Joel Andrew to follow up the 122 he made in the Leeward Islands first innings.
Well, I think this score now really getting where the Leeward Islands would have really wanted it at lunchtime. About 200, about 220 would have been their aim, and to be 194, even though they would have lost, a few more wickets than they would have liked. I think they're still on target where the runs are concerned, because Joel Andrew upped the run rate a little bit.
Here we watch as Marcus is in and Andrew is hitting this one hard out into the deep cover region, and they come through for a single. That man who is out there on that deep cover position having a lot of work to do.
Evelyn, I think.
Recently, he's wearing the number 38
Is
on
Evelyn?
his back. Looks as if it's Jama Levelin, yes. And continues to do the job out there. So 1 more to the total, 195 for 5. Joel Andrew is on 51. Hamilton, who is on 12, faces up. Outside the line of the off stump again, hits it down to Evelyn, who comes in off the boundary. And the batsman comes through for another single.
Evelyn has a lot of work to do. Of late in the game, lots and lots of running.
That's probably good for the Leeward Islands. Tire him out a little bit.
Because
So when he
he's an
comes in
opening
as an
bat,
opening
right?
bat, his legs don't move as well. He's a little bit sore, easier to dislodge. So I don't think that they're thinking about that. That is probably just us up here. And here is Joel Andrew swinging at one, taking the under side of the bat. The ball going down to the wicket keeper, who tumbles away to his left. Stops it effectively, and there is no run.
Well, and he continues to look the part, the wicket keeper. Not many buys, he's looking okay.
Yeah, anything within his range, he's been able to handle, but he's had some struggle because there have been some deliveries that have been really wide down the leg side. That even if he's having a good game, not even him could get close to. So that has been part of the struggle. We just say good morning to all those who have joined us. And of course, please let us know what your thoughts are on the match situation so far. And maybe you can let us know, is the Leeward Islands lead enough? Should they look to put the CCC back in right after lunch and see what happens? Here is Marcus, and Joel Andrew is driving out into the offside field. He wants a second run, and again, good throw from Evelyn. He picks it up and fires it in like a baseball pitcher. And the ball comes quickly to Marcus, who's behind the stumps, but the batsmen were able to rush back for 2 runs. So Andrew's on to 53, 198 for 5. So just 2 runs short of the 200 mark. And the Leeward Islands would have been already gone past the 450 run lead. So
that's good enough. As we see Jordan coming over to have a little talk with Marcus.
So 453 the lead, and no doubt the Leeward Islands would think that 450 should be enough. But we will see. You never know what the thinking is. And those are decisions made by management. Here is Marcus just losing his rhythm as he was coming in to bowl the final delivery of his 8th over. So far, he's had 7.5 overs, no maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket. This is a fairly quick delivery, wide outside the line of the off stump as well. Joel Andrew had a swing at it, didn't make any contact, through to the wicket keeper to end the over. 198, it is for 5. Joel Andrew on 53, and Jamal Hamilton is on 13.
Yes, and good going here by the Leeward Islands. Even though, they would have lost a few quick wickets, they're still very much in control and still very much down the road that they, would have wanted to be down. About 200, as I mentioned before, about 200 would be their target, or would have been their target overnight. 200, 220, on the board. So they're well in that zone. So
somebody is saying bat an hour or so after lunch. Declare at 2:10. Give them 4 sessions to bat. That person disagrees with you about the lunchtime declaration. Shakir Paris is continuing to.
So they're saying
Leeward's. They're saying the Leeward should
550.
Well, I don't know that, but they're saying bat an hour or so after lunch. We can declare at 2:10 or tea, and give them 4 sessions to bat.
Okay. Well,
I don't agree at all with that person, but that's an opinion. Here is Hamilton getting this one past that field at point. He's going to come back for 2. He rushes back, gets the second one easily in the end. It's a little bit slow in turning.
What someone else is saying now, give Joel an opportunity to try and hit 100. Just give him that, that opportunity and tell him, okay, do your thing.
We had this discussion this morning, myself and Terry. We were asking the question if personal milestones should come in the way of team and time. So should we be thinking, give Joel an opportunity to get another 100? If he gets out, we declare. Or should we say to Joel, you got 100, you got a half century, get a half century not out, we're going to have a declaration. So it's all conjecture. And again, it has a lot to do with the objectives of the team. What are the objectives?
Well, if then more the team, the skipper and the management team thinks that...
if they think 4 sessions is enough to bowl
4
them out?
sessions, right. I was just trying to remember what the previous person said. If they think that 4 sessions good enough, then okay.
Here's a nice little delicate stroke by Joel Andrew, just coming inside and getting it down to the final leg, region 3. Fielders converge. Evelyn again comes around and does the fielding, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 runs to Joel Andrew, 2 runs to the Leeward Islands team. The total has gone on to 203 for 5. So the 200 has come up for the Leeward Islands, 203 for 5. Joel Andrew is not out on 55, and the lead is now 457. 457, the lead for the 458, correction, the lead for the Leeward Islands. Probably the last over before lunch is going to be bowled, and it looks as if it's Akeem Jordan who has come back.
No, it's still Marcus.
Still Marcus?
Still Marcus.
Oh, yeah, still Marcus. He was standing there, looks a lot like Akeem Jordan there. Here is Marcus in. Outside the line of the off stump. Wide and reaching for it was Jamal Hamilton, not making contact.
Really lovely sunshine here, Denmore.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Beautiful sunshine. If you're one of those persons that love sunshine, Wilden Cornwall will not enjoy this type of sunshine. Does nothing for his color. As we watch, this is Marcus, who comes in to Hamilton, and Hamilton is cutting, getting on top of that one, gets a single out to deep point on the boundary, and then a little bit of an overthrow, the ball covering the wicket keeper and going into the onside, and good awareness by Joel Andrew and Jamal Hamilton, unable to rush back for the second run.
There was an exchange in fielder out there. Is Joakim,
yes,
who replaced
Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Yes.
We would have not gotten such from Evelyn. He has been good so far.
Yeah, Evelyn actually was brought in a little shorter. Maybe they were mic'd up and listening to us when we spoke about Evelyn doing a lot of work out there. Here is this delivery again, just playing it off the inner portion of the bat. Good take again by the wicket keeper, because those are always difficult. The ones that chop from the offside going towards leg, and the wicket keeper having to go where he was naturally leaning, going the other way, but he got both gloves to it, was able to smother it, and no run.
Yes, another good, keeping effort there again from Williams, who has been good so far throughout the game.
205 for 5. Here is Marcus. And a defensive shot played by Jamal Hamilton, and the ball goes into the offside field, and is no run. 460 correction. 460 is the lead by the Leeward Islands. And Joel Andrew, he's not out on 55. Jamal Hamilton not out on 18. And the discussion is about whether or not the Leeward Islands should declare at lunchtime and put the CCC back in, or should they give Joel Andrew a fair opportunity to get another 100. Here we watch as Marcus is up and driven out on the offside field. They're going to get a single as the ball is stopped at that mid-off position, but just a little bit away from the fielder there, and they're able to come through for a run. So Andrew on strike, he's on 55. And this one is pulled away into the mid-wicket region. It's gone for 4. So again, Marcus just pulling it down, and Joel Andrew quickly onto it and hitting it really out into the wide long on region, and picked up another boundary. So 4 runs to end the morning session. Joel Andrew goes in on 59. The Leeward Island goes in on 210 for 5. And all the calculators and the conjectures and the discussions have come out. Should Joel Andrew be allowed to get the additional 41 runs after lunch, or should the Leeward Islands close their innings at this time? 461 is correction. I'll get the lead now. 465 is the lead for the Leeward Islands team. Hamilton on 19, Joel Andrew on 59. A good session in the end for the Leeward Islands before lunch. They lost 4 wickets, but a counter-attacking innings from Joel Andrew has put them in a commanding position. Michael Louis made 39. Kadeem Henry yesterday was out for 41. Casey Carsey this morning 20. Kareem Gore got 22 and Justin Graves 3. Joel Andrew is not out on 55 and Jamal Hamilton on 19. Shamar Holder, he's had 1 wicket for 45 runs. Akeem Jordan, 3 wickets for 50 runs. Calvin Marcus, a wicket for 58 runs. And Damian Joachim has gone for 39 runs off of his 6 overs. And Shakir Paris bowled 2 overs for 10 runs. So the Leeward Islands go into the luncheon interval in a commanding position. They are currently 210 for 5 with a lead of 465 with 5 wickets remaining. You'll rejoin us after lunch for more coverage of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the combined campuses and colleges. Until then, it's goodbye.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating.
He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk going around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I had was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time, when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well, I wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Jewel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Jewel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die, sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run. and it did.
I really, see him as a little brother, and I really trying to encourage him in, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, I really, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jadon. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner.
Who is most likely to be late?
No, really.
Important
things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure. For
She
sure.
cuts it
Yeah,
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
Yes,
but
my legs. Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
Depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
What do you mean?
What do you mean on a game?
No, but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jadon.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Gore.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Gore do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Gore. Gore.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's make you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done.
Yeah,
Kevin Hodge for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so I can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis play down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best one.
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need that.
Sinky.
That's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
Yeah. So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia It's probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be Test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first Test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, he can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first Test wicket, I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far, more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing he said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it on AIM Bar based on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked, that sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know, that having that straight partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that pushes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this continuation of the third day's plays. We start the second session, and it's Shakir Paris who's taken up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's clipped into the mid-wicket area by Jamal Hamilton for a single. Hamilton moves on to 20. Jewel Andrews on 59. The declaration did not come during the luncheon break, so Leeward Islands continue on. They're 211 for 5. A very healthy lead of 466 as Paris round the wicket to Andrew, who knocks that one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. I say a very good afternoon to Anthony Iles Martin.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Terry, and good afternoon to our listeners, wherever you may be.
Attempted sweep shot there by Andrew, doesn't make contact, taken by the keeper. So 466 is the overall lead for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Paris round the wicket, just loses his run up. He's in now to Jewel Andrew. Andrew is clipping this into the square leg region for another single. Takes him up to 60, 212 for 5. Might be personal milestones, as you and Denmore were talking, Anthony, prior to lunch, that Leeward's kept batting. I can't see any other reason, really. They've got more than enough runs on the board, as we see misfield down there at fine leg. Goes through the legs, a sweep shot by Hamilton into the boundary for 4.
Well, it's the first time we've seen some poor fielding from Evelyn. Yes, he was usually, good and nice and clean and good return. Maybe he had too much for lunch, Terry.
Maybe, yes.
A little bit heavy.
Or he thought he was going to be batting first up after lunch.
Even that, maybe. That could have played a part as well. Like, oh my goodness, I'm back here again in the sun. Come on,
blazing sun.
I will be batting now, man.
How much more do you want, guys? So Shakir Paris completes his over, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 216 for 5. Jewel Andrew is on 60, Jamal Hamilton is on 24, and the lead is 471.
Yes, so the Leeward Island, piling on the runs, pushing on, going for the 500 mark. And Joel Andrew, well, it seems as if they're allowing Joel Andrew now to try and get that double, 100 in both innings.
Yes, definitely. He picked up his first class century, 122 in the first innings. I don't know how you feel, Anthony, but I'm not sure that personal milestones should come in front of the overall team effort.
I don't have a real issue with it, What I'm saying is, if you think you have enough time,
exactly, as long as you don't run out of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If at the end of the day you lose or you don't win,
right,
because of time that was taken away.
Holder starts a new over, and that's carved down to a deep backward point by Andrew for a single. He moves on to 61. 217 for 5. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
if they run out of time
they
tomorrow,
surely cannot lose from this position. You understand? But if they don't win because of taking too much time out of the game, well, that's their fault.
Yeah.
You understand? But if they think they have enough time and they can bowl out CCC in 4 sessions, hey, so be it. Go right ahead.
Holder hones in on the stumps of Hamilton, squeezes it out through mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 25, 218 for 5. But as you say also, it might be just the fact that psychologically 500 looks good. Well, so that might be when it comes, or whichever one gets there first. We shall see. Keeps us intrigued anyway, Anthony. As Holder runs away from us now into Andrew, and Andrew's playing that nicely to a deep backward point for another single. He certainly came out and did his job there after the fall of early wickets this morning and Leeward Islands not really going anywhere. He put the impetus into the innings that Leewards were looking for, young Jewel Andrew.
And with the CCC also, you know, knowing the intention of the Leewards, they would have brought back their two premier bowlers in Holder and what's his name?
Jordan. Yeah.
So scoring wouldn't be that easy as,
Right.
you know, the first part of his inning, Joel Andrew.
Yeah, because they played well this morning, I believe, combined campuses and colleges, even though Leeward's got away. I think they ended up scoring 120-odd runs, 121 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in that morning session, but they're trying to take time out of the game by giving Holder and Jordan longer spells. He's in again to Andrew, who lets that go through to the keeper. Just trying to take time out of the game, bowling like that, bowling to the keeper, keeping it wide enough outside off stump so that they can delay the declaration.
Strategy,
also.
you know,
Yeah,
strategy as well. You know, you come out with your strategy as a batting team. Well, we come out with our strategy to combat your strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Holder in again to Andrew. And again, wide of off stump to completely over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 220 for 5. Andrew is on 62, Hamilton is on 26, and the lead is 475.
Yes, making it a little bit more difficult here for Andrew, because when Andrew came to the wicket, you know, he had the second string bowlers to deal with, you know, which made scoring very easy for Andrew. Now, he has the better bowlers now to deal with, or one of the better bowler in Jamal Holder. You know, there's a spinner still continuing at the end in Paris. You know, so maybe he would look to take him on.
Definitely. He's 62 so far, has come off 49 deliveries as Paris around the wicket to the right-handed Hamilton, who disappointed with himself wide down the leg side, couldn't make contact though. Paris has bowled 3 overs previous to this. No maidens, no wicket for 16. As he's in again to Hamilton. And that time Hamilton gets bat on ball, nudges it round the corner for a single down to fine leg.
It would be real interesting to see exactly how Joel Andrew play against Paris, you know.
Paris into Andrew now. It's tossed up, top edged, falls well short of the fine leg fielder who's on the boundary. So Andrew picks up another one. He moves on to 63. The score 2-2-2 for 5. Paris continuing round the wicket to Hamilton, who nudges that into the mid-wicket area. No run. Paris again. Trying to lap round the corner. Half a shot by Paris, but I think Hamilton was outside the line, and he might have got a bit of bat onto it as well. He remains on 27 as he faces Paris again. Tossed up and driven firmly to long off for a comfortable single. Fires the return in and hits the stumps. Does Shamar Holder. And that completes Paris's 4th over. So he's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 223 for 5. Andrew is on 63. Hamilton is on 26. And the lead is 478.
Yes, another quiet over there from the CCC bowlers. And they would have to just think about it, think about the game, and defend. You know, just put the defensive, just go into defensive mode, you know, so that the scoring is being slowed down drastically.
Definitely. Eat as much time out of the game as possible as Holder into Hamilton. And that one is left alone by Hamilton wide of the off stump. He's on at 28, correction. Andrew 63.
And Hamilton can also get his half century as well. You know, he's what, 28. You know, he's not too far away. You know, he can get some runs to his name as well.
So Holder operating with 2 slips and a gully as he runs away from us now into Jamar Hamilton. Full pitch delivery, stroke beautifully straight down the ground into the long on boundary for 4. So Hamilton moves to 32, Leeward Islands 227 for 5, and the lead 482.
Yes, just over pitching there, Shamar Holder, and back down the ground there from Jamar Hamilton. A good shot. You know, he posed a bit for the camera as well.
Why not? We've got a cameraman, well, we've got a photographer, I believe.
We have everything.
We have everything, we do. Just not much of a crowd. Holder into Hamilton. And that one is a good delivery that he leaves alone. If you're in the North Sound area or anywhere in Antigua, I should have come down and watch some good first-class cricket. It should be exciting times once the declaration does come. See West Indies premier fast bowler Azari Joseph in action, and again driven back down the onside by Hamilton. 4 more. So he moves on to 36. And Leeward's 231 for 5.
Yes, another good shot there from Jamar Hamilton. And Jamar Hamilton is now expecting those pitch-up deliveries, you understand? Because now the bowlers are not so fresh, you know, a bit tired, you know. So the CCC, I think, should, you know, change the feel a little bit, you know, put the mid-wicket, not the mid-wicket, the mid-on a little bit straighter, you know, in the direction where those balls went just a while ago, you know. So just in case of that over pitching, you know, you have someone right there to feel it.
Holder in again to Hamilton. Hamilton is defending this out onto the offside, no run.
And just as I mentioned it,
he's made the adjustment.
Placement was, you know, was made, you know, just a little bit straighter. He was short and wider, so now in a much better position to the deliveries that Holder bowling.
Holder runs away from us now into Hamilton, and Hamilton is dropping that on the offside. They go through for a quick single. Well run to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes at 232 for 5. Hamilton's moved on to 37. Jewel Andrew is on 63. And the lead is 487.
And the partnership is good as well. The partnership is 85. Simple, you know. They're pushing along nicely. Both, you know, the running between the wicket as well. The running between Hamilton and Andrew has been very good as well.
So Pierre will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end round the wicket to Hamilton. Hamilton laps that round the corner down to the fine leg region, who comes around now. And the batsman will pick up 2. So Hamilton moves on to 39, 234 for 5.
Yes, Hamilton upping the pace a bit as well. You know, Hamilton, you know, scoring quickly since lunch. Yeah, scoring very fast. He's the one away from 40. He's 39.
Yeah, and he's been in pretty good nick this season again, Jamal Hamilton. Round the wicket comes Pierre. Tosses that one up and driven firmly up to long on for easy single. Moves him on to 40, 235 for 5.
Yes, Hamilton would have had, what, a few half centuries for the season thus far. Yeah, I think he had a few half centuries to his name.
That one is stroked up to long off. A holder there comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to one more for Andrew. He moves on to 64, 236 for 5. Yeah, prior to this match, Hamilton had scores of 81 and 46, 93 and 3, 38, 40 and 16. He just nudges that into the offside and steals another single. So good batting between these two without much fuss. The partnership reaches 90, 237 for 5, 492 now is the Hurricanes' lead. As Jewel Andrew faces up to Shakir Paris round the wicket. Back foot punching that to short extra cover.
Let's move, boys.
Ricochets off the fielder there, but the bowler tidies up.
1-1 shot.
Still brilliant sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Paris again into Andrew, and Andrew is just knocking that up to long on for an easy single that both Hamilton and Andrew walk through to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes at 238 for 5. Andrew is on 65, Hamilton is on 41, and the lead 493.
Well, you can see the CCC fielders are really drained, you know, just taking their time and just moving around in the field, slow and, you know, just like they're out of it, you know.
You barely got a break in this match, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah.
And a long first innings, and then short time batting, back out in the field again.
So for the 3 days, they would have been in the field all 3 days.
Exactly.
Yes.
Jamal Holder has certainly had a heavy workload as he starts his 16th over into Andrew, and Andrew is dropped at short extra cover. Short ball outside off stump, and he threw everything at it straight to the short extra cover fielder there. Put him down.
Looks like Joachim is joking.
He's joking. Should have swallowed that one.
Exactly. This is not the time for Joachim.
No.
It's a serious times, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's the reason why you're back in the field.
Exactly.
Give Joel Andrew some runs.
You could have been off just
exactly.
now.
Seems as if he's supporting the decision.
You never know, he might be an Andrew fan.
This is not the time for that.
No, not at all.
I'm sure his captain is not pleased, and Jamal Holder for sure
wouldn't be pleased.
He's not pleased.
Yeah.
I know he's not pleased. You know, he's not amongst the wickets this second inning as he was in the first inning. You know.
Holder in and to Andrew, and Andrew shoulders, arms, lets that go through the keeper Williams. Yes, after his 5 for in the first innings, Holder into his 16th over, 2 maidens, 1 for 58. His figures thus far in the second innings.
Yeah, it was struck firmly though by Joel Andrew. It was struck firmly, but getting both hands to it, I think that, you know, it should have really been swallowed.
Holder into Andrew, and he's hooked that high.
He's out caught.
Yeah, and
caught.
Caught at fine leg. Good catch this time. Taken on the boundary. Andrew.
Hakeem Jordan, good catch.
Excellent catch. Andrew has gone. Holder picks up his second. Andrew's gone for 65. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their 6th wicket at 238 for 6. Lead 493. And we see a declaration, or they're going to continue by the look of it?
No, the 12th man coming out.
Yes.
With something for Hamilton, so it's not no declaration.
Carol for Hamilton and maybe a message, so they might well be looking for that 500 mark. Anyway, another excellent knock there by Jewel Andrew. He falls for 65 on the hook shot. Well caught down there by Akim Jordan.
And you see, CCC was working on that particular delivery to Joel Andrew early on in his inning, but Marcus didn't have the pace in order to really, disturb Andrew. So Holder now with a much quicker delivery, backward, caught.
Yes.
That was well executed.
Definitely. And no one feels more relieved than Joakim.
Ah, yes. Immediate next ball. Next ball, he was gone. So Joakim would be saying, look, man, I knew he would come. I knew he would come again.
Alzari Joseph is in the middle and he faces Holder.
Oh,
and
he's struck.
Holder. He bounces him, strikes him.
Hit the bat. Maybe he left the bat up.
Yeah, he left the bat as a periscope.
Yeah.
As he tried to duck under that bouncer. Of course, Alzari peppered.
Oh, the back of the bat.
Well,
hit the back of the bat. So he left the bat hanging.
Yep. And luckily for
him.
Alzari, it fell safely. Brings Hamilton back on strike. Another bouncer. No ball this time by Shamar Holder.
Yes, you see, with wickets, bowlers get energy.
Definitely. All of a sudden, he's flying in again.
That's the boost. That's the boost for bowlers. Wickets.
And he'd be looking forward to give Alzari a bit of his own treatment back as he's into Holder, into Hamilton. Hamilton looks to work this on the onside, doesn't make contact, and the over comes to an end. So successful over there for Shamar Holder and the CCC with the dismissal of Jewel Andrew for 65. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 240 for 6. Hamilton is on 41. Alzari Joseph is on 1, and the lead 495.
Yes, a good bowling display by the CCC, even though in some areas, there was some loose bowling. It's generally, good bowling by the CCC in this second inning. To have the Leeward Islands 240 for 6 in the second inning, and I think a much better batting pitch. I think that is good going for CCC. That's something you can work with.
Very true, Anthony, especially with a limited attack that they've got. Paris into Joseph, and Joseph turns this very fine past the keeper. It's rolling out towards the fine leg boundary, and Hamilton wanted 3. Joseph wasn't interested. Williams, the keeper, misses. So the ball shoots all the way to long off, and they get the 3.
A bit of sloppy cricket there from the wicket keeper in Williams. Not collecting cleanly. Allowing it to pass and pass into the gap. More runs.
Joseph moves on to 4, 243 for 6. Pierre. Paris around the wicket to Hamilton. Hamilton is on 41 as he faces Paris, and attempted sweep, doesn't make contact.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hamilton just got the 15 in the Leeward Islands first innings. That is only 9 away from what would be his 33rd first-class half-century. Pirates round the wicket to Hamilton. Hamilton turns this down to fine leg for an easy single. Moves on to 42. And the score 244 for 6. The lead 499. Brings Alzari Joseph back into strike. And he drives that firmly to long off. So the lead has reached 500. Leeward Islands 245 for 6. Hamilton is on 42. Joseph is on 5 at the completion of that Paris over. He folds 6 overs now, no maidens, no wicket for 29. And as I say, Leeward Islands Hurricanes lead is an even 500.
Yes, that's a big, big target. You know, you wouldn't want to. Well, I don't think they would get to that. They would either bat the time out to get 500 runs,
or get bowled out.
It's a big, big target.
Yeah. Too steep of a mountain to climb, I'd say, as Holder starts a new over into Joseph, and Joseph is firmly behind that, defending it into the offside. No run.
Joseph may want to have a piece of the pie, you know, maybe to get a little bit attacking sometime soon, maybe seeing himself in and then try to go a bit.
Holder into Joseph, full pitch delivery, strike over. Mid-off, couple of bounces and rolls into the rope. Valiant effort there by the fielder, just couldn't drag it back. So Alzari gets his first boundary, moves on to 9, 249 for 6.
I was just saying that.
Not much of a look though, Anthony. As soon as he pitched out.
Yeah, over the top. A few bounces down into the boundary. You know, so he's getting his thing rolling and getting the Leeward Islands closer to that 250 mark as well.
So Captain Jeremiah just taking the gully out and putting him.
Holder asks him for that that fielder at mid-on.
Put him in the mid-on position. So just a slip and a gully as Holder into Joseph. Joseph is looking for that short ball, tried to club that through the mid-wicket area, didn't make contact. Score remains 249 for 6.
Well, the field is set for that. The field is set for that short ball, Alzari Joseph. And one thing Holder make sure he does was to get it above his shoulder. So it's not easy for him to control that. And the two-man is back for that top edge.
Holder in again to Joseph, and that's wide down the leg side. Taken cleanly by Williams. Yes, he's got the fine leg on the boundary and a deep backward square leg. And the mid-on is about 3/4 of the way to the fence.
So you can see the intention.
Holder turns, runs away from us now into Joseph, and another bouncer. Alzari just ducks under that one.
It was a very straight to Alzari. To get Alzari playing, what I think he could do is to just bowl it a little bit outside the off stump. Short, but not wide, so he could cut just like maybe the fourth stump length, fourth stump, and short. Alzari, I think, would try to pull it.
Holder once again into Joseph. And that is full pitch. Mid-on runs around and
catch.
takes a very good catch just inside the rope.
Beautiful.
Holder gets his man. He celebrates in style. Alzari Joseph is gone for 9. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their 7th wicket, and it looks like the declaration has come as Jamal Hamilton puts his bat under his wing and starts marching off. So the declaration has come from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes with the score on 249 for 7. Jamal Hamilton will remain not out on 42. The lead is 504. Shamar Holder picked up his 3rd wicket. He bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 64. And that means that combined campuses and colleges will be chasing 505 for victory. And we'll be back on Cricket 360 in around 10 minutes for the resumption of play. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the commencement of the combined campuses and colleges second innings in this fifth round West Indies 4-day first-class championship match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges. Leeward Islands Hurricanes just declared their innings closed some 10 minutes ago on 2:49 for 7. It was their second innings with a mammoth lead of 505, setting CCC 506 runs to win. I'll just run through the Leeward Islands second innings batting card for you. Mikhail Louis was caught Powell, bowled Jordan for 39. Kadeem Henry, who fell yesterday, was caught Williams, bowled Jordan for 41. Casey Carty caught Jordan, bowled Holder for 20. Karima Gore caught Paris, bowled Marcus for 22. Justin Graves caught Corbin, bowled Jordan for 3. Jewel Andrew, another splendid innings on the back of his first-class century. Caught Jordan, bowled Holder for 65. Azari Joseph caught Paris, bowled Holder for 9. Jabbar Hamilton was left on 42, not out. And the bowling figures for the CCC: Shamar Holder, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 64. Akeem Jordan, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 50. Calvin Marcus, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 62. Damian Joachim, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. And Shakir Paris, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 30. So 249 for 7 declared in their second innings to go along with their 255 run lead from the first innings. Gave Leeward Islands Hurricanes an overall lead of 505, setting the CCC 506 runs to win, which of course is purely academic. Their main aim in this game, to avoid an outright defeat, is a bat a little over 4.5 sessions left in this match as Alzari Joseph comes in to Jeremiah. Wide up off stump, and the left-handed Jeremiah, captain of the CC. Let's that go through to keeper Andrew as I welcome Denmore Roberts.
Hey, good afternoon again. And Jeremiah has come out instead of Kieran Powell in this second innings to open the batting with Damel Evelyn. And there were some suggestions that the Leeward Islands would have got to that 500 mark for an extra point. Maybe that is the reason why the declaration didn't come when Joel Andrew was out.
Joseph into Jeremiah, again wide off stump. Taken low down by Andrew, and there's no run.
Don't have the playing conditions in front of me, but if there's anyone that knows how it operates, they could always update us and let us know.
Yes, a good point. But finally, the declaration did come, and still got ample time to bowl CC out for a second time. But of course, CCC will have other ideas, saving this match as Alzari in again, and again it's wide outside of off stump. So he's bowling to 2 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, short mid wicket. Sorry, I should say short mid on, mid wicket, and long leg or fine leg.
I'm just I'm just here wondering why Rakeem Cornwall has chosen just to have 2 slips.
Yes, I was
with
about to say.
500 in the lead, you can afford to have 3-4 slips. Give Alzari Joseph the encouragement.
Joseph coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Jeremiah. This delivery is bang on target. Drops in front of Jeremiah, no run. Yes, I agree.
Give him that extra slip, encourage him to stay over the wicket.
Yep, at least one more slip.
Yeah, give him a third slip and say to him, Alzari, stay over the wicket. Try to, encourage Jeremiah to drive. You might hit a 4 or 2, but you have 505 runs to play with. So you can't take risks.
Joseph again around the wicket to Jeremiah. This one is left alone. 26-year-old Johan Jeremiah, captain of the combined campuses and colleges. 12 matches prior to this one, 556 runs at an average of 26.47. Highest score of 84. He's got 4 first-class centuries. He scores so far in the competition 60 and 29, 84 and 4, 40, 19 and 0. And in the first innings here, he scored 31 as he waits for Joseph. Again, wide outside the off stump, not troubling the batsman. So Joseph starts off with a maiden. Score, combined campuses and colleges, 0 for 0.
I think Raheem Cornwall can be a little bit riskier. He has 500 runs to work with. He can offer a little bit more encouragement to the bowlers rather than probably looking to plug that extra cover region. Encourage, take that extra cover out and encourage Alzari Joseph to pitch the ball up a little more. Encourage the batsman to drive. He might hit a 4 or 2, but then the possibility exists that you could nick him off into the slips.
So it's going to be O'Shane Thomas to open the bowling with Alzari Joseph. He'll be coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, bowling to the 23-year-old Damal Evelyn. Thomas runs away from us now into Evelyn, and that one on a full pitch delivery. Just tap back to the ball. I think that surprised Evelyn there. Thomas is starting with 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a wide fine leg. Evelyn prior to this match, 9 matches, 618 runs at 36.35. Highest score of 110. He's made 100 and 450s at the first class level. Scores of 21 and 57, 5 and 48, 53 and 37 not out, 110 and 18. Thomas into him now. And that's a better looking delivery, but one left by Evelyn.
Isn't that statistic? Evelyn tends to bat better in the second innings. So I don't expect to see him blasted out in the second inning. So should be hard work for the Leeward Islands, but they should have the firepower to be able to do that. But they're going to have to take some risk, maybe have a little bit of unconventional feeling, a little bit of inspiration sometimes from the captain and the bowlers to make things happen.
Thomas in again to Evelyn. This one is driven up to mid-on. Louis does the fielding and there's no run.
Cornwall tends to seemingly be the captain that tends to maybe just sit back and allow things to happen rather than force the issue, rather than put fielders in unconventional positions and so on. So let's see how he approaches this innings.
Thomas again into Evelyn. Full pitch delivery, stroked into the cover region. Can't beat the field. Evelyn just made the 1 in the first innings. He fell LBW to Alzari Joseph. Yes, you wouldn't say, Denmore, that Raheem Cornwall is proactive as a captain by any stretch of the imagination. Thomas into Evelyn. That one wraps him more or less on the thigh pad. I think it was a bit high, half a shout there by Thomas.
when you look at some of his field placements, he tends to go with very conventional and sometimes what people would think would be a defensive field. Like on this occasion, he has 3 slips and a gully there, but he still has that man in that extra cover position. Maybe he could have even started that man under the helmet at short leg to see if there is anything in the pitch.
Thomas into Evelyn, sharp rising delivery. Pulls inside the line to complete the over. So Thomas also starts with a maiden. The score remains on 0-0.
Happy to see Thomas not bowling in no balls early up. And looking as if he has gotten his rhythm pretty okay. That last delivery was pretty sharp outside the line of the off stump to Evelyn. So the Leeward Islands are going to require a big effort from Thomas in the second innings. Didn't bowl very well in the first innings, and they're hoping that he would have a different kind of effect in the second innings.
Yes, most certainly wasn't on his usual self as Joseph starts a new over to Jeremiah, who plays it down into the gully region. No run. He was wayward and expensive. O'Shane Thomas in the first innings, 11 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 73. And amongst that was 7 no balls and 1 wide. So both himself and the Hurricanes will be looking for a much better effort from the big fast bowler as they push for victory here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Alzari around the wicket to Jeremiah, who leaves it alone through to Andrew, and there's no run. This is what we're going to see, though, from the combined campuses, colleges, batsmen. A lot of leave-alones, just trying to defend their wicket. Let's see if they can come out of this match with a draw. But a long way to go as Alzari round the wicket into Captain Jeremiah. And again, wide of off stump. No need to play through to the keeper. Sunshine just leaving us momentarily here. Scattered clouds passing overhead. Again for Alzari bowling to Jeremiah. Cornwall's just got the 2 slips, himself and Hamilton in the slip cordon. Alzari turns, runs towards us now into Jeremiah. One bang on target, well defended by Jeremiah. Back to the bowler, no run. Joseph into Jeremiah. That one tucks him up. Joseph just starting to find his rhythm, his radar. Last 2 deliveries, spot on target.
What is interesting or important is that Alzari Joseph continues to bowl well, continues to be economical. It looks as if he's going to allow these batsmen to work very hard for their runs today. But he has to be patient, so to the Leeward Islands, because I don't think that they're going to just blast out the CCC.
In he comes again to Jeremiah. This one squares him up a little as it squirts out to backward point to complete the over. So we've had 3 maidens in a row. Combined campuses and colleges, 0-0.
Yeah, continue to bowl that good line, that good length. Alzari Joseph. I still would love to see him go back over the wicket because he's not bowling to try and contain these CCC batsmen. He's bowling to try and get them out, trying to look a wicket. Get that third slip in and look to come over the wicket and go across, especially the left-handed captain in Jeremiah. Look to work him up, look to try and get him in, carry him to the slips.
Thomas starts the new over to Evelyn. This delivery very wide down the leg side. Andrew did well to get a glump to that, and they're coming back for the second. No one at the stumps. And they make it home.
Yep, so 2 byes there, but a poor delivery to start by the bowler there in Thomas, O'Shane Thomas. That one that literally just went down the leg side and kept going wider. Orlando skipped and then, and then had to throw himself to his left. Did well to save 4.
Thomas in again to Evelyn. That's a much better delivery. Well left by Evelyn. So 3 slips a gully. Backward point. Extra cover. Mid off. Mid on. And a man on the fine leg boundary. Thomas at the top of his mark as Evelyn gets ready to face him. A rather low stance before the bowler delivers. That beats him. Much better delivery there by Thomas. The area he wants to be in.
It needs a lot more of those. That kind. That is just on the good length. Not right up to drive, but not short enough to pull as well. Right in that good length spot, especially when he's bowling to the right-handed Evelyn. Evelyn, like the Leeward Island batters that we've seen, does not seem to move his feet very much. He plays the ball a lot with just the bat alone without really any feet movement.
Thomas in again to Evelyn. Bouncer, he evades comfortably.
1 tops.
Umpire says that's 1 for the over. The fixtures have been released, Denmore, for the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup qualifiers, all important qualifiers that West Indies women will be a part of. The 15-match round-robin tournament will be staged in Lahore from April 9 to 19. As Thomas in again to Evelyn. No ball. That's his 8th for the match. First one for this innings. Yes, from April 8 to 19. 6 teams will compete for 2 places in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 2025 to be held in India in October and November. The venues used will be the Gaddafi Stadium as well as the Lahore City Cricket Association. And West Indies' first match is up against Scotland on Thursday, April 10. We say good luck to the West Indies women's team. They look to qualify for the 6th edition of the ICC Women's World Cup. Thomas into Evelyn, who just lets that go outside the off stump. And the other nations in the qualifiers are Pakistan, our home team Pakistan, Ireland, Thailand, Bangladesh. So they will have their work cut out. They'll have to play well, the ladies, to finish in the top 2. Thomas into Evelyn. And And again, 2 wide, no need to play, through to the keeper, end of the over. And at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 3 without loss. And
All 3 extras,
3 extras.
Two byes and a low ball, so they've yet to score a run off the bat. But they have not necessarily been tested. The bowling, especially by O'Shane Thomas, has been inconsistent, has been wayward for the most part. Alzari Joseph, on the other end, has been very economical, has been very tight. So, still, the contest goes on.
Alzari Joseph to start a new over, around the wicket to Jeremiah. Bang on target, defended well by Jeremiah into the cover region, and there's no run. Still just the 2 slips for Joseph, bowling to Captain Jeremiah. Joseph around the wicket into Jeremiah. Bouncer ducked under by Jeremiah, well taken by wicketkeeper Andrew. So a very quiet start to the CCC second innings. Of course, it's all about survival for them, chasing a target of 506. If they can bat out the rest of today and then all day tomorrow. Alzari Joseph's got other ideas, of course. So he runs towards us now. Jeremiah's playing that into the cover. They decide for a run. There was never a run there, and a direct hit would have had him, I think. And now it's gone for 4 byes. Pretty poor effort there down on the boundary by O'Shane Thomas to try and stop that. He took off for a run. He hit it straight to the extra cover fielder, who shied at the stumps. Jeremiah had to dive to get back into his crease. The last thing they need is a run out, and he would have been gone. He would have been gone for all money.
Yeah, Kadim Henry had to go for that throw. I think the fielder in the onside, that looks to be Louis, should have also been looking to back up. And then once the ball came down, it was just an ordinary effort with his boot from O'Shane Thomas. So in the end, 4 runs, but I'm not sure where Jeremiah was going, because he hit the ball straight to the fielder, who fielded it well, and he just took off. Lapse in concentration.
Joseph in again to Jeremiah, and this one he's trying to force on the onside. Can't beat the short mid-on in Kadim Henry. And there's no run, so Jeremiah's on 4. Combined campuses and colleges, 7 without loss. Could say, I suppose, Denmore, that he was eager to get off the mark in Jeremiah, looking for that single, but
Definitely,
it was never on.
He's been there for quite a while, has faced quite a few deliveries and unable to really get off the mark. He had faced at the time about 15 deliveries.
Joseph in again to Jeremiah, and this one takes the outer portion of the bat. Rolls down to the gully, no run.
I know when I looked at Alzari's reaction, he would have been disappointed with the ball going for 4. But I really feel that Kadim Henry had to go for the run out, because
most definitely a direct hit would have had him.
Yeah, Jeremiah was halfway down the wicket, having to turn, and if he had hit the stumps directly, he definitely would have had him.
Joseph turns at the top of his mark, runs towards us now into Jeremiah. Bang on target. This time he doesn't look for the single. It goes to Gore at backward point, who does the fielding to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 7 without loss, with Jeremiah on 4 and Evelyn yet to score.
You can almost say that it is still 7 without really an attacking shot, because that shot by Jeremiah, he ended up getting 4 because of the overthrows. It was more defensive shot that was played straight to the fielder at that short cover position, but he just lapsed in concentration and started to motor down the wicket, but eventually the 4 runs. But a good start this by the Leeward Islands. They have kept the pressure on the CCC.
Thomas into Evelyn, and that's a good ball, swung back in late, well taken by wicketkeeper Andrew. Guyana Harpy Eagles, just to bring it up to date with the other matches going on. Guyana Harpy Eagles took a 111-run lead over the Windward Islands. They made 324 in response to the Windward Islands 213 first innings. Windward Islands batting second at 26 without loss. So they trail by 85 runs. And Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings were bowled out for 191. As Thomas is into Evelyn, left alone outside off stump. Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out for 191 after taking a 165-run first innings lead. And halfway through the second session, West Indies Academy at Coolidge, 61 for 1. So they require a further 295 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Of course, yesterday, inside 2 days, Trinidad cleaned up Barbados Pride by an innings as Thomas is into Evelyn. And again, he shoulders arms a lot closer to the off stump though that time by Thomas. He's still operating with the 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Thomas at the top of his mark runs away from us now into Damal Evelyn. And again, shoulders, arms through to the keeper.
We're going to see a lot of that in this innings from the CCC. Anything that they don't have to play at, they're going to be thinking that, you know, we're not playing at anything that is wide outside the off stump or even wide down the leg side. And we're going to force the Leeward Islands to have to work very hard if they want our wickets in this second innings. I think the Leeward Islands has to be very smart. They have to now in turn bowl more balls on the wicket to wicket, so that they have to play.
Thomas once again into Evelyn, and again his shoulders, arms. He's getting closer to that off stump of Evelyn's.
Because you recognize that Evelyn has already made up his mind. Anything that he picks up just outside the line of the off stump, once he doesn't think that it's going to be stump to stump, he's going to be leaving it alone.
Yeah, most definitely. But both Thomas and Joseph, as you say, Denmore, they need to make the batsman play, especially with this new ball. Still an excellent batting surface out there. The more they make them play, the more chance they got of picking them up as Thomas into Evelyn. And that was a good delivery that beats him, but yet another no ball from O'Shane Thomas. He's ninth for the match.
Reaction behind the stumps suggests that might have been a little closer to the edge than we might have thought. Because it looks as if they were just looking to go up, and then you just saw them hang their head when they heard that no ball call from the umpire. And ever since he's been called for no ball, all we see O'Shane Thomas that he does, he just comes back and he marks the same spot.
Thomas into Evelyn. Bang on target this time. Defended by Evelyn to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 8 without loss. Jeremiah is on 4. Evelyn remains on 0.
Quiet start so far in the second innings for CCC and for the Leeward Islands. We haven't really seen any opportunity to dismiss any of the batters yet for the Leeward Islands. Alzari Joseph is maintaining his right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah. I still think that he should come over the wicket, but we will see what takes place.
Joseph runs towards us now into Jeremiah, and this one's hit early and good catch. Good smart catch there in the gully. First blood to the Leeward Islands. First blood to Alzari Joseph. Captain Johan, excuse me, Jeremiah has gone for 4. CCC 8 for 1.
That one was pitched just a little bit wider of the off stump. As we have a look at again. Just a tinge wider, fuller delivery to Jeremiah. He went through with the short edge found. Good catch by, it looks to be Graves, who is in that position there. And with his height, he was able to pull that one in as it had ballooned up a little bit. But good wicket for Alzari Joseph to get. He continues to plug away. And as we look again, just a little bit, playing a little bit away from his body was Jeremiah, and he is able to, he's now back in the pavilion. And 8 for 1, and it's a good wicket to get, that of Jeremiah, because he was very steady in the first innings. For the CCC, he was one that showed a lot of fight, especially when Alzari Joseph was bowling very quickly, was in that kind of mood. He had stayed there and showed a lot of fight for the CCC. And so the Leeward Islands would be very happy to get him early, but it has brought out Powell, who opened the batting in the first innings, but now coming at 3 in the second innings.
Yes, but you must say, though, Denmore, that although Alzari Joseph, that was a better line than he's been bowling, it was a very loose shot, one-handed shot by Jeremiah, and he didn't look himself. He nearly ran himself out. The only 4 runs to his name were the 4 overthrows from nearly running himself out. However, Joseph into Kieran Powell, still around the wicket.
What happened is that the Leeward Islands, they've bowled several maiden overs in a row, and in essence, literally 5 maiden overs, 5 overs in a row with little or no runs coming from the bat. And I think that Jeremiah was getting concerned that he was not getting anything, and he was almost trying to make a shot. In essence, that one was not there to drive like he wanted to, but he was almost going to make a drive out of it. His hand came off the bat, but he just gave his wicket away.
Joseph around the wicket to Powell. Spot on target, well defended by Powell up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm very impressed with how Alzari Joseph has stayed disciplined in both innings in terms of his length and his line. He's not over-pitched like we see him sometimes do on the international scene. We have not seen him try anything out of the ordinary to release the pressure. He has stayed true to what he's doing. He has bowled at hard length, and he has reaped the rewards.
He runs towards us now from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Powell. Again, bang on target. Defended up to mid-off. So combined campuses and colleges 8 for 1. and no one has scored a run off the bat.
If we had a ball tracker, we would see that Alzari Joseph was just about on that hard length consistently. Just short of a length, not too full, not too short. We haven't even, I don't think we've even seen a bouncer attempt in this second innings yet. So he's been very disciplined in trying to work towards the plan. Still think he needs another slip though.
I was going to say he doesn't deserve a third slip yet. Into Powell, and Powell leaves that alone outside off stump. So we've had 4 overthrows and 4 extras. That makes up the combined campuses in total of 8. Powell is still on naught. Evelyn also on naught. Evelyn's faced some 20 deliveries. Joseph turns at the top of his mark. Runs in now to Kieran Powell. And that's a bouncer that struck Powell. He ducked into that one, took his eyes off it. But wore it like a man. And at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges, 8 for 1. Successful over there for Alzari Joseph, picking up the wicket of CCC captain Johan Jeremiah.
That one was banged in by Alzari Joseph, but not making the height. Powell took his eye off of it. Maybe took him somewhere up on the arm or so. But good over from Alzari Joseph. Still trying to bowl quickly. Still putting in the effort. Still having the batsman in a spot of bother. I think Powell is going to be one of the key wickets for the CCC today. I think if the Leeward Islands is able to get himself and even Evelyn out cheaply, then they could quickly get into that middle order, which I think is a little brittle for the CCC.
O'Shane Thomas about to start a new over. He'll be bowling to Demal Evelyn. And he runs away from us now into Evelyn. That's tucked into the onside for the first run off the bat. And first run to Evelyn. He moves on to 1. The score 9 for 1.
Yeah, Evelyn getting a good delivery, just tucking it into the onside field. There's always a single there. If you can do that. Because Raheem Cornwall has 3 slips and a gully for O'Shane Thomas. Whereas we've seen him having just 2 slips for Alzari Joseph.
Shane Thomas looks like he's going to stay over the wicket to the left-handed Kieran Powell. As Denmore said, 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. That's Thomas into Powell. Powell simply turns that into the onside for an easy single to get himself going. He moves on to 1, and the score 10 for 1.
One of these 2 pace bowlers need to pitch it up a little more. One bowl hard length, the other one can bowl a little fuller, and try to entice these batters into a false stroke. Encourage them to drive. Maybe they'll hit a 4 or 2, but that is what you want. You want them to get into the habit of driving. Maybe you start a little closer, then a little wider. Try something.
Thomas into Evelyn. And that's Fuller, driven to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, agree. Denmore, pitch the ball up. Try and bowl stump to stump to make the batsman play and bring the 3 slips in the gully into play. Thomas at the moment is just trying to concentrate on getting it straight, I think. Thomas again into Evelyn. That one's wide and cut away by Evelyn. Good looking shot that beats backward point into the boundary. 4 runs. He moves on to 5 and a score 13 for 1.
That might be 4, but I think that one left the bat in the air. So there's always an opportunity that when he's playing that kind of shot, could have been an edge that goes into the slips, that goes away. This occasion he's able to get 4, but O'Shane Thomas shouldn't be too discouraged by that.
Thomas in again to Evelyn. And that one short, rising outside off stump. Evelyn just drops the hands. Let's go through to the keeper. For 1. Thomas again runs away from us into Evelyn. And that one short again, wide off stump. Evelyn lets it go through to the keeper. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 14 for 1. Evelyn on 5 and Kieran Powell on 1.
Even though he scored a boundary in that over, O'Shane Thomas, like I said earlier, should not be too concerned about that. Because that is what you do. You want him to be playing. You want him to be going after those deliveries rather than leaving them alone. He had gotten into a habit maybe the first few overs of anything outside that line of the off stump. He was just deciding to leave them alone. He wasn't playing. Now that you've gotten him to play after 1, yes, he got a boundary, but it went over the head of the fielder at point. So it was an opportunity that could have been created. So you shouldn't be too disappointed with that, because if you're going to win this game, you need to get wickets.
Alzari Joseph to start a new over from the Sir Andy Roberts end, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kieran Powell. Powell is defending that onto the onside. Joseph does his own fielding, no run. So he's still operating with 2 slips and a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. He's got a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. Joseph around the wicket to Powell. Full pitch delivery, squeezed out into the point area. They thought about a single, decided against it. Just as well, really.
Good sharp feeling that by Kareem Gore. Picking up the ball very quickly and looking to throw down the stumps.
Joseph round the wicket to Powell. And a rising delivery catches the shoulder of Powell's bat. It's steered down into the gully region. A lot will depend on how far combined campuses and colleges will reach in this innings. If they can make a good fist of saving this match, a lot will depend on the very experienced Kieran Powell, you would imagine. Picked up for 25 in the first innings by Alzari Joseph. Joseph in again to Powell. And that one stroked up to mid-off, and there's no run. A very experienced campaigner, 35-year-old Powell, of course, former West Indies Test opener. Joseph into Powell. And that takes the edge. He turned away again from a short delivery from Alzari Joseph. Turned his head, took the shoulder of the bat up high on the bat, but dropped well in front of Gully.
Powell not enjoying Alzari's pace in this second innings. Looks a lot uncomfortable with Alzari bowling to him.
Most definitely. Wore one on the arm in the first couple of deliveries that he faced in this innings. And this one again, he taking his eye off the ball. Two men are out for the hook. Joseph in again to Powell. And that one has him flashing, full of delivery. Good bowling that by Alzari Joseph. Doesn't find the edge though, completes the over. Maiden by Alzari Joseph. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4. And combined campuses and colleges remain on 14 for 1, with Evelyn on 5 and Powell on 1. Joseph's bowled 5 overs, 4 maidens, sorry. So excellent bowling there by the West Indies speedster.
He's been doing a good job for his captain, Rakeem Cornwall, has Alzari Joseph. He's been putting in the effort from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground here today. He's the lone wicket taker. What he needs now is for O'Shane Thomas to come to the party and join him by dismissing one of these 2 batters.
Thomas starts the new over to Evelyn. And bit of line. Well left by Evelyn. Left that on length. So Cornwall for Thomas is maintaining the 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg on the boundary. Thomas runs away from us now into Evelyn. And again, that's good judgment. He's getting closer to that off stump though, Denmore.
Yeah, he is. But Evelyn has decided that anything that is just outside the line of the off stump, he's not going to play. And that has been his ammo all this innings. That he's picking up the line, he knows where his off stump is, and anything outside there, I'm not going to play. And the fact that O'Shane Thomas is not one that is seemingly swinging the ball or even getting it to drag back on the inside, Evelyn thinks that he is safe in leaving those deliveries from O'Shane Thomas.
Thomas searching for his first wicket of the match. And he comes again to Evelyn. That one makes him play. Very good delivery, that one by Thomas. Almost finds the edge, flies through to keeper Andrew. But Evelyn survives. They also don't want to get themselves into too much of a rut where the scoreboard is not ticking over though, Denmore. They'll create pressure, or put pressure on themselves. So even though they don't need to play wide deliveries, but they do need to, keep the scoreboard just ticking over. Field bat on ball.
And I think that too will unsettle the Leeward Islands just a little bit too. Because they have a left and right hand combination batting.
Thomas in again to Evelyn. And that one Started to play but withdrew the bat. Interesting battle going on between Thomas and Evelyn. He remains on 5. Powell is on 1. 14 for 1. Despite the 2 no balls in this innings, Thomas's figures are looking a lot better. 4.4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8 so far. Top of his mark now as he runs into Damal Evelyn. And that one just a little bit wider. Shoulders, arms again does Evelyn. But yes, you make a good point at Denmore that the left and right combination can upset the bowler's rhythm if they can afford to keep rotating the strike. But at the moment, not many runs coming for the CCC. Got themselves into a bit of a rut here, so it's a patience game. Thomas in again to Evelyn. And he goes for the big drive and hits it straight to cover. That's poor batting really by Evelyn. He was trying his best to leave deliveries, but he still had to make sure that the board kept ticking over, putting pressure on themselves. He saw a half volley, but stroked it straight to extra cover. Combined campuses and colleges lose their second wicket. Evelyn goes for 5 off the bowling of Thomas. 14 for 2.
Soft dismissal for Evelyn to go, but he's been there for a while and has not been scoring. Faced 30 plus deliveries.
31.
31 and had 28 of them being dot balls. Had that one shot that he got 4 off of, but has not been able to really break the shackles, not been able to score. He had made up his mind that anything just outside the line of the off stump, he was going to leave it. I think that one was fuller, just a little bit closer to him though. He had to play, and because he had been in a defensive frame of mind, playing that shot there, he just held out to that man at cover, and a very soft way to go for Damel Evelyn.
So combined campuses and colleges lose their second wicket. 14 for 2. O'Shane Thomas breaks his duck in the match. He finally picks up his first wicket. He's got figures in the second innings of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. In fact, it was a wicket maiden, so it'll be 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. And the new batsman,
as soon as you make 100,
get that for you. He won't be on strike. Kieran Powell will be on strike to Alzari Joseph at the start of the new over. 2 men out on the hook for Powell as Joseph round the wicket into the left-handed Powell. Defending that nicely into the offside, no run. Shakir Paris that's joined Kieran Powell out in the middle. So this could be interesting Denmore because Paris didn't play the short ball very well at all in the first innings. Kieran Powell seems to be shying away from Alzari's short ball in this innings.
Yes, 2 deliveries Shakir Paris got in the first innings when he was caught Carty off Alzari Joseph. He didn't look comfortable at all against Alzari Joseph in the first innings, and having to come in pretty early in the second innings, just 14 runs on the board. Alzari Joseph having only just bowled 5 overs. It could spell an interesting situation for him.
Joseph round the wicket to Powell. Up on his toes, defending that into the offside. No run. So we've got about 22 minutes before the tea break. And I'm quite sure Powell and Paris will be trying their best to ensure that CCC don't lose any further wickets or Leewards don't make any further inroads into their innings before tea on this day 3. Long way for them to go to bat out the day, and then all day tomorrow is Joseph into Powell and wide of the off stump. Powell shoulders arms. Still got after this one 43 overs remaining today.
Yeah, so still some ways to go. Looks as if we might have even a little bit more of an overtime again today. Might have to use that extra 30 minutes in the afternoon to get in those 40 plus overs that are left. Maybe by the time we get to the tea interval, we'll have a reduction there, but still a lot of cricket to play today.
Joseph into Powell, and he's defending that back to the bowler. No run. Yes, and let's say good afternoon to match referee and former West Indies fast bowler Rion King. He gave me a very good explanation of how the playing conditions changed. There was a lot of rain at Coolidge last week and delayed the start of play in that game between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago till after lunch on the first day. So we were playing catch-up the rest of the days as Alzari comes into Kieran Powell. And Powell is wrapped on the pad. Ball comes back into him. They take the leg by. And that completes another over from Alzari Joseph. So he's bowled 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4. Combined campuses and colleges are 15 for 2. Yes, and he was saying that, so we were making up the half an hour at the start of play, so we're starting at 9:30 instead of 10 o'clock. We're going through to 5:30, and some of us were thinking that we'd go through to 6 o'clock if light permitted. But he explained to me that unless there's a break in play during the day, then 5:30 is the latest cut-off time, yes. O'Shane Thomas will start a new over to Kieran Powell. He'll be bowling over the wicket to Powell. 3 slips in a gully weight. As he runs in now to Powell. And that takes, polite inquiry, takes the inside thigh by the look of it. Good delivery though by
thought I heard a double sound there, so it might have also taken a little bit of the bat as it maybe bat onto pad as it rolled out into the slips region. Happy to see O'Shane Thomas though staying over the wicket to the left-handed Powell.
Definitely.
With his 3 slips and a gully in place.
Thomas runs away from us now into Powell. And Powell tucks that around the corner for an easy single. He will move on to 2. The score 16 for 2. Brings young Shakir Paris onto strike. Right-hander yet to face a delivery. He's in his 7th first-class match prior to this. 293 runs at 26.63 with a highest score of 56. He's made 2 first-class half-centuries. Scores in this competition this year, 20 and 50, 56 and 39, 19, 21 and 35. And as you heard from Denmore Roberts, he got a bit roughed up in the first innings by Alzari Joseph, so he fell for a 2-ball duck. Just adjusting the field, looks like they're going to bring a short leg in for Paris. Didn't seem to handle the short pitch deliveries too well in that first innings. So they got 2 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, fine leg as Thomas into Paris. Wide outside the off stump. Left
Tell you what,
by
I would even move that man from mid-off and put him into the slips.
True.
And entice him to drive.
Interestingly, he got caught off a short ball in the first innings trying to pull it through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket was in his normal position. Now he's gone back on the mid-wicket boundary. In fact, he's being moved to deep backwards square leg. So mid-wicket is open for Paris as Thomas into him now. Short ball, but far too wide outside the off stump to trouble Paris.
O'Shane Thomas trying to work to the plan that the Leewards have for Paris. Clearly they're going to be bowling him short. They have the man at short leg. They've sent the man down at deep backward square. But like I've said before, I would move this man at mid-off, put him in the slips, give him a free rein, let him...
Thomas into Paris, closer, but Paris withdraws out of the shot.
Thomas is bowling quickly. He's getting good bounce and good carry through to Joel Thomas, but he's just not lined up. His deliveries are still starting a little bit too wide outside the line of the off stump, so he's not allowing the batsman to play. What he wants is for the batter to play more. If he's going to be bowling, especially if he's bowling short, he has to be into the body of Shakir Paris to bring that man at short leg into play.
Runs in again to Paris. That's a short ball. Takes Paris on the glove, falls safely into the offside to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges, a 16 for 2. Kieran Powell is on 2. Paris yet to score.
And that is what I was talking about. You have to get him, you have to let him play. You can't just be bowling him short
rubbish, yeah,
and just allowing him to be able to sway out of the way or to leave it alone. You have to bowl it so that he has to play. And there again, he looked uncomfortable taking that one on the glove from O'Shane Thomas, but he has not done it often enough, right?
Yeah.
And so what has happened is that 2 or 3 of those deliveries were wasted.
So we're going to have a change in bowling from the southern end, or so Andy Roberts' end of the ground. Captain himself, Rakim Cornwall, will replace Alzari Joseph. Cornwall will be bowling to Kieran Powell.
I think he's just trying to get in a
couple of overs
or 2 before the tea interval.
True. So we still have some 42 overs remaining in the day. He's round the wicket to Powell, who's stroking that through the cover region for a single. Powell moves on to 3. The score 17 for 2. For Paris, he has the slip and the short leg. Shane Thomas at backward point. This should be interesting, Denmark. That's turned around the corner by Paris to get himself going. He moves on to 1, score 18 for 2. I know they're saving his legs because he's fielding that fine leg, resting between overs, but when the right-hander comes on, he ends up backward point. I'd like to see him stop something there.
The way that he has moved in the field, I doubt he would be very effective in that position.
Oh, Powell uses his feet, takes the inside edge, diving attempt there by Henry at short leg, just evades him. Powell takes the single. 19 for 2. Powell moves on to 4.
Powell lucky there to get away with that because it carried very full, but to the left of Kadeem Henry.
To the right-handed Paris this time, who just knocks it back up the pitch. No run. Cornwall into Paris. Defending onto the offside. Started well, Big Jim. Good over.
Yeah, good over. Almost got the wicket of Kieran Powell there. Powell deceived slightly. Was looking to use his feet. Rakeem Cornwall pulled that one down a little bit quicker on him. He fended it off, but was able to just fend it to the left of Kadeem Henry. Maybe Kadeem Henry just not anticipating a bit in that short leg position, just a little bit slow in moving, and the ball was able to fall safely there. Rakeem Cornwall looked a little bit disappointed because he thought that he might have had his man, because Powell pushed it off into that short leg region.
Yes, and I have a tendency to believe that they have the short leg a bit too square. You could come round a little bit, but nevertheless, Powell survives. O'Shane Thomas is going to start a new over. Decent opening spell for him. He'll be bowling to Kieran Powell with 3 slips in a gully. This will be Thomas's 7th over as he runs away from us now into Powell. Short ball. Powell evades wide down the leg side through to Andrew. No run. So 3 slips a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off.
Again, another delivery that the batsman doesn't have to play from O'Shane Thomas. So the short delivery, but it was a wasted delivery, not on the line, not lined up with the batter. So he doesn't have to play. So basically a wasted delivery.
Thomas in again to Powell. This one's short and just clipped behind square. He's calling for 2 Powell, and he'll get it comfortably. Yes, I'm not too sure on this short. I think to Paris, maybe, but this short line of attack to the left-handed Powell. He's staying over the wicket. Bring your slips into play. Pitch it up. Try and take it across him. 21 for 2. Powell moves on to 6.
And if you check the field placement, he has 2 slips. He has 3 slips. He has a gully. Has a man at point and cover. His captain is giving him a feel for him to pitch it up.
Yeah, this is too easy for Powell. Once again, he just turns it around the corner, this time for a single.
Just 2 fielders on the inside, one at mid-on and one down at long leg. So again, Rakeem Cornwall is saying to O'Shane Thomas, pitch it up outside the line of the off stump, let's see what happens.
Yes, but even that though, I'm not convinced that Thomas has the control to be bowling to a 7-2 field. Anyway, Paris is back on strike.
When you've played international cricket, by now you should be able to can do that.
By now he should be fitter, but he's not. And that is slapped straight to backward point. Another soft dismissal by Paris. It was a short, nothing delivery. He slapped it to backward point. Easy catch again. Paris has gone for one. Combined campuses and colleges, 22 for 3.
I was looking at that and wondering if that is what I just saw, because it was just a long hop delivery outside the line of the off stump. Paris casually just played it there when I saw the fielder at that cover position or you say point take the catch. I just couldn't believe it. It was a very soft dismissal.
Almost nothing happened.
Yeah, it's almost as if it was almost anticlimactic because the fielders too, when the catch was taken, they reacted very slowly. It was like almost as if nobody could believe what had just taken place. It was just a nothing delivery that got a wicket.
And we watch it again, short and wide, and he just clipped it straight to point.
Just check, everybody just walks
Yeah.
Everybody just walks in, almost as saying, easy like Sunday morning.
Most definitely. So combined campuses and colleges in trouble. They lose their third wicket with the score on 22. O'Shane Thomas picks up his second wicket of an extended spell. He's into his 7th over, 6.4 overs, 2 for 12. And combined campuses and colleges falling apart here. The idea was just to play the balls that were on the stumps and defend and try and last out the remainder of this match, which is always going to be a tall order, but they've got themselves into a bit of a rut. The scoreboard hasn't been ticking over, and now a third wicket has fallen. So that brings the experienced Kyle Corbin to the crease to join Kieran Powell. Powell is on 7. Thomas has 2 balls remaining of his 7th over, about 4 minutes away from the tea break, as he runs into Corbin now. Short ball, Corbin just sways out the way. He takes his guard. The umpire says that's 1 for the over. So for Corbin, Thomas has 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, short leg, and fine leg on the boundary.
Again, an indication from Cornwall that he's expecting O'Shane Thomas to just be a little bit fuller, probably just about on the line of off stump.
In he comes again to Corbin. Bang on target, well defended by Corbin to complete the over. So successful over there for O'Shane Thomas. He picked up the wicket of Shakir Paris, and at the end of it, combined campuses and colleges chasing a very unlikely 506 to win at 22 for 3 with Kieran Powell on 7 and Kyle Corbin yet to score.
Still 483 runs behind with 7 wickets in hand, so it's literally an academic interest, the score line, but it's going to be interesting to see the approach of the CCC, how these two go about it. Maybe these might be the last 2 pairing that is really difficult to dislodge.
Cornwall starts a new over and left there by Kieran Powell. He'll tell you, well judged. Cornwall thought he was through him. Cornwall round the wicket to the left-handed Powell with a slip and short leg. He advances again and almost ran past that one. Andrew was getting ready to whip the bails off there. He advanced and almost ran past the delivery, but kept out by Powell. Tossed up by Cornwall. He forces that one to mid-on and takes a single. He moves on to 8. Score 23 for 3 brings Kyle Corbin on strike. Field just adjusting for the right-handed Corbin. Short leg and slip stay in play. It's also got a short mid-on in catching position. That's swept. Did it take the edge? Dive and a catch by Andrew. The umpire is nodding his head, but he didn't give it out. So no bat as we have a look on the replay. It looked like all pad. I think when it went up, whether it caught the back of the bat, but umpire said not out. Ball taken by Andrew though. He had to run round and dive at the end to get it.
I would love to see that again, because I was wondering what that took, especially when it came back in the other direction.
Yes, and why was he nodding his head as if for approval? That's tickled fine. Be picked up just inside the boundary. They look for the third. No, they settle for 2. So Corbin is underway. He moves on to 2.
Let's just have a look again.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It gave the illusion that it might have caught the back of the bat after the pad on the way out. No, I think it's shoulder.
Yeah.
I think it's shoulder. So that is tea here on day 3 with combined campuses and colleges chasing a very improbable 506 for victory, 25 for 3 at tea. Kieran Powell is on 8, Kyle Corbin is on 2, and we'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back for the last session of play in around 15 minutes.
And good afternoon, and we're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in sunlit Antigua and Barbuda. More so we're in Antigua, the country Antigua, the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, where we're seeing the Leeward Islands Hurricanes making 425 in their first innings and 249 for 7 declared in their second innings. Bowling out the combined campuses and colleges for 170 for 9 in their first innings. And the combined campuses and colleges needing 500 plus for victory. They're 25 for 3. Still 480 runs behind with 7 wickets remaining. So it's an uphill task if we've ever seen one for the combined campuses and colleges. Johan Jeremiah, Scott Greaves of Alzari Joseph for 4. Damel Evelyn, Scott Michael Louis of O'Shane Thomas for 5. And Kieran Powell is there not out on 8. Shakir Paris, the other batsman to go. He was caught. Kareem Gore of O'Shane Thomas for 1. Kyle Corbin just came out and faced 5 deliveries before tea. And he's not out on 2. 25 for 3. The combined campuses and colleges needing 480 runs for victory. Looks as if it's going to be Graves who is going to start from the northern end right after tea, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Raheem Cornwall still only having 2 slips in place, having a man at gully. Then there is a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. There is this delivery down the leg side. The batsman swinging at it, not making contact, was just a slight appeal. And there's no run. There was also a man down at the deep square leg boundary. So, still just a conventional feel for Raheem Cornwall. We haven't seen anything innovative, anything different, anything to suggest that he's trying to force the issue, maybe trying to just pick up another wicket, almost looking as if he just has what we call a regular conventional feel. Here we watch as this is Graves, a delivery that is driven up on the offside to Alzari Joseph, who's standing at that mid-off position. No run. Good afternoon to you. Iwoods Martin, Anthony Martin, who is alongside me. It's going to be a long afternoon and a long day for the CCC if they're going to survive this one. The Leeward Islands, they'll be hoping that they can just continue to chip away at the wickets.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Denmo. Good afternoon to our listeners.
Is Raheem Cornwall using the right strategy, just waiting for things to happen?
Well, it seems as if that's what the plan is for the Leeward Islands. Not really pressuring anything, just basically a relaxed feel to me, and just trying to probably maintain a line and length and be patient just outside the off stump. That seems to be the ploy to me for Raheem Cornwall. But on the other hand, where the CCC is concerned, they can't just try to stick around and just block, because that will create an issue as well. They have to try and score, play normal cricket.
Here is Powell driving, almost carrying to that man at that mid-wicket position, the ball falling a couple of meters in front of him.
Was that Gore?
Yeah, but just for a moment, Powell probably had his heart in his mouth, as we would say, because he was just trying to flick that one around. The ball took a little bit of a leading edge and dropped maybe 2 or 3 meters short of Kareem Gore in that mid-wicket position. So Powell survives. Graves just trying to get in. This is his first over. Warming up. 5 deliveries he's bowled so far. .25 for 3. Powell is on 8. This is Graves. He's going to get a run here as Powell is able to squeeze this one down to the square leg region and just jogs through for a run to end the over. So at the end of the over, it has moved on to 26 for 3, 479 runs needed for victory. 7 wickets remaining in hand. So it looks as if it's going to be Cornwall that is going to continue.
Well, yes, Rakim will continue bowling. Keep it tight and try to pry another wicket out. Kyron Powell would be the real aim now for the Leeward Islands, to try and knock him over. And I think after that, I don't think there's much.
Cornwall is in, and Powell just stands on the back foot, was looking to force this one away. Drags it down into the pitch. No run. And again, this one went up into the air. Not sure if it came off the bat or maybe the pad. Powell was advancing. It looped over the top of, looks to be, is that Carty who is there under the helmet? Or is that
Henry?
Henry. Cornwall again outside the line of the off stop. This time Powell doesn't have to offer.
The under the helmet usually goes with the seniority, When you're a fresh guy,
yeah,
that's your position.
I've always heard that the newbies go under the helmet.
Yes, providing you're not a pace bowler.
No doubt Jeremy Salzano would be very upset about that. Going under the helmet. I think he got injured in his very first test match. And I think that's the only one that he's had since.
Never got an opportunity thereafter.
If we are honest, it's not been the same after his batting has literally fallen off. Quick over, though, that by Rakim Cornwall, just almost taking a few steps, getting the ball through very quickly, and bowling a maiden over to Powell. So the score remains on 26 for 3. Powell is on 9, Corbin is on 2.
Well, two very experienced batters here at the crease for the CCC. The two most experienced batters for CCC, both are at the crease now at the same time. So it's for them now to, consolidate and build a partnership. It's 4 right now, and they would want to continue batting and bat for probably the rest of the evening, because, losing more wickets today for them, means a lot of trouble for them again.
This is Graves, start of a new over. Graves a steady, medium pace bowler. Sometimes I believe that he can generate probably a yard or 2 more pace than he does. But he has a very nice, beautiful bowling action.
Well, he's not really trying to push it too hard. He's just bowling within, not giving it too much. Yeah, just within himself. And probably that's the way to go for him, because sometimes when you push it real hard, sometimes that could create injuries, and remember he's a batsman as well, so.
So you would say he's more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, because he could bowl as well, and he's kind of equal with both. I wouldn't say one is further ahead than the other, but his style, where the bowling is concerned, because as I mentioned, you know, as a tearaway fast bowler, you know, sometimes you can get this little back injury, you can get this little shin
Side
injury,
shin,
you know,
shin
some,
split.
yeah. So by bowling within himself now, you know, he's less likely to get injured.
Bowling to Kyle Corbin, the right-handed batter for CCC.
Would have been around for some time. I remember Kyle Corbin been around for a few years.
Corbin getting just 10 in the first innings. Usually playing at one outside the line of the off stump.
A very wide delivery outside the off stump, you know, and stretching and still can't even get close to it. I think he would have played a few games for Barbados as well, Kyle Corbin. Yes, been around for some time.
Definitely. My memory serves me well. He might have even played a few games for the Windward Islands. But I'll check. Here we watch as he faces up Graves, and he's driving beautifully past mid-off. He's going to get a boundary. Ball runs into the fence now. Beats Mikael Louis into the boundary, but it was right up to him.
Casey Carty.
That's actually Casey Carty.
Yeah.
He just pushed it back past the bowler and past that mid-off fielder. Graves looks at Carty and maybe thinking, you know, maybe he could have made
at
a
least
better
he could
effort.
have put in a dive, you know.
Better
just
effort there, but he just let it go past him and then turn to chase. And with the outfield drying up over the few days, because we've not had any rainfall since the start of this game, and the outfield is drying out a lot more. That one raced away from Casey Carty and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, 4 beautiful runs as well. And Hamilton in the slips, he wasn't too pleased about that that effort from Casey Carty.
No one seems pleased. You could see even the bowler himself looked a little bit disappointed, sort of gestured to Casey Carty. Cornwall starts a new over to left-handed Powell. First delivery is a dot ball. Cornwall has not been among the bag of wickets this year like he has been in the last few years, but he's still done a lot of the bowling for the Leeward Islands. He's literally done the bulk of the bowling in the last few games for the Leeward Islands.
I don't really think Cornwall giving himself the best opportunity to take wickets.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for instance, no. Bowling to Kieran Powell. I think you should bowl over the wicket. And you could put a few guys out and give it a little ear because you have the amount of runs to play with.
Powell is coming forward and playing. I was going to say that maybe between 500 plus runs, this is an opportunity. You could give it a little bit of ear. But I know for sure that Cornwall is often very mindful of his figures. Doesn't like to be hit. And so he's not going to be one that is going to be flighting too often. If he flights one and like we saw in the first innings, he flighted 2 to Jeremiah and he got hit for 6. Then he went back to his flat and fast. He's not one that will give you too many opportunities to hit him away. He's always mindful of his figures, Raheem Cornwall.
Yes, correct. But you have a game here to win, you know, and you have runs in the bank. A lot of runs. So 15, 20 runs wouldn't hurt you. So if you could give away 50, 20 runs and picking up 15, 20 runs and pick up 2 wickets, that would not be bad.
as Graves starts a new over. First delivery is a dot ball, no run. I remember some years ago when we were playing school cricket. Chester Joseph, the former Antigua wicketkeeper batsman, had said to Ricky Christopher, I don't mind, give him 3 fours and then out, and then get him out, and they will all be out for 120.
I agree with that.
So he was of the opinion that, you know, if you're working towards a plan, it's okay that if in the plan a batsman get a couple of fours, once the plan works at the end, that's the end result that you really are working towards.
Yes, because if you know, okay, you're going to play this game and every batsman will score 20 and out, you'll be glad for that. As a bowler, you could say, okay, everybody, okay, take 20 and then out. At the end of the day,
100 all out.
Okay, and one man have 5 wickets.
Yeah.
For maybe 80, 85, or let's say 100, even 5 for 100.
Correct. Indeed. Yeah. The battle continues. It's Graves, and he's now bowling to Kieran Powell. Powell is on 9, 7 is Kyle Corbin. 31 for 3. So a little bit of a quiet period here in this cat and mouse game. Outside the line of the off stump once more by Graves. Into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew.
Yes, a nice line and length just there outside the off stump. Well, bowling to the field.
Says 34.2 overs remaining.
Well, we can't get that in. We're going to be here until about 8 o'clock.
Not necessarily. With 2 hours to go, 2.5 hours, it's possible. Here is Powell just pivoting and pulling one into the square leg region for 4. So it was pulled down by Graves. Powell just on 1 foot just helped it around into that backward square leg region and picked up himself a boundary.
Yes, a good shot there from Kieran Powell. You know, just easing that into the square leg boundary for 4. That's easy pickings for Kieran Powell. You need to get back outside that half stump, just like the delivery before that one that he played for 4. You need to just be, that's where you need to be.
Better delivery that.
Beautiful delivery.
By Graves, just now about the off stump. Powell just decided not to play, picked it up pretty early, that line. The one was sort of shaping back towards him from outside the line of the off stump, but he judged it well, and there is no run. So 35 for 3, the total at the end of that Graves over. Powell has taken his personal tally
13.
on to 13. Corbin is on 7. Raheem Cornwall is going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Kyle Corbin. He still has a slip in place and a leg slip. He's a man at short leg. There's also a point, a cover mid-off, a short mid-on. There's a man down on the long-on boundary as well, and a straightish mid-wicket position. Here is Corbin swinging this one over the leg side into the boundary, and he picks up 4 runs.
No, this is what I'm saying, Denmore. You can spread the field a little bit and just give it a little bit of air, because look at Kyle Corbin. He will go. He will go. As long as he sees a bit of air, Kyle Corbin will go. That's for sure. He will go. Not taking away anything from that that shot. That was a good shot by him. he's putting him back in that same leg slip position. Is Hamilton still in that same position?
So here is Cornwall in.
And he's gone again. Same shot, same
swinging
direction.
it again out into the backward square leg region, and another 4 for Kyle Corbin.
Same shot, same ball, same result. Put the man in that position and give him that same ball and ask him to play the shot. But this time you'd have to clear the man on the boundary and hitting it for 6.
Understood.
Right. So if you're playing that shot and you're getting a boundary and the fielder is on the boundary, I say well played.
Well, the fielder was, Carty was standing there asking Cornwall if, and so he's left him out. And Corbin, he's just playing this one into the short leg region.
No, you need to give it to him now. He's in the position. The fielder is there in the position. Give him the deliveries that you would like.
That one rushed past the outer edge of Kyle Corbin's bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew. No run. Flatter, faster delivery from Raheem Cornwall.
And good to see Raheem Cornwall going over the wicket now. Because if it doesn't turn and it holds its own, could create some trouble as well.
That one coming off the inner portion of the bat, going down into that leg gully position. No run. Here is Cornwall once more. And he's striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
I think that was going down. I think that was going
Cornwall
down.
got excited there.
Yes, I think it was going down. Cornwall in, bowls, and going down. Going down.
I'm not so sure, you know.
Yes, going down.
Look at that one
missing,
again.
that
Look
missing.
at that one again. I would, Martin.
That's missing.
I would that one drifted quite a bit.
Yes, from outside off and going down.
We would love to see that one again.
I think that would have missed.
Have a good look at it.
Maybe play the bat. Maybe play.
Seeing it again.
Maybe play the bat. Maybe play the batsman got himself in an awkward position. Yeah. Tight position. Yeah.
But
maybe played.
No damage done. Here we have a new over. This is Graves. We're back live. And this one left alone outside the line of the off stump, shaping back towards that off stump. But Powell judged it well in the end.
Yes,
So no
good
damage
judgment.
done.
Good judgment there by Powell because that one was pretty close to that off stump, and after pitching, it swung back. Yeah.
Powell just has to be careful because there seemed to be a little bit of movement from Graves back into the left-handed batter. He gets one outside the line of the off stump. A little more effort from Graves in that delivery.
I seen Graves giving him, holding his hip just a little bit. I'm wondering if that happened from that extra that he put in just a while ago. Saw him, just holding that left hip.
Yeah, he had put in a little bit of an extra effort into that last delivery. But he's running in, seems to be okay. Ooh, again, good judgment by Powell.
Yes.
Ball is shaping back, but it's just not coming back enough to worry Powell. So he's picking up the line early. And once he sees the line is outside the line of his off stump, he just pushes that right pad towards it and allows it to go by.
Yes, all Graves need to be is just consistent in that particular area. Powell must play at one.
Corbin in, That one was a little bit straighter on the line of the stumps. Powell just comes down on it and turns it into that onside field, gets a single. Field changes over for the left and right hand combination of Kyle Corbin and Kieran Powell.
You see Hamilton giving it a good shine.
Has been doing that all game.
Yeah, so it continues, ball continues to do a little thing in the air and sometimes off the pitch. It's always important to give that, a little shine.
The discussion came back recently about the use of saliva on the ball. Remember, that was banned during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I don't think it's legal now.
No, it's not. As I'm saying, it was banned, but there were some of the international players that were arguing that it has actually taken away their ability to swing the ball and to get some reverse swing and so on. The fact that they can't put saliva and shine it the way that they want to.
Well, they can use the sweat. The sweat don't do anything anymore?
I am not sure, but they were arguing for the ICC to at least look at it once again. I picked up that article just the other day.
Okay, so what do you think personally on that?
I am for leaving the saliva out. It's okay. I think it's more hygienic in that way. As you said, there are other means that you can use. I've seen people use the inner part of their arm and maybe some sweat from their forehead and so on to help to shine the ball. I don't think that we have to go back to the whole saliva story because for me, hygiene, it's more hygienic when you don't do that. Cornwall starts a new over. The first delivery is a single out to the long off region. There's no, but some of the international players were arguing for the reintroduction or for the ICC to have a look at that policy.
I think it's okay the way it is now because using the saliva, very good shot there by Corbin, just pushing it back down the track past Raheem Cornwall and picking up a single.
Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. The left and right hand combination. Cornwall hitting the bat very hard there of Kieran Powell. You could hear that one even from behind our glass here in the commentary box, 80 yards away.
He's around the wicket again to the left-hander.
Yeah, he goes around to the left hand and then he goes back over
to the right
when the right-handed Corbin is on strike. I think he wants to keep the LBW in play with Powell.
But if you want to keep the LBW in play, you don't bowl over the wicket?
I don't think that they think, because over the wicket to the left-hander, more often than not, they would think that the ball would be pitching outside the leg stump. Two other singles here for the CCC to end Raheem Cornwall's over. And the score has moved on very quietly to 47 for 3. 47 for 3. Powell is on 18. And Kyle Corbin has 16. Gone very quietly onto 16.
Both on 16. 16 and 17. Corbin on 17 and Powell on 16. Yes, and the partnership also building. It's 25 now. They would need a very big one to try and rescue the CCC.
Leewards in the field. Love to see maybe Daniel Durham get an opportunity sometime soon. That's a good delivery from Graves. Beating Kyle Corbin all ends up. Pitching just about the off stump and holding its own. Corbin playing down the wrong line. That one through to the wicket keeper, no run.
Durham is probably, waiting patiently for his opportunity, because in the first inning he didn't get an opportunity to bowl, so he would surely be looking forward to this.
But he did get an opportunity, but he didn't get too many overs.
Okay.
In the first innings. Another good delivery. We just checked Daniel Durham. He got 4 overs in the first innings. Went for 22 runs, so didn't last long. Raheem Cornwall was quick to dispense of him. And
wasn't economical enough.
Wasn't economical, and then he didn't have a good outing in the field either. We saw some real ordinary effort from him in the field. Graves continues. Slouched over there slightly. Wonder if he's feeling something. You had picked up something earlier, Anthony Martin. He just slouched over slightly after delivering that one.
It's probably stretching out something.
Yeah.
Something that he's probably feeling. Just, giving it a thorough stretch. Just bend right over and touch your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stretch it out.
Here is he going once more. And Corbin is driving a little bit away from his body. All the fielders looked interested just now when Corbin was driving away from his body. The slips looked like they felt that they were going to be in business. The feel at that cover point position also, and the extra cover, they all went up just now, but no damage done. Kyle Corbin faces up to Graves. Here we watch as Corbin is in, Graves is in, and Corbin, leaves this one outside the line of the off stump. Does not offer a shot, no run. Still a few spectators watching on, and maybe some of them would have been disappointed that Joel Andrew didn't go on after lunch to get to that 3-figure mark.
Yes, of course. And, a lot of his fans were, thinking that, he would have gotten to that landmark, and getting two centuries in the same game, scoring his maiden and then scoring his second, both in the same match.
Yeah, but was not to be. Good catch taken down. He was hooking at one, sort of more of a top edge than a full-blown hook shot. And the ball carried very far and very long, but it just came down in time for, I think it was Hakeem Jordan.
Yes, and it was a very good catch.
On that fine leg boundary. And he timed it well, he read it well, and he took a very good catch to dismiss Joel Andrew. So, Hakeem Cornwall has
Alzari's back.
Gone, and Alzari Joseph. He's going to have another run out this afternoon. And the umpires just sent for the groundsman just to do a little bit of ramming.
Remember I told you about Graves? Probably
Graves seems to be just having a little bit of
a issue.
Yeah. So they're just doing a little bit of ramming of that landing area where Graves is putting his foot down. He seems to be having just a little bit of a challenge. You did point that out, and we've seen after a couple of his deliveries as well that one he slouched over almost as if he was just uncomfortable.
Probably he was
with
checking his
something,
ankle.
yeah.
Probably his ankle got a little twist.
Yeah, he seems to be just landing awkwardly in a spot there on the bowler's front foot mark there, and so the groundsman just came out with something that resembles a rammer and just knocked it in a little better so that
some gardening.
so the Graves could just probably feel a little better. It is like this morning, or last evening when I went to my niece said to me she feels like she's having fever. Outside the line of the off stump from Alzari Joseph, and in doing the inspection, you do the inspection.
Just the neck and everything.
I didn't feel her. She didn't feel warm, but she's insisting that she's having a fever. So I gave her a paracetamol for her brain. Not for the fever, but for her brain. So the paracetamol is for her to think that I've done something to relieve her. And then I said to her, you're going to go in now, you're going to lie down, you're going to cover up, and when you wake up in the morning,
you'll be good.
You're going to be good. This morning, early and bright, she was off to school. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is in, and this is edging and going past the second slip field and down to the boundary for 4. That was a chance. Hamilton reacted a little bit late, I thought, but here we'll see it again. Yes, just a little bit late. Raheem Cornwall was showing a little bit of disgust there. Hamilton reacted just a little bit late, and that one went down to the third man boundary for 4. That is why I've been calling for that third slip for Alzari Joseph. That one probably been a third slip. He would have been a little closer, and that one probably would have carried straight to him or straighter to that third slip fielder. And this is where I'm saying that Raheem Cornwall has runs to play with, has to give the bowler a little bit more support.
And now Graves just moving into that position.
Now reactively, he's moved into that third slip position. He's also.
But what about those days when the ball is a bit old and the bowler is a bit tired and the slips take a one step up?
Those were the days of brave people. I don't think they're as brave as you guys were. Nowadays, here is Alzari Joseph in. Edging! Caught!
Gone!
So, Powell didn't last long because this one was a meaty edge straight to that third slip fielder. And the catch is taken. Alzari Joseph is really happy because Powell is gone. That was a good catch taken. It was a good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Powell played, it went just above head height to the third slip fielder, but he pulled it in. That's the end of Kieran Powell, and CCC losing their 4th wicket. They are now 52 for 4.
Yes, a good catch there from Graves, and well sorted out there from Alzari Joseph.
It's actually Gore who took that catch. Karima Gore.
Gore?
Yes. Karima Gore who had come into that third slip position.
Okay, I thought it was Graves
Graves had moved there and then he switched. I think they had switched.
Because I remember
he had switched with Karima Gore.
Okay. Because I remember clearly when the third slip was placed, it was
Graves.
It was Graves.
But then he had mentioned something to the skipper, and they had switched himself and Karima Gore in that third slip
our big
position.
Screen here blocked me, so I didn't see that little change.
They did. Because Graves seemingly seemed as if he wasn't quite comfortable in that third slip position, so he had asked the skipper to switch, and Karima Gore had moved from gully into that
Third
third slip
slip,
position,
okay.
and Graves went into the gully position. So Gore seems to have been the one that took the catch.
Yes, it was Gore.
It's the end of Powell. Who is that has come out?
The wicket keeper.
Williams has come out, and he's going to come at a time when Alzari Joseph is fired up.
Steaming.
And steaming.
Steaming with the old ball. Or not so new ball.
Here is Joseph. And woo, that was a quick delivery. That one went over the top of his head very quickly. He just flinched, and that one came to Joel Andrew. Almost surprised because that one came through to him very quickly as well. Alzari Joseph is fired up here.
Yeah, good going there from Alzari. His second inning, again, following up his first innings bowling, which was very good. We got a 6 for, and he's had 2 here already for the day.
Don't think Daniel Williams is going to be looking to get in line with any of those from Alzari Joseph. Joseph coming around the wicket to the left-handed Williams. Here is Joseph in. And that one is another quick delivery, just going past the bat of Williams into the gloves of Joel Andrew. Alzari Joseph is bowling quickly here.
Yes, cranking up some pace here. Good pace. Yes, good pace. That one took off like a rocket.
That one hit the seam and just went past the bat of Williams. And many folks would say that wasn't good enough to edge that one.
Too good.
It was too good for him.
That's
too
right.
good for him. Here is Joseph. And again, going past the bat of Williams. This time Williams pulls the bat inside the line and allows it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew.
I think he was beaten. I think he was beaten outside the off stump there then more.
Now we have a look again.
Another beautiful delivery there from Alzari Joseph.
Delivery, yeah.
Yes, nice. Nice
so that's
delivery.
the scorecard for you, how the game has been going, just a summary. And Williams is yet to score 3 deliveries. Kyle Corbin is there on 17. And Raheem Cornwall looks to have made an inspired change, bringing back Alzari Joseph. Alzari is coming back and taking the wicket of Powell. And has also found his mojo, as they would say, because he's really cranking up the steam. Graves continue. And this delivery is driven up on the onside. And Mikael Louis coming across to his right. Stops it effectively. Or is that Alzari Joseph? I will just have a look. Have to put on my extra pair of eye boots.
Oh, yes. You need those.
Yeah, that's Alzari Joseph there.
You know, sometimes with age, comes some things. Sometimes you're born with 2 and then you get 4 and then you get the binoculars. Now you have 8.
I'm telling you, these binoculars work miracle. I'm telling you. This morning when I had a struggle with the scoreboard, I put on my extra pair.
Yes, you put on 2.
I put on 2
and then
I had
the binoculars.
I had to
so
pull
you
out
have 8 now.
Yeah, I had to pull out the big boys. Yeah. Put another single to the CCC, so the total has gone on to 53. Yeah, 53 for 4. I've come prepared.
Yes. It's just like playing, that's the battlefield out there. You have your battle here to fight as well.
Definitely. With the new batsman in Daniel Williams, they've just called Alzari Joseph to come into that third slip position. So they have 3 slips and a gully. This is Graves outside the line of the off stump, and he's driving and gets it past that point field and down to the backward point for 4. Was wide outside the line of the off stump, and he gave it the full treatment. Kareem Gore, it looks as if he was diving in that position, but just probably for the spectacular photo. But that one got past him in a flash and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, a beautiful shot there from Williams, getting off the mark with a beautiful 4 runs. There was no risk at all in that shot. It was all along the floor. 4 beautiful runs to Williams.
Faces up Graves again, and he's driving loosely outside the line of the off stump. Just for a moment there, Raheem Cornwall thought that something was going to come his way. The ball beating the outer edge of the bat and going into the gloves of Joel Andrew, and there's no run.
Yeah, the Cardin would have been thinking, yes, this is coming down our way. Yeah. It was just back a length from the previous length. It was just back a bit to the bowler.
But I like the fact that he's encouraging him to drive.
And that's it. That's the aim.
Graves once more. Short delivery this time. Just bouncing through to the wicket keeper. No run.
That's the aim, Denmore. You've got the you've got the fielding. You've got the fielders in position for those sort of delivery. You got the runs on the board. So you have everything in your favor. So just give it a shot.
Certainly. 3 slips and a gully look to go down now. Ooh. Here is he driving again outside the line of the off stump. That one going past the bat into the gloves of Joel Andrew. And there was no run. End of another enterprising over from Graves. A beautiful shot in it by Daniel Williams. And 4 runs and 57 for 4. The CCC. Williams is on 4. And with him, Corbin is the not out on 18.
Yes, another good over there from Graves. Just probing just outside the off stump there of Williams. And this is what I love to see. Whenever there's a pace bowler bowling or seam bowler, I like to see when the bowler asks the batsman to drive. To drive. That I love to see that. Even though sometimes you've been driven for a boundary or 2. That's how it is sometimes. But that's where the wicket is. That's where the wicket is. I'll ask the batsman to come on the front foot. Front foot more times, that's where you get the wicket. Not to say that you can't get wicket from short balls, but, they don't happen like every time.
Here's Alzari Joseph. Short delivery, just rocking back out of the way is Kyle Corbin, allowing it to go into the gloves of Joel Andrew, who's doing the duties of wicket keeper for the Leeward Islands in this match.
And he would have done a good job as well, Denmore.
He is competent.
Yes, he's doing a good job. Not many buys, not many, he's looking good.
Yeah, he is looking decent behind the stumps. Understand that the regular wicket keeper Jamal Hamilton just had a little niggle, which was preventing him from wicket keeping, but he was still fit enough to play, but had a little niggle, I am told it's called. So here we see Alzari Joseph in, and Corbin is turning this one on the inside just for a single. Goes down to that long leg position. They cross for 1, so the field will change over for the left-handed Daniel Williams, who is on 4. To come into strike. Corbin is on 19, 58 for 4.
My observation here, Denmore, you said you understood that Hamilton has a little injury. Now, if you cannot keep, how can you go to second slip? If you get what I'm saying, because there's no protection on hands in the second slip, but you have protection when you're keeping. So if you cannot keep, how can you actually? The second slip is,
like I said, I'm not sure if it's a niggle with his hand or somewhere else. I asked the question, and I was told by someone that he had a little niggle in the last game in St. Lucia, And that is the reason why Joel Andrew is preferred to keep in this match. But we'll find out. We can figure out what it is. We will have to ask the right people in the right questions. Azari Joseph is continuing. That was another good delivery. And Azari Joseph so far in his 8th over, so only gone for 9 runs. He's had 5 maidens so far, and he's had 2 wickets. His economy rate is 1.23. He would take that any day.
Any day. If you would have told him that would be his run rate, you'd be happy.
Yeah. Here is he in, and another delivery aimed at the head of Daniel Williams. Williams flinched and allowed it to go by and then rehearsed a pull shot. I don't think he would want to be taking on Azari Joseph at this stage. Azari Joseph trying to work up a bit of pace. What are your thoughts on the way that this wicket has played, this pitch has played? Has it lived up to the billing? Is it slow? Is it a batsman's pitch?
I wouldn't say that it is slow. It has very good bounce, I must say, but it's a very good batting track as well.
The ball seemingly has come onto the bat from it. Ed usually trying to drive is Williams. The ball almost shooting on the ground as it came through to Joel Andrew. Tidied things up, and there's no run. So out of 10, how much would you give the groundsman so far? For the way that this pitch has played? 7?
Well, for me, I'll give him maybe a 7, 6.5, 7, somewhere there.
You're a hard marker, I vote. 6.5. 7. He's getting a passing grade.
Exactly. That's what, 75%?
7 is what, 70%?
Okay,
65 or 70%, yes.
Right.
Here is this one. He's steering it down into the gully region. He gets one.
And
Wants
Durham.
the second one, but Durham is slow in giving chase. That seems to be Durham's natural speed then, because we haven't seen anything to suggest that he runs faster. So I'll take it that that's Durham's speed. It's not that he's not giving effort. That is probably the speed that he has, I would.
Top speed.
Yeah, because that for any other cricketer going in that direction, that would have just been a single. But
well, he's consistent then.
Yeah, he lumbered after that one, and the batsman recognized it was him, and they probably knew too that he didn't have a strong throw, so they turned and came back quickly for the second run. 60 for 4. The total. Williams goes on to 6. Corbin remains on 19.
And Graves to continue. 27 overs in the day's play remaining.
Yeah, well, let me look at it. It's we have 8 minutes to 4. So 15 plus the 30 minutes. 15, so we could get close, but it would take spin. But this is a 4 delivery that is struck away for 4, or short of a length delivery wide outside the off stump and almost jumping and hitting it was Kyle Corbin. He really launched himself into that one, and he picked up a well-deserved boundary.
Well, he had to make sure he get over that backward point fielder, because he wasn't the closest. So
he got on top of that one and really hit it hard. Here's Graves. And he's getting a shot that he's playing it on the underside. He's going to get more runs here. Gets 1, comes back for 2, wants
3.
a third and gets it. Karima Gore with his left-handed throw back to the wicket keeper's end, and the batsman come back for a comfortable 3. So 7 runs in the last 2 balls, 67 for 4. Kyle Corbin takes his personal tally up to 26. 6 is Daniel Williams. 67 for 4.
Yes, and nicely caressed there as well by Corbin. You know, just pitching in the pads and just coming down on it, and you know, nice, well played. See Raheem Cornwall setting the field here, putting in another slip, and asking the backward point to just come a little bit more around.
Graves to Williams, and he's driving out into the offside field. The field at that point position was tumbling to his left, effectively stopping that one. Again, Williams was hoping to pace the field, looking for another boundary. Just a single.
He's not resisting that ball. Yeah. Just outside the off stump, fuller delivery, fuller length delivery. He's not resisting that. He's going hard.
I would continue to give him.
Continue to give him.
Maybe just pull back the length a tinch.
Or what you could also do, take a little bit of pace off it. If you're not pulling back the length, just take a little pace off it.
Here is Corbin driving, but straight to Durham at that extra cover position. No run.
Yes, because if you take a little pace off it, then more, he would be through the shot before the ball arrived. You understand? So when the ball reaches to him now, he would be on the up. So, yeah.
Definitely, because he's definitely not in a mood to resist that today.
He's not resisting that. He's going after that hard.
Graves in, and this is driven out on the offside by Corbin all along the ground. It goes into the gully region.
Well, bowl again by Graves. You know, good idea. That's the idea. Get the batsman on the front foot.
Mikael Louis is the fielder in that position over there. So there are 2 slips and a gully. There is the man at point, and there is a man in the cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Here is Graves, and this is punched away through the offside. He's going to get runs here. They're coming back for 2. So 2 more runs to Corbin, 2 more runs to the CCC. 70 for 4, the total, and just about 26 overs remaining in the day's play. And we have just about an hour and a half if they enforce the extra 30 minutes to try and get in as many of those 26 overs as possible. If this is 15 per hour, 15 plus 7,
22.
Maybe about 22 of the 26, and maybe if we get some spin in between, that makes up some time. You almost could get in all the 26 overs.
Yeah, but that final shot there from Corbin was a good shot as well. You
Yes,
know,
it
just
was.
standing
Yes,
tall
it was.
and just punching it through the cover region, and you know, just picking up two runs there.
Azari Joseph stands at the far end, the Sir Andy Roberts end, with 3 slips and a gully in place. He's in now to bowl to the left-handed Williams. Williams will get a single. He just stood tall on the back foot and pushed this one out into the offside field, into the vacant cover region, and walked through for a run. The field changes over. What Cornwall has done, that he's pulled up, he's moved O'Shane Thomas from that fine leg position, that on the boundary, and bring him up to the mid-off position, and has put Kadeem Henry there, who is able to get around the changeover quickly. Here was this one driven straight to O'Shane Thomas, but right through him, and the batsman able to come back for a second run, and that's probably the risk you take putting somebody like an O'Shane Thomas at the mid-off position. That maybe not the best fielder in the world.
But why moving the opening bat and putting him on the boundary?
No, I think because they're changing over because of the left and right hand combination. So if you notice when they changed, Kadeem Henry is moving left and right laterally, and he is changing over a little bit quicker than O'Shane Thomas. I think they're trying to make up some time as well.
Makes sense.
They just put a more agile fielder in that position, so he's able to change over that much quicker. Here is Alzari Joseph once more. And he has Corbin covering up. And there's no run. So 8.3 overs, 5 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets is Alzari Joseph's figures. And he's had a dream match. Here he's bowled well, he's been economical, hasn't given away anything, has really done a good job for his captain, Rakeem Cornwall. Here is he with another short delivery that is angled at the helmet of Kyle Corbin. He ducks under it, allows it to go by, no run.
So he will surely need a good ice bath after this game. You know, he had a lot of work as well. And he's putting it in.
Umpires having a word with Alzari, not sure what about. Let's hope it's a friendly little talk and not something that is going to throw Alzari off like we saw yesterday. Not a good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Just on or about that off stump line. The batsman steering this one into the offside field, no run.
Field by Durham.
Yes. Durham, no doubt, would be looking at his skipper, Rakeem Cornwall, and probably just shaking his shoulders to suggest that
I'm ready.
Remember, I'm still here and I'm ready.
Can take another doing.
This is Alzari Joseph, and this one is driven.
What's that, boy?
Good feeling that by
Louis.
Is that Louis?
Louis.
Yeah,
Good
just
stop,
diving
Louis.
away in the covers there and saving runs for his team. Corbin probably thought that he had pierced the field and was looking to probably celebrate a boundary.
But thought he had a 4 there.
Yeah, but in the end, just a dot ball.
Nothing.
End of the over, 73 for 4. Daniel Williams is there, not out. He is on 8, and Kyle Corbin, he is on 30.
Yes, a good feeling there from Michael Louis. You know, good stop and saving a few runs, probably 4 runs. You know, Kyle Corbin, that was well played. And he thought he had some runs to his name there, you know. But however, he didn't. That was some good cricket. Good shot, good feeling, good stop. Well done, some good cricket all around. That's what the fans are here for, to see good cricket. Even though it's late in the afternoon, then more, it's still very good sunshine. You know?
Yeah, still very good sunshine. The sunshine has been with us all day. We didn't have the clouds that we've had the first 2 days. We had some lingering clouds around the stadium. Today has been with mostly blue skies. And so this afternoon might be a good afternoon to see the sunset if you're in the western side of Antigua and Barbuda. Clear skies and nothing really to hinder the sunset. Just a couple of white clouds patching in the sky. Here is this delivery from the start of Graves' new over. And no run.
And there's an adjustment in the field here for two gullies now. One slip has been removed to a gully and then another gully.
I think that is to compensate for the fact that he's not resisted that square cut shot, that ball that he's hitting, in that direction. So, no doubt, you're going to expect to see Graves probably give him something full on wide to try and bring those two gullies in play. This one is short of a length, much too close to Williams, and he just plays it defensively, no run. Terry Raji stands by, and he's going to come in very soon. I'm going to try and run away from you, I Roots. Maybe let you work a little harder, and then I'll come back, maybe to end things off later in the day.
Well, when you work, you get paid, so I don't have a problem with working.
Ah, that's the reward. That's the reward.
By your sweat or your brow, you shall eat bread.
I'm telling you. Here is Graves. I'm trying to work it hard, and they steal a single. Again, Durham just a little bit slow in reacting there.
He was the closest.
He was the closest. Karima Gore sprinted from...
and there's someone telling him something.
Extra cover all the way almost in front of Durham, and Durham was just standing. He didn't react at all.
I don't know, maybe he's the captain. Maybe someone in the slip carton was saying something to him. So he stood up and, he had his hands out like, what do you want me to do?
The batters recognized that it was going to Durham. It's one of those things. It's like when they say that, the ball follows you, especially when you're having a bad day.
There's no hiding place.
There's no hiding place. The ball follows you around.
And that's so true, because we would have seen that so many times. A guy having a bad game and the skipper tried to move him from this position to that position, and all of a sudden the ball going in that position. It was never going there before.
No, never before. The ball follows you around.
Durham again, boy.
And they're gonna. This time they decide against it. That's Durham. Was quickly onto that one and had a throw back in. So just a single.
Well done, Dory.
Left and right hand combination, so the field switches over. I would just love to see Graves now. Just give Williams something full and wide.
Give him.
Just to see if he would be tempted now that they have those two men catching there.
Not full enough.
Not full enough, short of a length. And the batsman played defensively into the offside field to end the over. At the end of it, 75 for 4. Williams is on 9 and Corbin on 31.
Yes, if Graves should get another over against Williams, I would like to see a full over of pitched up deliveries just outside the off stump with that same feel that he just bowled to a while ago. I think he could get some success against Williams. It's just to be consistent with those foolish deliveries just outside the off stump, because Williams ain't resisting. Williams going and going hard, and the field is well set. As we welcome Terry back to the commentary position after a long break.
Thank you, Anthony. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners on Cricket 360. Cornwall takes up the attack from Alzari Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Better approach this by combined campuses and colleges after the tea interval, though, Anthony, rather than just trying to survive. At least they're looking to score, and it's It's worked out in their favour. They've added 50 for the loss of just one more wicket, but a big wicket in that of Kieran Powell. As Cornwall is turned into the mid-wicket region by Corbin, who's on 31. Williams is on 9, 75 for 4. Slip leg slip, and that's top edged in the air. Would fall short of the deep backward square fielder there in Macau Louis. Corbin gets away with that one. He moves to 32, 76 for 4. Just to bring you up to date with the game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground between the West Indies Academy and Jamaica Scorpions. West Indies Academy chasing 356 for victory, making a fight of it, but they just lost Akeem August, their captain, for 77. Teddy Bishop made 57. They were 144 for 2. They're now 173 for 4, so they still require another 183 runs with 6 wickets remaining. But it's good to see them making a fight of it. 75 for 4 here is the CCC, and in Jamaica, the only other match going on today, of course, Trinidad and Tobago wrapping up Barbados within 2 days, and in Guyana, Windward Islands in their second innings, 119 for 5, so they're just 8 runs ahead with 5 second innings wickets remaining as Cornwall round the wicket to the left-handed Williams, who hits it back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges, 76 for 4, Corbin is on 32, and Williams is on 9.
It's a change of the bowling. I was looking for Graves again, but seems to be
Big O'Shane.
Big machine, the big engine. Big engine returning. I thought he would have given Graves another opportunity. But however, you know I'm not the skipper.
We haven't seen Durham in this innings thus far. Thomas has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Still some 23 overs left in the day's play.
22 or 23?
23 remaining.
Yes, as you mentioned, a much better approach here from CCC.
Thomas into Corbin. And that one's just nudged down into the onside for quick single. Takes Corbin on to 33. 77 now for 4.
Yes, even if you're trying to save a game, Terry, you know, as a batting unit, you can't just come to the wicket and just try to block. If you do that, you will find yourself in trouble. You still have to play, you know, normal cricket. You know, push it around, look the 1s and the 2s. Whenever there's a bad ball, you still hit it to the boundary. You still have to play positive cricket in order to survive.
Most definitely. Thomas over the wicket to the left-handed Williams. And beats him with a good delivery there by Thomas.
Yes, that's a good line and length there from Thomas. I would want to see something like that again from Thomas. You know, just be consistent in that corridor.
Exactly.
You know, because the field is set. You know, and he has a little bit more pace than Graves. So, you know, he will get a little bit more carry. So it shouldn't drop short of the slips if it gets the edge.
2 slips in the gully weight, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg is Thomas into Williams. And Williams is slashing at that. Too close to cut, really. Lucky to get away with it. He survives, though.
And he's flashing and flashing hard. So, you know, those fielders just behind, they have to keep their eyes open. Because if it's coming, It's coming rapid. Keep your eyes open, guys.
But you're exactly right, though, Iroots, with what you were saying about CCC's approach at the beginning of the innings. They just dug themselves into a hole. At least now they're getting the scoreboard ticking over, given Hurricanes something else to think about, as this is a pulled shot. It's top edged, high in the air, and taken easily by the gully fielder. Hamilton takes the catch. Williams goes for 9. CCC lose their 5th wicket. And O'Shane Thomas picks up his 3rd. So, right on the water break. Combined campuses and colleges slump to 77 for 5. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back in a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium after that water break, and the fall of Daniel Williams' wicket has brought Akeem Jordan to the crease. So combined campuses and colleges, 77 for 5. Corbin is on 33. O'Shane Thomas has just picked up his 3rd wicket. He's got 2 deliveries remaining in his 8th over. He'll be bowling to Jordan. 3 slips in the gully. He runs away from us now into Jordan. And Jordan gets a rare in delivery. Played it well in the end though. Dropped the gloves. Rolls down to a 3rd slip. What a nice welcome to the middle for Jordan from O'Shane Thomas. Seems to have picked up better rhythm from his 2nd spell so far. First over back for his 3rd spell today. Top of his mark again as he runs away from us from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Jordan. Short again, edge straight to Cornwall. He's gone. 2nd ball duck for Akeem Jordan, and the wheels are really falling off for the combined campuses and colleges. O'Shane Thomas bowls a double wicket maiden in his 1st over back for his 3rd spell. Corbin caught Cornwall, bowled Thomas for naught. Combined campuses and colleges, 77 for 6.
Well, not the greatest of shot there from from Jordan. He's surely going back to the pavilion. Good catch there from Jimbo. Nicely held. Nicely pouched. Another wicket there for O'Shane Thomas. Giving him 3. 3 in the match so far.
He's got 4 actually.
4?
Yeah. That was the end of the over. So
oh yes, 4.
Yeah.
4. 13. 13 for 4.
8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 13. Avey just about touching his best bowling figures, wouldn't he, Anthony? I think.
Yeah.
Let me check.
That wasn't the greatest of delivery.
It wasn't.
But,
it was a terrible shot.
Delivery, but wicket nonetheless.
Best bowling, 4 for 66. Well, he shot that to death. Yeah. 4 for 13 now.
Shot that down.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We might see his first ever first-class fiver. At 4 for 66 was in the last round against the Windward Islands. So Alzari Joseph has come back. Rakeem Cornwall has brought him back with the fall of those 2 wickets. Cornwall just had the 1 over himself, and now Alzari will return from the Sir Andy Roberts end as the Leeward Islands look to finish this match. They're 4 wickets away from victory. It's Damien Joachim that's coming to join Kyle Corbin. Corbin will be on strike. He's on 33.
Durham has moved out from the offside to the short mid-wicket region.
In comes Joseph. A full-length delivery straight back at Joseph, but he couldn't hold on in his follow-through. He disappointed with himself. He got 2 hands to it. They're never easy, coming straight back at you in your follow-through. But maybe that one was catchable height.
He wasn't that firm either,
True.
you know, because he seems to have mistimed it. Yeah. Got hands to it, but it never really stuck.
So Corbin gets a life.
Now Zari has to work again.
He turns now, runs towards us from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Corbin. This one's rising, nudged down. They take a quick single. Joachim was alert enough to get home. So 1 more to Corbin. Takes 1 and gets down the other end. He moves to 34, 78 for 6.
Well, let's see how Joachim deal with Azari, because in the first inning he he was roughed up.
He was.
Yes, and he didn't want no part of that. So probably he has a different mindset here now. Toughen up. Fight for your team. Fight to survive.
So Joseph will come around the wicket to the left-handed Joaquin. They brought in a short leg. They got a leg slip, 2 slips, gully, all weight as Joseph comes charging into Joaquin. And almost. I still say, though, the short legs are too deep these days.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's not short leg. That's square leg.
That's a short square leg.
That's not a short square leg.
He's a good 3 pitches away from the batsman.
If he was at short leg,
yeah,
he would have taken that.
Easily,
straight into the pole.
Yeah, easily. He's tentatively coming a bit there. Kadeem Henry. Joseph in again to Joaquin. And rising again, he's trying to pull that. Comes off the pad.
Alzari sticking into the body of Joaquin. You know, ask him to defend defend himself. Yes, and he has that that leg gully. Leg gully. And
leg gully, leg slip, whatever you like.
And a short square leg.
But you see it though, Anthony, in every match these days. They're so deep, even in the test matches. Joseph. And again, well taken, well taken. What a catch there by Jewel Andrew, diving down the leg side, attempted pull by Joaquin. It caught the glove through to Andrew. Excellent take by young Jewel Andrew. Alzari Joseph picks up his 3rd, and the combined campuses and colleges slumped to 78 for 7. Joaquin gone for naught.
Yes, Joaquin was never comfortable with those deliveries from Alzari Joseph. You know, Alzari was just tucking him up. And it was just a matter of time before Joaquin would say, look, I have enough. I'm out of here.
Most definitely. He wasn't looking to hang around, that's for sure. You can't blame the young man if the batsmen aren't going to hang around.
So the batsman ain't hanging around, and he decided he ain't hanging around as
He
well.
ain't hanging around either.
You guys have been paid to stay there and bat. I've been paid to bowl.
Bowl, yes.
But the game has changed. The game has changed. You know, everyone has to bat. So
Everyone has to put in. Yeah.
Everyone has to contribute with the bat.
True.
Everyone a batsman, but everyone not bowlers. Yeah.
Yep, most definitely. So Andy used to say, if they got a bat in their hand, they can bat.
That's right. I think so too. You have a bat in your hand, you're a batsman. Mm-hmm.
So the dismissal of Joaquin brings Shamar Holder to the crease with CCC on 78 for 7.
Seems as if they want to wrap it up tonight.
Yes, Leeward Islands Hurricanes just 3 wickets away from victory. And after this, there's still 21 overs remaining in the day. Probably about another hour at the end of this over. So they've got every possibility, or every chance to wrap it up tonight. As Alzari just adjusts the field for the right-handed Shamar Holder. Looks like 2 slips a gully, deep backward point, mid-off, mid-on, shortish leg, deep mid-wicket, 3/4 to the boundary. In he comes, and a very good bouncer there. Just evaded by Shamar Holder. They exchange a few words mid-pitch to complete the over. So it's successful over there from Joseph. He's bowled 10 overs now, 5 maidens, 3 for 15 to go with his 6 for 35 from the first inning. So he's got 9 for the match. Combined campuses and colleges are 78 for 7. Corbin on 34, Holder on 0, and they've lost 3-4-1 in the last 2 overs.
Well, the Leeward Islands are pushing hard here now. They're pushing it here to knock over the CCC today, but before the close of play. 2-strike bowler back. Thomas and Alzari.
That's Thomas to start a new over into Corbin. Loses his run-up. So he'll go back and start again. Problems with his run-up all match. He's bowled some 9 no balls. He's bowled a lot better today, as his figures suggest. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 13. So far, as he runs away from us from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Corbin. And Corbin is squared up. A ball comes off the outer portion of the bat, drops down on the offside, no run. He's got 3 slips. Deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
I'm wondering
I'm not quite sure why the guy is out at deep backward point, Anthony. Thomas in again to Corbin. And that's played quietly into the point area for a comfortable single. Brings Shema hold on strike.
Oh, you know, probably that was to get
offering him the
Corbin
single
off strike and get the lesser batsman on strike. Yes, so that's it. I was just about to say I'm wondering how Corbin would play if he would take the early singles or the early single and expose Holder early in the over, but you know, seems as if he has that sort of confidence in Holder's ability to hold his own. So, well, his Holder should be able to hold his own.
He should. He played a dashing innings in the first innings as Thomas is into him now. Wow. And he's driving, just clears mid-off. Full pitch delivery, went through with the stroke, just cleared Kadeem Henry at mid-off. And he gets underway, goes to 1. Score 84-7.
Well, Holder is not holding back.
Not at all.
See ball, beat ball.
Yes. First innings, he made 26 of 25 deliveries. Thomas into Corbin. Wow. Corbin is tucked up again. Drops into the onside, no run.
Yes, a delivery on the line of the body there of Corbin. Handled it well. But I don't think he would want too much of that.
But at least this is better though, Anthony. I like to see them. So many times you see them just attack one end when, you know, you got 9-10 jack to knock over. And they leave the set batsman. And that's a good shot. Good pull shot there by Corbin over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. So he moves on to 39. The score 84-7.
It's not a bad shot there from Corbin. You know, he was on the back foot already because he was pushed back on the back foot by O'Shea Thomas. Even in the previous delivery, he was on the back foot. So he was more looking for, you know, back of the length or shorter delivery. So he was well in position for that particular delivery and executed well.
So Thomas will try again. 2 slips and a gully wait. Corbin on strike to Thomas. Full pitch delivery played through the cover region. Durham gives chase. Comfortable 2 more to Corbin. So he moves to 41. The score at the end of the over, CCC 86 for 7. But yeah, I was just saying that, you know, they see a set batsman and they got 9-10 jack to knock over. And a lot of the teams, the majority of the teams, then forget about the set batsman and start concentrating on the other end. When, you know, they should keep concentrating on both ends, get, you know, a wicket from either end or both of them. That's because they're set doesn't mean that you need to allow them to farm the strike and, as you were saying, to protect the lesser known batsman.
Well, sometimes even though they try to farm the strike, you know, you as the fielding team, you could also work on that and prevent that from happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, with some good bowling, good fielding to back it up.
Exactly.
You know, that's what you need.
And then, therefore, then you're keeping the pressure on both ends.
On both ends.
Yeah.
Correct. Don't allow him to get off, go nowhere. You want his wicket as well.
Correct.
All wickets.
All wickets. Azari Joseph to start a new over, bowling to his friend, Shamar Holder. Short legs back in place.
His bowling partner.
The bowling partner, exactly.
At the World Cup, that youth
Yes.
World Cup that they both would have played.
Exactly. In he comes now to Holder. Another bounce on. Evaded by Shamar Holder. Goes down, does a bit of gardening.
Those days when pace bowler used to respect pace bowlers
Respect
and
each
don't
other.
bowl. Those things don't happen now.
Not at all.
No. You go after your own friend. Just hope that he could manage it and don't get hurt.
Yes.
And we could talk and drink and laugh afterwards.
Exactly. Joseph in again to Holder. And leaves. He was tempted but pulled the batter out the way outside the off stump through to the keeper. So he's got 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point, mid off, mid on, short leg, deep square leg and fine leg.
Yes, a very good bowling from Alzari. You know, the entire match.
Yeah, he
you
bowled
know,
extremely well this match.
Good rhythm, good line, good length. He's looking good.
In again to Holder, and again short. And the Holder just sways out the way.
Yeah, that was really too high, too wide. That didn't cause any problem to Holder. It was easy for him to play that. Just getting out the way and just leaving it. A beautiful sight there. Done by the cameraman there. Beautiful sight.
No ball this time by Alzari Joseph. It was short, fended into the gully region.
He's just probably striving for that extra pace. Trying to dislodge his good friend. Groundsman there having a nice time. Not too much work.
Yeah,
good weather condition.
Excellent match.
Yeah, so they're just relaxing, chilling, waiting for close of play or game to finish.
It's been a good cricket wicket. Ground's in excellent condition, so kudos to the ground staff. Joseph in again. Fuller pushed through the vacant cover region for a comfortable 2, so well played to Holder. He moves on to 3, the score 89 for 7.
And Corbin must be eyeing that half century. He's 41. He must be eyeing that 50.
Yeah, definitely. Just 9 away. Joseph in again to Holder. And another no ball. So just overstepping here, as Anthony said, looking for that extra pace. 2 no balls in the over by Joseph. Score creeps up to 90-7. Yes, the 34-year-old Kyle Corbin played 60 matches before this. He has 18 first-class half-centuries to go along with 2 centuries. He made 102 not out this season against the defending champions, the Guyana Harvey Eagles, as he faces Joseph. Short delivery, ducks under. Sorry, that was Holder facing.
Hold on strike.
So 2 balls left in Joseph's over. Does he go for the pegs, Anthony?
The pegs.
Full and straight.
Yes, after pushing him back, you would want to think he would be going, kind of foolish.
Turns, he runs towards us now from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Holder. And that was full, but
wide.
Played into the offside.
Yeah, he could have left that. That wouldn't be no problem, none whatsoever. Should have been full attacking the stumps. So just in case anything, if you miss, you hit, whether stump or pipe.
Definitely. So the over comes to an end. Combined campuses and colleges are 90-7. Corbin is on 41 and Holder is on 3.
Yes, playing it patient is Raheem Cornwall. Just try to get this final 3 wickets, and winning this game. A win here is very important for the Leeward Islands. It would put them right back into the reckoning.
Yeah, although Trinidad and Tobago now got 101 points. It's the only completed match so far. Leeward Islands Hurricanes came into this match with 54.4 points. O'Shane Thomas into Corbin. Corbin is driving that straight to mid-on and there's no run. So they need as many points as possible. I think they actually came in with 50, so they've picked up about 4 points so far. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this match. Jewel Andrew is gone to 5th. The most runs with 363 behind leader Jason Mohammed with 519 as Thomas into Corbin. Corbin knocks that into the offside. They take a single. He moves on to 42. CCC 91-7 brings Shamar Holder back on strike. Immediately the man at square leg goes to a deep square leg. Fine leg on the fence, on the onside. And they've got a third man. So 2 slips a gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on as Thomas into Holder. Full and beats him. Good ball that by Thomas. Just moved away a little. Holder followed it. Didn't get the edge though. Corbin comes down, has a chat to him. So 90-7. So 415 runs away from their target, which is purely academic. 3 wickets for the Hurricanes to secure victory. Thomas runs away from us now into Holder. And Holder is leaving that one. Shorter delivery outside off stump. Shoulders arms. Goes through to Jewel Andrew. So everybody just waiting in anticipation for these last 3 wickets to be taken. Or will we see more of a rearguard action from the CCC 11 as Thomas into Holder? Full again, pushed past the gully through the point region, and they take a comfortable 2. So 2 more to Holder. He moves on to 5. Score 93 for 7.
Yes, in the air, over the cover region there, not the best of shot, but he surely fell safe in no man's land, and he got 2 runs. 2 runs to his name. It's pushing him on to 5. As we see Raheem Cornwall having a seat.
Yeah, the big man.
Yes, the big
and the
machine, the big giant, having a seat east of the dugout. Just east of the dugout on a cooler or something.
Thomas into Holder and beats him again to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined canvases and colleges are 93 for 7. Corbin is on 42 and Holder is on 5.
Well, the CCC are fighting here to survive. Fighting. Shamar Holder, he's a fighter.
He is. I like his attitude with his cricket, whether it's ball in hand or bat in hand, and he bowled very well
even in the field.
In the field,
even
yeah,
in the
true.
field. He's a good cricketer.
Definitely.
Yes. I like his attitude, as you mentioned. I like his spirit. I like his vibe. It's one for the future.
Yeah, his career stop-start so far since that 2016 World Cup because of injury. So it's good to see him fit, back on the park. He had an extensive run out in both innings in this match. He bowled some almost 27 overs, 26.5 overs in the Leeward's first innings, and then backed that up.
Almost 50 overs.
With 17 overs, in Leeward's second. Joseph into Corbin, and that one cramps him for room. It's back down the pitch, no run. Yeah, so he's had a very decent workout and bowled very well. Taken 8 wickets for the match. So excellent to see him back and in good health. So just Romario Graves and Calvin Marcus to come for the CCC as Joseph into Corbin. Corbin is pushing that towards mid-wicket, no run. Zari Joseph has looked very good in both innings of this match. 1 away from a 10-wicket haul, 6 in the first. He's picked up 3 so far in this second innings. As he comes in again to Corbin. Corbin is driving this into the cover region where Louis does the fielding. And there's no run. I still think they can stop persisting with the deep backward point, though, Anthony. Just bring them all up. Just the 3 wickets to get. Try and finish the game tonight. Really have to worry about saving any runs. Joseph in again to Corbin. Corbin just dropping this onto the onside, runs out to Henry at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, using a good trick, just trying to buy some extra time, just coming down and having a little word with his partner, and you take a few seconds, take a minute out of the game.
Why not?
Yeah. You're already behind, so you stretch it out a bit.
Joseph runs towards it from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Corbin, and Corbin has a go at that one. Wide outside the off stump, doesn't make contact through to Andrew.
That's a wild swing.
It was a tired swing, really, wasn't it?
But
been out there a while.
Nowhere close to that delivery. Just stood, and just having a swing. No real foot movement, anything.
Joseph in again to Corbin. This one bouncer, he ducks under, well taken by Andrew. And that completes the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 93 for 7. Corbin is moved to 42. And Shamar Holder is on 5. Zari Joseph, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 19.
Yes, slow going here. Everything is in slow Moko mood. As we see Raheem Cornwall just returning. So the 12th man now would have to have a seat. The big machine is back.
Yeah, the captain's back and taking charge again. Shane Thomas will continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Shadows lengthen here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We have about 38 minutes before stumps. Thomas, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 24. He'll be bowling to Shamar Holder. He has 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Top of his mark, now ready to run into Shamar Holder. Brilliant delivery. How that missed off stump. But it did miss the edge and missed off stump, and Shamar Holder survives. As I say, a very good afternoon to Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, just looking at that, Shamar Holder not looking to get in line with any of those deliveries, trying to stay leg side of that one. Had all the stumps exposed, but the ball just shaping away from that off stump, and he survives.
Lot better bowling this by O'Shane Thomas this afternoon as he runs in again to Holder. And that one shorter, down on one knee, taking evasive action. Well taken again by young Jewel Andrew.
I did say earlier that if the Leeward Islands is going to knock over the CCC, O'Shane Thomas would have to play an important role in this second innings. And it's good to see that he has come and has bowled well, and he's bowled quickly, and he's been rewarded. He has 4 wickets to his name. One of the things that he has done much better in this innings too is he's cut out the no balls.
Thomas in again to Holder. And Holder takes a wild swipe at that wide outside the off stump, doesn't make contact. Yes,
I wouldn't be too worried about that.
Not at all. You want him to do that.
As O'Shane Thomas, because that is what you want him to do. You want him to be having those wild swipes. You want him to be playing at those deliveries, because more often than not, he might connect on one, might get a boundary, but then he can also miscue, and he will give you an opportunity to get your 5th wicket.
Most definitely, and runs at this stage are irrelevant. Thomas searching for his first fifer in first-class cricket, runs into Holder. And right on the stumps. He gets the inner portion of the bat though, down behind square for a comfortable 2. He moves on to 7, 95 for 7.
Looks a lot more comfortable when the ball is straight on to him. But when it's just on or about the off stump, he seems a little bit uncertain as to where his off stump is. So I would advise O'Shane Thomas maybe not to so much attack the stumps, because he's able to cover that up, but just continue to bowl that line just on or about the off stump or just outside the off stump.
Thomas in again to Shamar Holder. And that one again full and straight. Defended by Holder.
Those he's able to stop.
Yes.
He can see those when they're coming at him. But just outside of his eye line, just outside the line of the off stump, he has a corridor of uncertainty there, just about the off stump, when he's not sure whether to play or whether to leave. And he tends to have a swipe at those just outside the off stump.
Thomas runs away from us now, striving for his fifer into Holder, and Holder again defends off the stumps straight to mid-wicket to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 95 for 7. Corbin is on 42 and Shamar Holder is on 7.
Leeward Islands continue to try and get these final 3 wickets in this afternoon's session. According to the scoreboard, we have 16 overs left in the day's play. When you look at the watch, they're going to have the extra 30 minutes or so of play for today. So they would want to see if they can finish things off today, or they would have to come back in the morning and look to polish off the CCC tomorrow. CCC, however, would want Holder and Corbin to continue. Corbin is approaching a half century. He would definitely want to get a good score in this second innings.
Yeah, about 33 minutes to go before the close of play, and we're going to see a bowling change from this Sir Andy Roberts end for the first time this innings. With the left arm of Daniel Dorham replacing Alzari Joseph. Dorham in the first innings bowled just the 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 22.
I would suspect that maybe you would even see Rakeem Cornwall coming from the other end to end the day with spin, getting as many of the 16 overs as possible in the 33 minutes or so that they have left.
Dorham has only played the one match so far this season. That was against Trinidad and Tobago. Figures of 1 for 124 on that flatbed over at Warner Park, and no wicket for 44 in the second innings. He's in now to Corbin, and Corbin is slog sweeping that high over mid-wicket into the boundary, 4-4. A nice greeting there by Corbin for Dorham. He moves on to 46. And the score goes up to 99 for 7.
One was right in the slot, asked to be hit, and was treated as such by Kyle Corbin.
Dorham to the right hander. Corbin is coming between the umpire and the stumps. That one's short and cut through the cover region. It's a sweeper out there on the cover point boundary. Restricts the scoring to 1. So he moves to 47. 100 up for combined campuses and colleges. They're 100 for 7. Shamar Holder back on strike. It'll be interesting to see Holder's approach. He likes to take on the quick stuff. See what happens with the left arm spin of Daniel Dorham. A slip and a short leg, short extra cover. Swings that through the mid-wicket area, and it's going to run out to the boundary for 4 more. So good connection there by Shamar Holder. He moves on to 11, 104 for 7. Partnership now worth 26. So he hasn't started well, Dorham. 9 off the over so far. We're only halfway through it. Field remains the same. No, now Cornwall is making a change. He's taking Kadeem Henry out of the short leg. He's dropped Casey Carty from mid-on back to long-on. And Henry is in a short mid-wick or short mid-on position, and that's slashed through the cover region. 4 more. 2 short there again by Durham, and he's not getting any turn whatsoever. Holder moves on to 15, 108 for 7.
Durham is bowling just like how he was in the field, without any real vibe, without any real zip, without any real energy. Just serving them up to Kyle Corbin, and Corbin is gladly accepting the gifts that he's been given.
So the field moves again. They strengthened the offside field this time. They moved a short mid-on to a short mid-off. Got a short extra cover. Man on the cover point boundary. Tossed up this time by Durham. Slapped straight back to him. He does the fielding himself. Durham again into Holder. Again slapped through the cover region, but now there's a man out there on the cover point boundary that restricts the scoring to 1 to complete the over. So some 14 runs off Durham's first over. Score 109 for 7 at the end of the over. Holder is on 16 and Corbin is on 47.
Corbin got some loose deliveries in that over and capitalized on them. Hit about 2 or 3 boundaries in that over, and enjoyed himself with some very ordinary bowling by Daniel Durham. Durham just not finding his length or line in that occasion, pulling down some short deliveries that were not turning, just asking to be hit, and Corbin hit a few of them in that over. Not the kind of bowling that Raheem Cornwall would have wanted from Daniel Durham. So if we don't see Durham again, I would not be surprised.
Absolutely. And as you said, Denmore, he does seem out of sorts in this match, even in the field, as Thomas starts a new over. Short and wide outside off stump. Holder leaves it alone, no run. The West Indies Academy, though, keep plugging away at their target of 356. Late on day 3, they're 219 for 5, so they require a further 137 runs to win against the Jamaica Scorpions with 5 wickets remaining. Carlin Bowen Tucker amongst the runs again, 34 not out. In comes Thomas, and that takes the edge, and very slow move in there, the second slip, and it's gone right through his hands down to the boundary for 4. That should have been Thomas's fiver. He sort of reacted slowly there, Denmore, and let it go straight through his hands. Whether he thought Cornwall was going to move, but it was his catch for sure.
Azari Joseph, it went straight to him. It was low down. Azari Joseph, it went straight to him. It was low down, but he did not hold on to it, and the ball went through him and down to the boundary for 4.
Thomas tries again into Holder. Full again, edged, and that's gone through Cornwall this time into the third man boundary for 4 more. That was boot height, that one. I'm not sure whether
that one went straight down into the ground.
Carried,
It wasn't a catch.
Right.
That one bounced after it hit the bat. It was a full toss. It hit the bat, bounced right after the stump, and it went quickly to Cornwall's right. He tried to put his hand down, but that was traveling very quickly. And he probably just thought at better at just allowing that one to go. And it went into the boundary for 4.
So Holder shoots up to 24. Thomas in again. And with this one, 4. That's judgment. He left that alone. It came back in. But he survives again. So he's moved on to 24. The score 117 for 7. Good little partnership this for the 8th wicket. Yielded some 39 runs so far.
Yeah, 39 runs so far. The Leewards wouldn't mind the runs because they are striving to just try and get the wicket.
Thomas in again to Holder. And that one's played
They
nicely.
have to stay sharp though in the field. Azari Joseph in the slips just now was just a little bit lethargic. It wasn't as sharp as a slip fielder needed to be. And sometimes that's why they say that you put your best fielders in the best position.
Yes,
I'm
because
not sure if Azari Joseph is the best slip fielder out there.
Definitely. But I was noticing before when I was standing outside, and the slips fielders basically, apart from Hamilton and Cornwall, the rest of them changed every over. Wasn't the same fielder. Thomas in again and shouldering arms, letting it through to the keeper to complete the over is Shamar Holder.
I would have preferred to have seen Azari Joseph maybe standing at that mid-off position where Hamilton is located, and Hamilton being in the slips. Having been a wicket keeper, he would have been a lot sharper with something like that, especially low down coming to him. He might have reacted a lot quicker than did Azari Joseph. And it was a let off for Shamar Holder. He got 8 runs in that over from 2 fall stroke. He wouldn't mind because his runs tally would have gone up. But the Leeward Islands cannot be complacent. They would want to try and finish things off as quickly as possible. Because anything can happen overnight. Yeah, you go into the other day, a trough comes in, rain comes, all sorts of things change the conditions and then make it difficult for you to execute victory.
Yes, definitely. As Durham does get another over, 117 for 7. Holder's moved on to 24. Corbin on strike. He's on 47. Yes, and I think Hamilton should have been in that slips cordon. He's been there all day. Driven down the ground is Daniel Durham to long off just for a single. Corbin moves on to 48, 118 for 7.
I think Durham might be happier bowling to somebody like a Shamar Holder, because Shamar Holder might be willing to probably look to attack him.
Durham into Holder now, and Holder pads up. They appeal, but struck him well outside the off stump, even though he wasn't offering a shot. For all those interested, the West Indies Masters today beat Sri Lanka in a thriller by 6 runs to set up a clash with India Masters in the final on Sunday. The hero of the day was none other Durham gives that flight. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire unmoved. And they've taken a leg by. Everybody was appealing. Gore went to achieve the ball, which run down to the third man area, so they pick up a leg by. Cornwall was confident.
Was close. Might have been going down just from the angle of that delivery. It did strike him on the pad, but it might have been going down. So I would give the umpire the benefit of the doubt on that one.
119 for 7 brings Corbin on strike. He's on 48. Faces Durham now. And that's edged past Cornwall at slip into the third man boundary for 4. And that brings up Kyle Corbin's 50. He moves on to 52. Combined campuses and colleges. 123 for 7. And that's Kyle Corbin's 19th first class half century.
Yeah, that would have been a comfortable catch for somebody at a second slip. There, as Corbin flashed at that one, it flew quickly past Raheem Cornwall, the lone slip fielder at that first slip position, and he got 4 runs. And just the way that Durham bowled to Holder is the reason I was saying that he would have been happier bowling to Holder.
Into Corbin again, who punches that up to long off for comfortable single, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 124 for 7. Holder is on 24. Corbin is on 53. Yes, and just to finish about the Masters tournament, so West Indies Masters beat Sri Lanka Masters by 6 runs today, and the hero of the day, Denmore, was Tino Mind the Windows best with 4 wickets and defended a few runs in bowling the last over. So Tino will be happy with that. And they play India Masters in the final on Sunday.
Yeah, congratulations to the Windies Masters getting into that final. I'm hoping that they can get into that final. Now that they're into the finals, that they can really put up a good showing against India in the finals. So I'm wishing them all the best. I'm hoping that they go there and really enjoy themselves and play to win. I'm also informed that Guyana completed a 10-wicket victory against the Leeward Islands Volcano, so you could check that out.
In comes O'Shane Thomas to Corbin, and that just defended on the pitch itself. They run through for a single. Corbin moves on to 54. Score 125 for 7. And just looking for Guyana. Yes, they won by 10 wickets. They bowled Leeward Islands out for 135 in their second innings. So they needed some 28 runs to win, and they got there comfortably. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Corbin has a lot more confidence now in Holder as well.
Thomas into Holder, and Holder
exposing him to 5 deliveries against O'Shane Thomas. The partnership 47, the best partnership for this innings between these two here.
So Guyana Harpy Eagles had a lead of 111 on the first innings after Tibin Imlak made a century, and they bowled at Leeward Islands Volcanoes out for 135 in their second innings. So that left them a mere 24 runs to win, and they ended on 28 without loss. Thomas into Holder again, shoulders arms, lets it go through to the keeper. Score remains on 125 for 7. Holder is on 24. So a good win there for the defending champions in this round 5 clash. Guyana Harpy Eagles defeating the Leeward Islands Volcanoes. They haven't updated the points table as yet. So we'll have that information for you tomorrow, no doubt, as Thomas in again to Holder, and a short delivery wide. Not troubling the batsman whatsoever. So about 15 minutes before stumps, looks like combined campuses and colleges will see out the day's proceedings to take the match into the final day. And that's why Denmo never gets to the beaches here in Antigua, because every time he plans get disrupted. Defended out into the offside by a Holder.
Definitely. Holder too has grown in confidence.
Yes.
He's at the crease now. He's a lot more comfortable. O'Shane Thomas probably just tiring a little bit. He's in his 13th over?
Yes, yeah.
And so he's not as quick and not as effective as he was earlier. Maybe Raheem Cornwall just kept him on a little bit too long. I know he's trying to search for that 5th wicket.
That one's played nicely backward of square for an easy single to complete the over. So Holder moves on to 25 and combined campuses and colleges 126 for 7.
I would love to just see Raheem Cornwall maybe just come back for the final 15 minutes or so of the day's play today. But no doubt he is feeling that, we have a full day of day's play tomorrow to get 3 wickets. If we don't get them this evening, the runs don't matter, because when we look at it, the combined campuses and colleges still need 379 runs with just 3 wickets remaining. And so you just tend to think that they're not going to get anywhere close to that in terms of runs. But the Leeward Islands would want to at least go into this evening with another wicket or 2, or maybe even look to wrap things up if they can in the 15 minutes or so that is remaining in the day's play.
And it will be Raheem Cornwall. He will take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end, replacing Daniel Dorham. Dorham bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. But Shamar Holders had a good match with both bat and ball, picked up a 5 in the first innings, 3 wickets in the second, so 8 for the match. He scored 26 in the CCC first innings, and he's 25 not out in their second innings. And he'll be facing Raheem Cornwall, who's got a slip and a short leg. Tosses that one up and played quietly into the mid-wicket region by Holder. No run. Cornwall again into Holder. Tossed that one up. He had a go, and that come off something. A great attempt at a catch there by Andrew. Diving forward or lunging forward, just couldn't get it.
Got a glove to it, but just couldn't hold on. As he was stretching for all he was worth, I think he got the left glove to it. That one just probably rolled up onto the gloves of Shamar Holder as he was looking to swing it away.
So Holder survives. Cornwall in again. Big appeal this time, and he's given. He was confident with that. He didn't really push forward, just tried to keep it out. He was beaten. He's gone LBW for 25. Combined campuses and colleges lose their 8th. They're 126 for 8.
He missed it completely and struck on the back leg right in front of middle stump. So that was an easy decision for the umpire to give. Shamar Holder is back in the pavilion, and the CCC losing the 8th wicket, 126 for 8.
Cornwall picking up his first wicket of the innings. Halfway through.
I was just about to comment that it's not very often that you have a scorecard for the Leeward Islands where Cornwall
hasn't taken
a wicket in either innings.
True.
Because in the first innings, he bowled 7 overs for 21 runs. He didn't get a wicket. And just as I was about to say that Cornwall has not gotten a wicket, even in this second wicket. In his 8th over, he got his first wicket. And he has the opportunity now to probably look to polish things off.
Run through. Well, interestingly, there's about 10 minutes to go before the close of play, but I think it's in the playing conditions anyway, in our first-class cricket, that if they pick up one more, they can ask for the extra half hour.
Minutes, yes.
Yeah. So, interesting times. Cornwall bowling to Calvin Marcus, who takes a swing. It goes straight up in the air and dropped. He was running backwards from short mid-on, circling the ball. He never really looked like catching it. It was Justin Graves, I think.
Yeah, that one he was just circling it. Didn't look as if he was confident in taking it, and he put that one down.
So Marcus is underway. He's on one. Brings Corbin back on the strike. He's on 54, 127 for 8. Cornwall just adjusts the field, brings the deep mid-wicket into a mid-wicket area, and Corbin deposits him over deep mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, he just brought in that man off the mid-wicket boundary, and Corbin hit it right over the top of his head, and 1 or 2 bounces into that mid-wicket boundary for 4.
So that completes Cornwall's over, successful over for him, where he picked up the wicket of Shema Holder. And at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 131 for 8, with Corbin on 58 and Marcus on 1.
But what this does, though, is that 4 allows O'Shane Thomas to be able to bowl to Calvin Marcus, now who is at that end. And Marcus, from what we saw in the first innings, is not very comfortable against the quicker bowling. What Rakeem Cornwall has to do also is to just ensure that he has the fielders in the type of positions that Marcus cannot steal a single. So he would want those fielders tight in. It looks as if it's Kadeem Henry who is in that mid-wicket position, and Kareem Gore who is at that backward point. They have to be very sharp, that anything that is dropped into the offside or onside, that they're quickly onto it to prevent the single.
Because cover is open as Thomas straight at the stumps, and he's driven it straight to Makar Louis at mid-off. Thomas gets his first ever first-class fifer. Marcus goes for 1.
And it appears as if the match is over, because it doesn't appear as if Graves is going to bat.
I was wondering why they dropped him down the order.
Yeah, we saw once that catch was taken, Kyle Corbin started to shake hands. And so that is the end of the encounter here. The CCC declaring their innings closed at 131 for 9 in the second innings, with Graves not batting.
And an emphatic victory there by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by 377 runs. So well done to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Rakeem Cornwall and his boys. Just to run through the card for you in the combined campuses and colleges second innings, they were chasing a highly improbable 506 to win, and they lost captain Johan Jeremiah. Court Graves bowled Joseph for 4. Evelyn was caught. Louis bowled Thomas for 5. Kieran Powell, Court Gore bowled Alzari Joseph for 20. Shakir Paris, Court Gore bowled Thomas for 1. Daniel Williams, Court Hamilton bowled Thomas for 9. Akeem Jordan, Court Cornwall bowled Thomas for 0. Damien Joachim caught Andrew, bowled Joseph for naught. Shamar Holder, LBW to Cornwall for 25. And Calvin Marcus was the last man to fall. He was caught by Louis off the bowling of O'Shane Thomas for 1. Kyle Corbin was not out 54. And the innings closed with Romario Graves unable to bat on 131 for 9. The bowling figures for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes: Alzari Joseph, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 19. O'Shane Thomas, 13.1 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 36, his first ever first-class 5-wicket haul. Rakim Cornwall, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Justin Graves, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 28. And Daniel Durham, just the 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. So a very comprehensive victory there by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes of 377 runs, and a very good performance. And I'd say player of the match must go to young Jule Andrew.
Yes, a century in the first innings and a half century in the second innings, and a good keeping performance behind the stumps. Remember that beautiful catch that he is also diving down the leg side. So he's proven his worth, and he should be the player of the match in this one. A comprehensive victory for the Leeward Islands, rebounding after being defeated last week by the Windward Islands. So they would be happy in their camp with this performance. There were moments during the day when they were maybe not as sharp as they could have been, but in the end, they were patient. They had good bowling from somebody like an Alzari Joseph. He didn't get the 5-wicket haul this innings like did O'Shane Thomas, but you cannot discount how important those 3 wickets are that he would have gotten in this innings, and the way that he bowled with pace, with accuracy, and really kept the Leeward Islands in the game at all times. O'Shane Thomas, I said earlier they had to contribute if the Leeward Islands were going to be victorious today, and he contributed with 5 wickets. He would feel happy about himself as well, but overall the Leeward Islands would be happy with the overall performance.
Most definitely, yes. And Alzari Joseph bowled exceptionally well, 9 wickets for the match. As you say, O'Shane Thomas picking up his first ever 5-for. Jule Andrew making his first class century, and then following that up with a half century today. And I thought Karima Gore batted very well in the first innings for his 65. So a very good, commanding and comprehensive victory there for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We have a game on our hands though at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. If you go support the West Indies Academy up against Jamaica Scorpions tomorrow, the West Indies Academy are gone to stumps chasing 356 for victory. They are 256 for 5. So they require 100 exactly with 5 wickets remaining. So game on there. Carlin Bowen Tuckett is not out on 46, and Joshua Bishop is unbeaten on 23. So West Indies Academy require 100 more with 5 wickets remaining. There will be a break in the West Indies 4-day championship after this round before the completion, with the final 2 rounds coming up. And I'll just give you the figures before we go. The fixtures coming up, the 6th round of matches will commence on Wednesday, April 2, and at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine in Trinidad. Combined campuses and colleges will take on West Indies Academy. Leeward Islands Hurricanes will play defending champions Guyana Harpy Eagles at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Windward Islands Volcanoes will face Barbados Pride at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will take on Jamaica Scorpions at the Brian Lara Academy, which will be a day-night pink ball affair. I hope you enjoyed our coverage on Cricket 360. On behalf of Anthony Iroots Martin, Denmore Roberts and myself, Terry Laraji, do take care, Keep supporting West Indies cricket, and until next time, be good.